Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the Monthly Qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the Regional Monthly Final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China, North America and Latin America, North, East Asia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. It is August. This year has absolutely flown by. And we are, of course, today here in the EMEA region. I am Mark, joined again by Teddie. Falcone is waiting in the wings. How you feeling, Teddie? What are you looking forward to seeing today? It's been a very, very eventful month here in this region. And yeah, what are your thoughts on today's games?
I think this month is super, super important to shape up who can and cannot anymore make it all the way to Worlds. And, you know, we already have a couple of teams that we know they are going to make it. We'll look into that later on. But there's just so many different possibilities for each single team, whether they will qualify or not. And, you know, that's the end goal for most of those guys. So really important month to really find out more about, you know, who has any chances.
And to get to this stage as well, this month has been really exciting to see. It's been a really grueling process as always. We have the 15-win challenge in-game, where you have to get 15 wins and not concede 3 losses along the way. And then that will bring you, of course, into the monthly qualifier. And that's a Swiss format where every team that has a certain number of wins and losses will play against each other. The top 8 then will go through to today, which we have the single elimination bracket set up for. Best of 3 for the quarterfinal stage, the 5 for the semi-finals and final stages. 2 brawler bans again per team, so we might see some familiar faces there and some crossovers of 2 teams, which I think is fair to say we might find some instances today where they both ban Stu, for example. We'll see both teams banning Stu, and it will only effectively count once. But what are your thoughts on those brawler bans, Teddie? What do you think might be the usual suspects today?
I think the meta has been shaping more and more towards targeted bans, either towards maps and modes and just removing a very strong brawl over there, or just player-specific bans as well, making sure that, you know, a specific player doesn't get his best, most shiny brawler available, and that can really, really hurt their team. So really important to address those bans very carefully, as you can really optimize your chances of winning.
Every decision matters a lot. There is over $1 million of prize money this year to play for, so you've got to make sure that you're banning those brawlers correctly and really maximizing down on your chances. And like you said already earlier today, Teddie, some teams have already qualified now for Worlds. We'll take a look at that in just a moment to see who potentially could be the next ones to do so, as well as I think there's definitely some potential to see a couple of those things happening today. Talk us through the leaderboards.
Well, SK Gaming qualified a while back already by just having enough points that no one would be able to get them out of that top 5. AC Milan Clash is qualifying today just by showing up to the quarterfinals. They will be qualifying. Whether they win or lose does not matter. They are going to Worlds. Tribe Gaming, EXO, MCES still in the top 5, but 2 of those teams, actually 3, are not qualified. Tribe, EXO, MCS, none of them qualified this month, so they're not going to be gaining any extra points. Whereas Bunker, Totem, Big, Laser, Blood Diamond, sure, they are behind, but they qualified. So if they can pop off today, they can secure quite a bit of points and catch up with the competition.
It's been, again, a very eventful month. And like you rightly say, Tribe went out in the knockout stages to MCES, and then MCES themselves were knocked out by Bunker later on, and EXO went out to Blood Diamond. So lots and lots of competition going on in this region, and now there really is everything to play for. And like you rightly say, some of the biggest teams are not in this monthly final, so a great opportunity then at play for many of these teams to get out in front. Talk us through the bracket for today, Teddie. What games in particular tickle your fancy?
Well, SK versus Bunker Rogue is already a good way to start the day. SK have been in a bit of trouble lately, but they are still one of the titans of the region. And Bunker struggling a little bit at the monthly finals. They did qualify so many times that they're looking really good. Sabotage is a bit of an interesting one. We'll talk about that more once we get to that match. There's just so much to talk about. CraZe Clan, I don't think they are really in contention for Worlds anymore, but they want to make it as far as possible for sure. Big versus Blood Diamond, also a good match for sure. And AC Milan Clash versus Totem is one of the best quarterfinals so far, especially since, they have so much history together as well. And both teams have been able to beat each other so often in the past.
Yeah, Reply Totem have been a big thorn in the sides of a lot of the top European teams at the moment. It's been quite enjoyable to watch their games for sure. But first up, we're going to have SK Gaming versus Bunker Rogue Esports, and that for me is going to be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, what is there to say about SK Gaming? 4 monthly final wins in a row. They are absolutely in the top of their game and are going to Worlds. That's confirmed. But it has been a rough week, it must be said. You know, they didn't qualify for the playoffs for Brawl Masters. They had a difficult journey as well in the Kesso Cup. So I gotta say, I think Shill, Boss, and Darkroom today could be in a decent spot to take them on.
Yeah, you know, although there are so many months where SK was incredibly dominant this year, I do feel like this month is not shaping up to be one of those. Although, you know, if we look at history before, we can just never be sure what SK have prepared for us here in the monthly finals. They could absolutely blow it out of the park again and just secure a victory and maybe win the whole thing once more. I'm not so sure how they will perform. I completely agree with you. It's been a bit of a rocky month for them, especially the last week or two, where they have been losing against a lot of teams that they regularly would just never lose to. So maybe things are opening up nicely for Bunker to take a victory here and maybe secure some, you know, much needed points at this point.
And it's worth mentioning and pointing out as well that, you know, a Shill used to be with SK Gaming. Last year he was on the roster, so these are, you know, his former teammates in that respect, and you know that's gonna be on his mind. You know, he's gonna have a bit of an insight then as well to how, you know, players like Scarex do go into these games, and who better to have on your team really in that respect than a former SK Gaming player. It's been really nice to see Shill coming back. I've got to say there's been a bit of a rough start to the year for him, so a big day also to make a big statement, and you know, again, I feel like this could be a lot closer than maybe people think. You know, going back again to sort of reiterate, it was, I believe in the Kesso Cup, it was SK Gaming falling short to Blood Diamond, right? And it was quite a convincing win, I felt, for Blood Diamond, and drew a lot of eyes actually towards their potential. And I think in Brawl Masters, it was Tribe Gaming in the finals, which took it all the way to get the win as well. So let's hope that SK Gaming today are coming in like refreshed and you know, prepared, as we tend to see them every month. So I'm expecting good things from them either way today.
Well, we'll be seeing them on Factory Rush. First for Siege, second set is Brawl plays in a hot zone, and then finally we got some heist action for you guys. I just missed map previous arc. I really did. They look so good. A fresh perspective every time on our favorite maps, and then the F. Snake as well that was killed off. Well, a bit unfortunate for F. He really did like his friend the Snake, but yeah. I'm excited for this match. I think that things are shaping up really nicely for a good match, and although SK haven't been on the top of their shape, we just never know what we can expect. Primo and Amber bans from SK and Bunker Rog, I think they may have forgotten to ban.
Forgotten to ban, forgotten to check in, one of the two. Either way, they missed the mark on that side of things, and it's only going to be the Primo and the Amber ban. That's going to leave a lot of things open for sure. A couple of questions in the chat were about, you know, regarding Griff and Buzz, both playable today as well. So I think Buzz potentially more so than Griff, if I'm completely honest, just in the way that it's been received within the pro scene and the meta. But yeah, this is going to open up a lot of potential for Bell, for Stu. You know, Gene is going to be ripe here, I feel. Maybe Factory Rush would be pretty decent, but I'm expecting a lot of the long-range brawlers as well. Definitely some Piper on the cards, maybe Factory Rush, some Lou. Yeah, those lack of bans is something that could potentially come back to bite Bunker Rock here.
Yeah, that is quite big and not the best look here for Bunker Rock, but let's see how they execute this first game. Quick elimination from Skyrex onto Darku. There is one on the left-hand side, but gets traded out by Semantic before, or right after, rather, he went down. And so far, this first bot is surely going the way of SK Gaming. Bunker Rock on the defense early on already.
Really surprising that no one's gone for Stu, but I do like Rico here, absolutely. I think Semantic is on point going with the Barley as well. And Ball is an interesting choice. The boss didn't pay off there, got taken down very, very quickly. And we saw a lot of Byron yesterday, didn't we, Teddie, in the ECA region, and definitely seems like he's coming back very gradually within the meta. We haven't seen Byron used nearly as much as upon early releases we did, but I can see why it could work here with a double tank idea for Bunker Rock. But yeah, going down there is not going to help Darkroom be able to contest this mid, and SK looks to be in a good position for me right now.
Yeah, this is definitely looking good for them. I mean, a couple of bolts did leak towards Bunker, but if it keeps going like that and SK can hold on to that middle control, they should be able to pick up a couple of bolts before the next round. One does go to boss. So it is going to be 5-2 in bolts in the end here for the final boss. Let's see first how the defense is from Bunker. But honestly, still everything is open. Yeah, nice super from Jet. I'm going to be picking up that kill, looking for some value on that Ike as well, waiting for Darkroom to not be invincible anymore to just maximize his value off his super.
Yeah, Jetson honestly is one of the best Rico players in my opinion in this region, and I love the brawler, so it's great to watch him just absolutely tap it up. Won't connect with that super that much, but definitely did well to deter boss along the way. But this is where honestly I feel the Bunker Rock comp is not faring too well at all. You know, SK are all about the range, and that just kind of leaves Bunker Rock with nowhere to really go. I think this is going to end the tie. Yes, that's going to be everything wrapped up, even with a dive. I think the Bunker Rock are going to be really punching here, and with a quick takedown of boss. Yeah, that is going to be SK with a flying start today, and coming out with a really, I would say, the safer comp to go in with. I think Bunker Rock maybe going for something a bit more of a shock idea. It just didn't pay off.
Yeah, I think it's a good attempt, and I feel like that's the way you should approach a match against SK. You have to kind of play whatever you think they would expect the least, as it's really hard to beat them on a mirror matchup. And SK is also just known to outcomp people so well overall. So I do like the idea of taking risks like that, make it a little bit more volatile, especially in a best of 3 bet like this. I mean, honestly, it's almost 50-50, and then if they do win it, they're halfway to win a set. And as I just said, in a best of 3, it's just so important and such a big deal. So I like the approach, but obviously, I mean, it didn't really work well for them.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it was I just feel like you kind of have to play Rico here myself. I think that there's a great amount of maneuverability there. I think Barley as well is a very safe choice. I did favor the SK compa. I think that Pam obviously is coming back a little bit more. Still kind of yet to see how much so, to be honest, in this region, but definitely has had a new lease of life with the introduction of a couple of new gadgets along the way. I think Spike even now is potentially viable here. I don't see either of these two teams necessarily going for it as a primary pick, but the meta is so versatile right now. It's so broad and varied, and I love that about the current state of Brawl. I think definitely a couple of balance changes, you know, will be coming in the near future, no doubt about it. The team's obviously been away and doing their thing and relaxing as they should, but no doubt, I'm sure we will see some tweaks here and there. Do you think we'll see any adaptations going into the next game? I think, you know, probably more so from the side of Bunker Rock than maybe SK, right?
Yeah, I feel like Bell could be a really good addition as well, contesting those fights in the mid from a further range, and just getting that mark on a bot pretty much ensures a smooth defense. So I feel like that was maybe left out a bit on both sides. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come in. As you said earlier, Stu missing is really interesting, because I feel like even on the most open of maps, he's going to be doing fine, you know? So I'm not entirely sure about that either. I think it can bring in quite a bit of value, because also just, you know, the distraction from his gadget enables him to destroy those walls near the Ike, try to make it, you know, an easier path for the siege bot, or for your teammates to find angles on that Ike when you push. So I feel like those two options are still very much available, and I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we see them coming into game 2.
One thought I had regarding that is they may have had some sort of gentleman's agreement with the bands. You know, a shill goes back a long way with SK. They might have just reached out and said, you know, hey, what would you have banned? And we'll, you know, kind of be happy to consider that in. And we'll see. I mean, I would absolutely agree, though. I think those are two brawlers which you kind of got to consider on Factory Rush. I think Bell can achieve a lot of value, like you rightly say. Being able to mark the bot can really shred it before it even kind of comes close to your Ike. So absolutely, I think, you know, with Stu right now with Breakout as well, a very powerful gadget. So yeah, we're seeing the Piper, which it's not my go-to, but it's definitely an option if Bell were out of the mix, which might imply that's the case. Either way, it won't you know, affect anything in terms of the tournament. It will just be simply a gentleman's agreement, and that's not anything which can be harmful for the players. The right-hand side, Jetson, though, under a lot of heavy fire from both Boss and the Shill, forced back. Probably running Bounty Castle, so he could probably choose to heal up if he wishes, but maybe the early stages of the game, SK are not necessarily too worried it's going to be maybe the mid to later, but this could end up being a hefty push as the first round is tied, and Bunker Rock looking much better now with that little comp change.
Yeah, it's definitely better. Having that tie is going to make things a little bit more volatile and then a bit more all over the place, as the bolt economy is going to become more and more important. And bolt economy is something where SK does tend to shine. So we'll see how they're able to handle it in this situation. 2 versus 2, but Ashil is quite pushed back, barely makes it out alive, and right now we might even be looking at another tie. SK Gaming should be able to tie this one up. Oh no, they barely don't, but they will have a huge bolt lead coming into the third bot. The question is, how well can they defend here?
Yeah, let's see what Semantic's holding back here. Yeah, there is Syrup Mixer going down and some good shots into Dark. And we have to take that. My goodness me! SK Gaming just made that look very, very straightforward and easy. And those takedowns along the way as well will ensure them a swift entry back into the middle of this map. A shield low as well. Able to hang on with the bolt as well. Darkroom, though, has to bounce cast his way around this one and just about scapes his way through. Gonna feel like, for me, Bunker Rog are really doing well under the circumstances, but SK have got a mighty lead, and that's surely going to be the 10th bolt potentially coming in for them here. Yeah, there it is. So, I don't know. Bunker Rog could potentially tie this up, though, in their positioning here.
Yeah, I don't think so. 1 second left, 9 bolts. Oh my, that is close. But SK get the final bot. With only 11% damage on their Ike. It's looking very likely that they will pick up the win. They do need to find some positioning though. And especially Semantic gonna be careful to get a nice angle, try to get some shots down on that Ike, but they should be able to make it happen. Semantic does go down, but the dive is enough here for SK to take the first set.
I did wonder towards the end, but it looks pretty decent going into that defense. It was Semantic that was always going to be the problem, and this is why I always vouch for Barley on Factory Rush. I think it's a great brawler to have, especially in those instances where you are able to get a solid defense to be able to come over the top and just make sure that you secure it for your team. Great thing to have. Yeah, I feel like, Bunker Rock are playing really well. I mean, like, it's not an easy thing to take on a team like SK and have it be so close towards the end. So that first comp really for me was the troublesome thing, which just was a risky play. And like you said, Teddy, I think that's a great way to go about playing against a team like SK. You've got to keep them on their toes, take them by surprise, and pull out all the stops. But it didn't quite pay off in Siege. Let's see whether we can get any kind of comeback potential for Bunker Rock going into our next game mode. But SK looking very, very strong at the moment for me today.
Yeah, they looked very convincing for sure. And I think that the only upside here for Bunker Rock is that it was Siege, and it is one of the game modes where SK is the best. And so that should leave some, room for improvement coming into set number 2. But still, it was pretty one-sided. There were some chances here and there, a couple of close bots. But in the end, I mean, SK, even when it is close, they make it feel like it was close but in control.
Yeah, that's the thing about SK, that they always are a team that are very calculated and relaxed when it comes to their games. Obviously, they take everything incredibly seriously with to the most they possibly can. But I think it's important that you've got to be able to be relaxed in your mindset, because ultimately that allows you to make more focused decisions. Going into parallel plays, then let's see how this one fares. Obviously, a very different mechanic really to a lot of the hot zone maps, with the choice really whether you want to defend off the outset or go on the aggressive. Various strategies have been presented themselves recently, probably more so the idea of kind of leaving your zone and going fully on the aggressive. But either way, teams will be very cautious in what they choose to commit to, because it could come back to bite.
Yeah, as you said, there are multiple philosophies regarding how you want to approach a game of parallel plays. Right now, Leon has been dominant on this map, as he's been getting better and better. Lollipop drop definitely helping out quite a bit for his toolkit. And you can just see the value here. Being invisible means that you can dodge much, much easier, because your opponents, I mean, they can't aim at you. They don't know exactly where you are until you shoot. And it's a bit of a counting game like that. But look at that team wipe early on from SK Gaming. Semantic gonna take some aggressive positioning. With a third place like that, he might be able to hold on to it for quite a while. And this is a really, really good start for SK.
Yeah, I think the comps are absolutely on point. Again, it's going to be kind of unusual for a couple of people watching, I'm sure, to see Leon and kind of wondering what that's about, but you know, this is going to be a common thing. Get used to it. I honestly feel like for Hot Zone in particular, Leon now is pretty much a meta pick. They put out a poll recently to see how the community felt. It's pretty much 50-50 as to whether he was like overpowered or in a place really, really solidly for competitive. But either way you look at it, can provide a lot of unpredictability and uncertainty, and that is always going to be something that you have to consider and be more defensive around how you deal with.
Yeah, I think especially at a pro level that Lollipop Drop just provides so much value to your team because they're able to make the most out of it. Whereas, you know, if you're looking at ladder or power league, it might be a little bit less the case as coordination isn't quite as strong and they're not able to find the most value. So far, it's been a pretty smooth ride for SK, to be honest. They are taking a 22% lead. Bunker has yet to step in the enemy zone. And this just means that right now, SK, they're building up a lead that sure doesn't look that big, but actually the significance is quite huge.
Yeah, because Bunker Rock haven't really been able to touch any of the SK side, so it allows them to really focus all on the aggressive because it puts Bunker Rock in a much worse spot. They've got to not only defend, but also consider the fact that they are behind still. They've got to deal with this and really start to push and move the pace of the game much more towards the SK gaming spawn. And Sky is going to connect there nicely with a Shill, gets the takedown as well, all alone. Jets in there just still continuing to cap the zone. I'm not sure whether Bunker Rock are even necessarily aware of that right now. He's doing a wondrous job using that lollipop drop to great effect. Now taken down, but look at the scoreline. Only 9% needed for SK to tie this one up and move on to match point.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for SK Gaming. We had some doubts regarding how they would perform today. So far, they have convinced me. But we'll have to see if Bunker can make something out of this game. Time-wise, it is going to be pretty hard. So there's only 15 seconds left. I don't even know if it's technically possible for them to come back at this point. And this is going to be a win for SK Gaming, 100%. And they've been looking really, really solid in the 3 games we've seen of them so far today.
Again, just very, very consistent, and you know, I feel like they're getting warmed up. Actually, I feel like they tend to do this and just kind of, you know, get their thumbs moving at the beginning. But Bunker Rock, I feel like a worthy opponent. It's just at the moment feels to me like, aside from making good brawler choices and decisions, aside from that first game of Siege, I think it's fair to say that it wasn't quite into the right time. It could have worked out well, but I feel that was maybe the worst of the reads so far. Ultimately, you know, there's still time for a potential comeback. I love to root for an underdog, I'm not gonna lie, but SK Gaming right now are not missing the mark, and match point is a ton of pressure to be on the shoulders of Bunker Rock right now.
I mean, especially when you're facing SK, right? There's not a lot of teams that have reverse swept them. There's not a single team that's reverse swept them at the BSC, so it's not looking very likely, but there are going to be first for everything. And I mean, for Bunker, that might as well be the first today. It is going to be hard, though. And I don't really see it happening. But if it needs to start, this is the moment to do so.
Yeah, I feel like at the moment, the comps they're running, though, are pretty much what I would go to here again. It does feel like potentially the Stu and the Bell then were eradicated as a bit of a handshake agreement, which can, you know, go against you. You don't necessarily, it's still based on trust. Yeah. But it's great to see, I think, in my opinion, the fact that teams are, you know, still great sportsmen in that respect and able to have, you know, just adult conversations and not take any kind of advantage. They want to win on the right terms, I guess, and that's a really admirable thing to see. But ultimately, yeah, there's not going to be any adaptations, but what we are seeing is straight off the bat a much more aggressive start from Bunker Rock, and that to me is a good sign, despite the takedown of a Shill boss and Darkham holding on a little bit. This is money in the bank, really. I mean, they've got their own zone still left to go, so I do like the way that Bunker Rock have come out swinging here.
Yeah, me too. A Shield going to deal quite some damage to Jeden, but a missed shot, and then Jeden survives, picks up the kill, and things look good once more for SK as they take control of the zone. Bot's going to get pulled, taken out. Not sure if it's ideal for SK to remove those walls, as they do provide quite a bit of cover to navigate around that zone and keep capturing it while your opponents are chasing you, forcing them to assess multiple players to just deal with the one. But they will do so anyways, take them down, and SK have a bit of a lead, but I'm not sure where it's going to be when they both capture their home zone.
I do love the way that Jetten is just being a real thorn in the side of Bunker Rock right now, duking to perfection. And as Leon, again, it's a really annoying brawler to deal with, especially when you're not really ever sure where they might be at any time. And I think a playstyle that really works well for him. But already we're seeing Bunker Rock back in the same spot, you know, where we saw them previously. And they've got to be able to defend this and go back on the offensive. They're only 1% in the lead here, and SK will just be timing this to perfection, making sure to capitalize immensely. Look how far back everyone is. Boss and Scarx both pulling in at the same time. That actually did pay off well for Bunker Rock, but I just feel like Semantic and Jets are going to bide their time until he spawns back in.
Yeah, so much value of Semantic's Jetsy shots, just bouncing around, getting everyone low HP. Skyrex finds Darkum, and now SK is leading by 1%. Definitely a closer game, but they have control of the right zone now. Darkum wants to try to take Skyrex down, avoid those gene pulls, but it's not meant to be just yet. And now that 1% lead has turned into 11. Nice pull from Skyrex, taking Boss out of the picture. Shield is gonna be... Oh, Jetten is just running around him for a second, but does take him down. And this is looking really good for SK because there's only 25 seconds left, and Bunker Rock, they need to both defend and push at the same time, and that just doesn't really work, does it?
Boss clinging on there with Lamp Blowout. Can they stay in the mix? And a pull goes in as Shill and Darkum are so low. Those Scarx should be able to deal with this on his own. No, Shill says no, but 10% when you're on less than 500 HP is not going to work out for them. That is going to be SK Gaming victorious, moving on to our semi-finals and knocking out Bunker Rock early on in the quarters.
Well, SK, we had some doubts coming into this monthly final. So far, I haven't seen any of that in this first match. Looking very convincing and honestly looking very SK-ish, you know, playing like we expect them to. And I think that's a big statement coming into this monthly final.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough week, like we've already mentioned for them, but you know, great to see that they were able to put those things behind themselves to keep themselves focused on the task at hand today. And yeah, looking pretty much how we would come to expect them, and very much looking forward to seeing them progress today and how they fare in the later stages. But yeah, either way you look at it, a great start. As you know, to be fair to SK, sometimes they struggle in the quarterfinals a little bit with teams, and it does seem to be like actually the hardest stage for them to get through. So I got to feel like, you know, the things to come from them today are going to be fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking really solid, and I think that is going to be scaring quite a couple of teams as well. That I heard around were feeling a lot more confident this month against SK, mostly, you know, winning against them in third-party events and such. Right now, the SK we saw today is not the SK we saw losing in Brawl Masters and Kezo Cup against teams that they regularly don't really lose to. And overall, they just look incredibly solid. I mean, just look at the DPS difference here and the KD difference between Skyrex and Boss. You know, it's a little more than a 3 KD. That's just incredible stuff from Skyrex.
Yeah, definitely lower on the average deaths for Skyrex and a lot higher on the average kills. And generally, you know, that's the thing that does relate back to the objective in whatever the game mode might be. So really, really strong stuff for SK, and they will secure their place. And one of these two teams is going to end up playing them in the semi-finals. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this will go. I mean, where to start, Teddie? Where to start? Sabotage Esport. Let's talk about them first. I mean, you know, this is Casey Twisty, who was on the roster for Code Magic and wasn't so at the beginning of this year. Did leave the team as that did disband in the end, but had some great results last year as well with SK in the early part of the year. Left SK, joined Code Magic, joining with KC, former Tribe, and also RZM, and also Hyra, right? As a kind of a new team to this monthly final, was a bit of a collaboration of various other organizations.
Yeah, it's very, very on team. I think they're playing mostly for fun, but, you know, they do have some really strong players. As you said, Twisty Twig just retired a couple months back, but he is still, you know, enjoying the game quite a bit, enough to want to compete this year still in the monthly finals. And I think those guys mostly just want to see how far they can go, you know. RZM and Hyra are mostly content creators. Hyra, this is his first monthly final, one of his first tournaments ever, and they just straight up qualified without scrimming. Just want to point that out. They did not practice. They just showed up for the qualifiers and started beating everyone. Not sure how this is going to work out at a monthly final because, you know, it's going to be a lot harder against those guys. But still, it's really impressive. The talent is definitely there, and if they can pump off like they did at the qualifiers, that can cause some serious damage, for the other teams in the EU.
Well, like you said, I mean, they didn't scrim, they didn't prepare. Well, I hope they have it today. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see whether CraZe Clan can capitalize on the fact that that is the case, because I'm sure they will be as aware as we are as well. I mean, it's Rama as well, you said, for Madara, right? So yeah. Rama, Meow, Overload, and Naui. So, they've kind of got a decent chance in that respect. I mean, again, Sabotage are a team which have got a ton of experience under their belt, especially with Casey playing today. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but let's look at these bans straight off the bat. We're seeing a Spike ban and a Sprout ban, and that's got to be map dependent for me from Sabotage as well as Barley and Stu, which Barley, yeah, I think Barley's actually a decent ban for Triple Dribble, and maybe less so for some of the other maps, but I can see that that's clearly what they're thinking with that. Stu, I think, is just fair to say should, be banned for every team today, realistically. What do you think of that one, Teddie?
I think for me, the most odd one is Barley. I feel like Sabotage rely a lot on mechanics. I mean, they don't have much synergy, right? They have been playing together for 2 weeks. Obviously, it's not really about the highest team play. They are mechanically so good. And I feel like Barley is not the most mechanical brawler. So maybe a bit of lost value there where they could have gone for some of those brawlers. Like we see the Bell matchup where Twisty could do a lot of damage. Stu, I think, makes a lot of sense, but we'll see how this one turns out. RZM taking quite a bit of damage early on. It is going to be a one-on-one trade in the end, but Twisty gets a nice shot down onto Rama, and things are looking pretty even so far, although KC is able to pick up a couple of gems early on to secure a little bit of a lead.
I feel like the Barley ban was specific to Triple Dribble. I feel like that's a brawler which can do a lot of damage there. So they're obviously thinking about bringing it back, maybe if they are to maybe lose a set in gem grab there. At the moment, though, it's Casey with 5 gems, and the mark is there on Madara, who is Rama, for those of you wondering at home. It just take a nasty shot from Twisty as well, and will go down as a result of Naui and himself just being so close in that proximity. They couldn't really do much about it under the circumstances, being pinched in by the minecart, but it is going to allow Casey to get 8 gems in his pocket, and that's a mighty lead already for Sabotage.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I feel like kill-wise it's been pretty even, but Sabotage were just able to make much more out of each kill, bringing some gems home here as well. Casey does get jumped on, but a perfectly placed gadget to knock him back, and the 2 gems he needs are right in front of him. Nothing Rama can do about it because of the minecart. And now Sabotage get that countdown. CraZe Clan need to try to stop it.
Yeah, well, the healing puffs coming in as well, that will help out, but realistically, for me, CraZe going to get some bell shots in to get the value that they need. Casey will pop a lamp blowout just in the nick of time as well. Those jukes there definitely came back well in his favor, because I'm sure a couple more, even just one bell hit here or there, he was only down to 1,200 HP, so that realistically could have been a big turnaround in the spawn there, especially as his teammates were not there to support it. So I think that Casey did really, really well there under the circumstances.
Yeah, I feel like overall this was really good from Sabotage, just really solid, and I think that just shows how good those players are, because, sure, mechanics and stuff rely mostly on you, but still, they've built such good synergy, considering the little time they've spent playing together. It just shows how much experience they have playing the game, and how quickly they're able to adapt to new teammates, and it's really, really impressive to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing when you bring players together that have just, got a lot of synergy, and, it's one of those things that I think synergy is something that we don't often necessarily talk about. But you can bring some of the best players in the world together, and sometimes the synergy just doesn't work between them. It's just that kind of second nature, kind of, almost psychic ability to know what your teammates are thinking and be able to respond and react to that. But it's great to see Sabotage coming out the gates. It was a bit of a tense moment towards the end, so let's see with a couple of broad changes. I'm not too sure how I feel about the Max myself. Hammerfield does have a place, and the nice Sweet Dreams as well from Arsene will put the start to Naui, but those bell shots are going to ricochet between the team, and they have to come back as a result and heal up here. I feel like for me, CraZe Clan have got a bit of a chance here with their comp.
Yeah, they definitely do. So far, it's a bit of a lead in favor of CraZe Clan. And they have a really good middle position right now. Twisty going aggressive on the left-hand side. Gonna heal up a bit before he peaks. New gadget being pumped as well, trying to remove some of that ammo, make it a little bit less damage in the end heading his way. A couple bounces between Turret and himself. Gonna take down RZM in the process as well, which is definitely not ideal. And now we have quite a significant lead already for CraZe Clan, double the amount of gems and Sabotage has. And Twisty goes down. That's gonna be the countdown starting for CraZe.
Yeah, I could see Twisty there in that corner. It was not going to end well in the way that it was looking, and that's going to be a good countdown for CraZe Clan again. I feel like the comp change is not catered towards Sabotage, and a great pull there, it's going to be said, Madara, just to ensure that the push cannot really do much on the other side of things. So as quickly as that, tying things up in the first set, and yeah, for me, the comp was the main reason for that. I didn't feel like the max pick was going to be... I can see the logic that if you are pushed back in that stage, then getting back into the mid to be able to contest is a good thing. I just think it's better to be able to have more of a meta idea of control and try not to lose that mid along the way.
Yeah, overall, this looked completely different from CraZe Clan, much more dominant, and they were able to just get so many more kills, so much more pressure onto them. And look at that, 33% damage from Rama, just showing how even the game was as well for his team. And he didn't go down once, which, you know, as a gem carrier on mid is absolutely what you need to do. And being able to find 3 kills in such a situation where everyone knows as a gem carrier, you're supposed to play very safe. Your main priority is not losing your gems that you already accumulated. So finding so many kills just shows, you know, how impactful his pulls were and how much he was able to get some nice guys from afar.
Well, this is a good adaptation and a necessary one for me from Sabotage, going back to the Belgian. I mean, Crow's great to have. I would personally go for that as well. If Pam could have been maybe an option for them if they wanted to consider keeping something from their previous ideas, but this is definitely by far the way for me to go. But look at the way that CraZe kind of playing this. They kind of got warmed up enough now to be able to have a bit more conviction behind their shots and their placements of where they're looking to position themselves. I do like the way they've come into this game a little bit more refreshed than we saw in the first game.
Yeah, they definitely have been picking up the pace here on the CraZe side of things. A couple of gems are dropped here for KC. The problem is he is marked up and there is a pool available on Rama. This is the chance now for him to pick up some of those gems, pull him to RZM. There's no chance for him to survive. That jump in from Meow as well. Twisty goes down and the pull from KC does connect. I think that he may have wished to go down in that situation as well, just to lose that mark. But to be honest, if you look at the gem count, CraZe is at 7. They're only a couple away from another countdown.
Yeah, I've got to say, Sabotage have really got to now place their heels firmly in the mid and work around the minecart. Again, Casey, you know, being marked is not the best of things, really, as seems like Rama lost it. So yeah, Twisty actually placed it onto Naui instead there, which I'm not sure about. I mean, he obviously wants to clear up the right-hand side lane, ideally to then pressure the remaining 2 players, but it's always a good thing to have the Gene marked, in my opinion. It's a great thing to be able to place that additional pressure, which is why Casey's struggling a little bit in the mid. He can't really go on the aggressive too much and risk dropping those gems. Those shots between Twisty, it's going to actually see to his demise, and Casey just about hanging on, but so much value from Naui, and that's going to lead to that countdown.
Yeah, this is strong again from CraZe, as now there's only 10 seconds for Sabotage to find the kill onto Rama, and that is going to be quite a bit of a challenge in this position. Twisty still slowed down as well. A couple of shots coming through, but none of them connecting onto the gem carrier of CraZe, and they will reverse sweep this first set. I mean, that's quite big, to be honest, you know, a nice shift in momentum in their favor, coming into a set 2 much more comfortable and feeling like, you know, they're the better team.
I mean, it's never an easy thing, you know, going into the quarterfinal stages against a team that you know have got a lot of experience. Again, you know, Twisty has been at 2 World Finals, you know, Casey as well, been in a lot of lands, you know, with Code Magic along the way. So definitely the experience is with Sabotage over CraZe Clan, but CraZe Clan are just playing it better and being more consistent with their choices. I think went a long way as well to securing the start of their momentum. Now going into the second set, they're in a great place, and Sabotage have got to respond to this.
Yeah, just to add up to what you're saying about experience, I couldn't agree more. Thing is, I feel like Sabotage players have a lot more experience in esports, in Brawl esports, whereas on the CraZe side of things, it's much more experience as a team. They've been playing together for as long as I can remember, and that, you know, no matter your individual level, is going to bring levels of synergy that Obviously, Sabotage are not able to match in, you know, a couple of weeks. But, I mean, they gave them quite a fight for that first set. Maybe Triple Dribble is going to be their chance to take over and try to match the heat that CraZe Clan has been bringing to the match so far.
And honestly, this is where I feel like the barley ban on the side of CraZe Clan was intentional for this moment here. So I feel like they're coming with a plan, and that could be a hazardous and dangerous thing for Sabotage if they're not expecting some ideas. But I think that having barley out the mix here is a big factor when it comes to that control. Sprout as well was the ban on the side of Sabotage. So a lot of those controlling factors are out the window. In a game mode like Brawl, that could be a really dangerous thing to consider. You know, lots of potential speed or tankiness. You know, Poco's in the mix, and one of those brawlers which we tend to see sometimes banned for the reason of, you know, that heal double tank idea. Let's see what teams are kind of coming preparing for. What kind of combos would you expect to see?
Well, as you said, you know, Barley being out of the picture can be really nice, as he's usually very strong at opening things up. I wouldn't be surprised to see some tankier comps here coming in as well. You know, whether it's Primo or Buzz, I believe both made it through the ban draft. So things could open up on that side. Maybe then some also tank counters. But yeah, I'm not too sure what they are going to desire to bring. And indeed, we do have a Primo coming in and the B to try to deal with any opposing Primos. But unlucky for Twist, there's none of that just yet. However, the more the map opens up, the more he's gonna be able to put on a good fight. And look at that nice snipe onto No, he takes him down. Rama in a tough angle, looking for some bounces, is able to heal up quite a bit, but KC is gonna match that. A nice bounce shot onto Meow, and so far CraZe Clan in a much more defensive position, but the Sandstorm should relieve some of that stress.
I personally prefer the B pick. Twisty's running here myself. I think it's a really effective brawler to have, and it did cover the eventuality of any potential of CraZe Clan bringing in the Primo. RZM, though, is not really getting much value here. Going for a stun now and does connect, but taken quickly down. And this is not necessarily the position that Sabotage wants to find themselves in. The stacks are not really with Naui just yet, so he's got that to his favor. But at the same time, you know, if Sabotage can't get out of this spawn and go back on the aggressive, this could be a quick and early goal for CraZe Clan.
Yeah, nice bounces from CraZe. KC can't do anything against that TP, or is them knocked back. Yeah, this is a goal. CraZe Clan to take the lead. And right now, Sabotage, they're just a minute away from being down from a match point. So this would be quite difficult. An early push pass forward to RZM. RZM wants to tank this one in, but it's not working out too well just yet. However, KC is finding so much value. And that is going to be Sabotage tying things up. Now 50 seconds left until overtime, and things could absolutely go either way.
A quick response. I saw Casey losing his bouncy castle there as well, so that's one gadget down for him and no value for the back of it. RZM looking to get the side lane takedown, but it's a lot of pressure about Casey. You see how much effectiveness having just that Rico to control goes a long, long way. And on a heavy fire again, down to 152 HP. It's down to Twisty to be able to maintain this. He's low on health as well. RZM healing up along the way. This is a perilous position for Sabotage. And the last time they were here, it led to a goal for CraZe Clan.
Yeah, this is a solid position for CraZe, especially 15 seconds away from overtime. Overtime, though, could be nice for Twisty to try to pop off, but he's been struggling a little bit so far. Casey does get a nice spray onto Rama. Ball control now for Sabotage. 2-on-2 situation. RZM pushing up. He has the super. Gonna go for the self pass, and he can tank it in as well. Sabotage to take their first game of Brawl here off the bat.
It's a funny thing now, the change to Primo now, in the sense that by conceding damage you earn your super. It felt to me massively so that RZM knew exactly where he was in terms of gaining his super, because if you notice back in the replay, it might show it, he actually took down KC in the process of tanking that surge shot to the face. But again, he knew that he was going to gain the super, if not off that shot. Here it was. One more there, and he knew he was going to gain it. So he could have even gone for the shot there. You saw the slowdown from Twisty as well, but played it a bit safe, and I think wonder whether that was actually going to be the right move. At the time, it was a bit close to call. But either way you look at it, that's a fantastic thing for Sabotage. They needed to get that win 100%, and that will help even things up a bit. But they're not out the woods yet, Teddie. Not even slightly close.
No, absolutely not. I mean, right now, you know, Sabotage just one game away from pushing things to set 3, and we've seen in the past how volatile Bounty can be, and that could really open things up for them. Well, first, you know, they got another Brawl game to win, and CraZe Clan is not done fighting. They want to end this 2-0, not push things to a third set, but it's going to be a tough fight. It's going to be a tough fight. Both teams delivering so far today. We'll see who can do it better this time around. Same comp from Sabotage, and CraZe Clan going to be keeping mostly the same, but bringing in the Primo on Noe.
Yeah, bringing in Astro Bell as well for the gadget side of things for RZM is an interesting choice. Normally we tend to see the suplex supplement just simply because on the defensive side it can have a lot of value, but look at how much is being broken up early on, and Twisty's got a passport to Casey, and this will be another quick start for Sabotage. Exactly what they need to do, honestly, and this one could be going to a third and final set very, very quickly. What a start for KC! That connecting super gave him so much value, and somehow CraZe Clan were able to deflate it along the way.
Yeah, Rama just giving KC a taste of his own medicine, as RZM will fall here as well to Meow, and that should calm things down a little bit here, creating some space for CraZe to navigate around. And this is looking like a strong push. Pretty much only RZM left alive. KC was a nice gadget, able to heal up quite a bit, but the push is still strong, and as you rightly said, RZM is not going to be quite as effective in defense. The meteors are really nice for Twisty Twick to have some more open lanes and take those fights from afar, but up close in defense is going to be quite tough, as Noe is pushing up. Only KC left alive, and I don't see any chances to defend here. CraZe to tie things up, and once again it's 1-1 in Brawl.
Yeah, difficult spot for everyone really in that respect. Twisty was outplayed there a little bit, I've got to say, from Naui, and it was a great positioning here, but on the other side of things, they're going straight onto the aggressive. They were not able to make it pay off, though, and that's a pretty decent defense for CraZe. Kind of chance to reset then, but at the same time, as will Sabotage be bringing back in Twisty. And I've got to say, you know, if this goes to overtime, having Twisty on the side of Sabotage can go a long, long way playing on that B pick. So for CraZe, they've got to tie this up now, and they are advancing on the Sabotage spawn. If they can make this happen, now he's got his super as well. This could be a great opportunity to go to match point.
Yeah, I think for CraZe Clan, they just need a Sandy super if it gets to overtime. That's the only chance for them to win it, but we might not even get there, as they do have a push coming in now. 2-on-2 situation. Now we did take quite a bit of damage, goes down before he can make any sort of moves, and now we are on a 3-on-1 in favor of Sabotage, 5 seconds away from overtime. They don't have a lot of supers available, but they're going to try to make the most out of it. Twisty low HP, needs to be careful, goes down. Ball is on the left-hand side, and RZM just doesn't have the opportunity to pick it up right now. No, he's going quite aggressive. It's the Primo duel, but RZM isn't really winning it so far, as Rama is providing quite a bit of assistance. Good super there. KC is so low as well. Now we're going for the jump in. This is looking excellent for CraZe Clan, and the pass to the right-hand side, no way to stop it. CraZe Clan at match point.
And if RZM was running suplex supplement, that would not have been a goal, and that's the risk that you run by running Astro Bell. It's one of those things that a simple gadget change or decision can make a big difference. CraZe Clan then move on to match point, and what a fantastic moment for them. Sabotage are trying now then to stop them in their tracks, but this just got really real. Whatever happens in this game is going to either mean that CraZe Clan move on to the semi-finals to join SK Gaming for a battle there, or Sabotage will take it to the third and final set. Either way you look at it, it means a lot to both sides, and I just don't know at the moment who it's going to be. It seems quite balanced in the way that both teams are playing, but I don't know. CraZe Clan in that last game definitely had the edge for me.
Yeah, they're playing better overall. In most of the games we saw, except the first gem grab game, I feel like they were playing a little bit better overall, and Sabotage was able to clutch up in the first game of Brawl, but even then, I feel like CraZe were slightly better, and overtime really, you know, was where they could shine, was the B pick on the side of Sabotage and make the difference. We'll see if we have some comp adjustments this time around, not on either sides. Actually, so RZM going quite aggressive. I thought he might go for a play there, but Bull was not in position to do so. Has yet another super available, and he's looking to cause some problems in that defense, but does go down ultimately to now.
Okay, well, Twister's amplified a shot up, but didn't connect. He's got one more left to make it do, and now back to having to earn it again. Super will connect with Meow, and that's a really good person to connect it on, to be fair. It will open up this mid massively, so RZM can super through and break a lot of this terrain as well if they wish. He's going to do so. Great pass, and timing from Twisty there as well. Nicely done. Great start there for Sabotage.
Yeah, great team play. And look at the damage early on already. It's a 3-on-1. Now he's low HP and he doesn't quite jump at the right place, but you can't really blame him because he was all alone there in the end. Sabotage going to be pushing things to set number 3.
What an explosive game. I mean, it's over before it pretty much started there. I didn't really get to see too much. It was just so explosive. I mean, CraZe Clan definitely there for me, dropped the ball a little bit and didn't try to take the pace down of the game. And as a result, they're going to lose that match point. That could be really, really costly, especially as you rightly said earlier, you know, Bounty being a very different game mode with the ability to take the pace down. Could be exactly where Sabotage needs to get to in order to bring this back and go through the semis.
Yeah, this was really, really strong from Sabotage and very important in their process to perhaps making it to the semi-finals. We talked about it earlier, but Bounty can be quite volatile, especially on dry season. It's a very interesting map, and it's also one of the fresher maps in the competitive map pool right now. Teams have had time to get used to it, but maybe not quite as much as some others, and that could make things really interesting as well. And I'm all down to see how it goes down here in this third and final set.
Oh, the game was so quick. The stats didn't really necessarily show too much, but the goal is all that matters. And going forwards then into our next mode. And yeah, now it's a really blank canvas for either team to really capitalize on. Dry season is the map and mode. And you know, going back to some of the bans that shine through for me, you know, Sprout there, I feel was actually a ban which was quite relevant then on the side of Sabotage. And that could definitely come back around here as well. You know, curious to see, you know, with Stu out the mix as well, how that's going to make a decent change and impact here. The bans on the Sabotage Esports side of things was Spike, Sprout, and then CraZe Clan had Barley and Stews. So definitely Bell is a big one that's available. We've seen a lot of Ruffs coming in and Tick and other various brawlers, which, yeah, we're going to see actually all 3 of them, I think, and that's going to be on the mirror side. So, yeah, nailed that one. Let's see how both teams adapt and apply it. And the first sign of a casualty is going to be Meow, and that's going to give a 3-star lead then at Sabotage early on.
Yeah, Rama quite low HP, and he's going to have to stay away from his teammates for a second. Not quite going to buff them up as much as RZM has. And they're looking to get those supply drops to maybe make the difference in this matchup, as CraZe Clan is going back for center control. Sabotage can afford to play defensively, and that's the advantage of getting that blue star, getting that lead early on, and obviously the 1 kill they found as well. So things are not looking too bad for them, but you always got to be careful, especially with a Tick against you that did just pick up the supply drop. So he's getting buffed up, will be giving a little bit of extra damage and more tanky as well. So he can take some slightly larger risks and still find some nice value for his team.
Yeah, buffed up, trying to juke his way forwards and get the takedown. Twisted with the last hurrah. That isn't quite connected there, but the head is going to come back in, and a miss shot from KC does mean that he'll tank a hefty amount of damage. Getting healed, well, getting the HP buff along the way from RZM as well. I do tend to feel like, you know, this is one of those bounty maps just does cater towards being on the defensive side of things, but look at Meow here, does take the Tick head, and RZM almost then went down to a nice shot there from Naui, but it's still at 3 stars that we saw, and that was a very, very early start. But at the moment, Sabotage just about holding on, 15 seconds left, and we've got to see a push now from CraZe Clan.
CraZe Clan need 2 kills, no matter what. So Sabotage can afford to sacrifice someone like KC in this situation to create a bit of extra space, and never mind, sacrifice what? He's gonna get 2 kills instead and get a flawless game here from Sabotage. 9 stars to 0, match point in their favor, and we might be looking at the reverse sweep arc.
I mean, that's going to be a demoralizing thing for CraZe Clan. To not get a single star, you know, in that game it's going to be something which they're going to really have to forget happened going into this next game, because, you know, that's a ton of momentum, massively so on the side of Sabotage Esport, and, you know, they're running the same comp. So it really comes down to getting that early lead and playing super aggressively to be rewarded. So, but this could be the turning point here in this competition. And I don't know, CraZe Clan have got to respond with something. And I don't really necessarily know comp-wise what they could really do to go about this. I mean, they've got to take a risk. They've got to be daring here. I don't think matching the mirror is going to be the way to go.
I think either they need to take a risk, or if they do decide to match the mirror, they need to fight for that blue star more early on. They just gave it too freely, I think, to RZM, and Sabotage were able to capitalize of it just quite a lot. And we have the mirror matchup once more, which on this map is kind of to be expected. There are some other options, but just not that many. And fact is, CraZe Clan did pick up that blue star now, so it's going to be Sabotage that need to get a bit more aggressive. Almost picking up a kill there onto Rama, but the Sandbags will tank that shot for him.
Well, let's see now how this shifts in terms of momentum. It will just require one takedown for Sabotage to swing the balance. No kills or deaths as of yet. Rama looking pretty low in the mid there, forced back, and that's going to bring some momentum as the tick head goes out from Twisty, and it's going to find its way around. The rough Sandbags will prevent that, but Meow does go down. That's going to bring the star lead in favor of Sabotage, and now he's trying to get these shots into Rama. It does actually pay off. Arsenal goes down there. That is going to swing things even more so. So CraZe Clan is starting to gain a little bit more traction in this game, and that's a good thing to see.
That was such a beautiful shot from Noe, just very quick on the trigger, getting his super down as well to finish him off. Really creative play. But right now, Sabotage are 2 stars behind. Kill on Madara or Noe would give them the lead back. Meow not quite enough because of that blue stars, and it's looking like Meow might be the one that goes down. He will. Now, this does open things up still a little bit more for Sabotage, as they are in a good position to pinch them off. CraZe Clan just with no cover. Right now, the positioning is just better for Sabotage. They might capitalize on this.
Sabotage very low as well, and Meow definitely being targeted in a good way from Twisty, just connecting with a lot of this aggression. Let's see, 10 seconds now. This will be going to match point. Match point. The blue star still with CraZe Clan. They've got to make a move now and evading shots. But down goes Meow at 6-7. 7 back to CraZe Clan with a takedown. Can they hold it on for the remaining seconds? Just about. Oh my goodness me. CraZe going to hold on just at the end there with some back and forth, but match point, match point.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit of a missed opportunity for Sabotage. If you look at their positioning, they had so much more cover than CraZe, and sure, you know, CraZe had the advantage of having to defend, but a little bit of an overextension perhaps. I mean, they were really hungry for that kill. I feel like still they could have played a little bit more defensively and take a little bit less of a risk towards the end, but you know, nerves are high. It's a monthly final, and those guys, I mean, they haven't attended the most monthly finals lately, so definitely can see how that can cause some trouble. But look at that blue star already picked up by RZM, and so far, last time we saw how much value they were able to find just off that blue star.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the way that CraZe Clan came out very aggressive there, but they were not able to gather the blue star, which is a problem potentially. Let's see. It's going to be Sabotage back on the spawn and an early tick head. Not taken down that well, it's got to be said, and that's going to lead to Twisty's demise. RZM didn't connect with any of the shots to defend that, so that's a pretty bad start, and maybe some signs of hesitation starting to show from Sabotage. RZM did well after you kill a lot of those shots, but now the aggression has got to be returned, and things are so tense now. Again, match point, so whoever wins this game goes through to play SK in the semifinals.
Yeah, a minute left to decide whether it's going to be Sabotage or CraZe. So far, CraZe was a bit of an advantage, and the first power up to come through there onto Meow. Twisty getting pushed once again, and yeah, dealing with those tick heads has been a little bit miserable here for Sabotage, as here they do waste a last hurrah as well that can be also valuable towards the end game. Tick head trade on the left hand side, going to be removing a little bit of cover as well. Twisty going very aggressive here, wants to be a little bit careful perhaps. 25 seconds, and positioning is getting better and better for Sabotage, but can they capitalize? Can they find the one kill they need to take them to the semifinals? RZM very aggressive, goes down. Twisty goes almost down as well. Look at that team wipe for CraZe Clan. I think that should about seal the deal for CraZe, as they will be going to the semifinals to face SK. GG's well played. Sabotage, you know, they had a smooth ride in the monthly qualifiers, but the level of play was just a little too high here, as CraZe Clan were able to clutch things up towards the end and secure their spot to the next round.
great return from CraZe. I mean, you saw like how they adapted and just became very aggressive when they conceded a loss. Something that you don't often see against some of these teams. They just kind of tend to just let what happens happen. They did not do that. They fought hard and they kept the same comp and just played it better. And that's a really admirable thing to see. They will move on then to our semi-finals to face with SK Gaming in that upper bracket. So congratulations to them, knocking out a really worthy contender along the way as well. I felt like there was some great moments for Sabotage, but just not able to cut it at the end of the day in Bounty.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate for Sabotage, but as we mentioned earlier, you know, for them, it's maybe a little bit less important today, mostly just here for the fun, for the thrill of being at a monthly final again, not necessarily with the highest ambitions, at least, you know, coming into today. It's still a very nice performance on their end, don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, it went to double match point, so it could really have gone either way. And a couple of mistakes in that final game is really what set those guys apart.
Yeah, it was a challenging thing. I think RZM maybe could have done a little bit more in terms of the defensive on the tick heads. We saw Twisty as well using a lot of the last hurrah just in the event of, you know, those shots not connecting, having to then have a backup plan. And towards the end, the time was just running out and they had to go super on the aggressive. And that's not really where you want to find yourselves on Bounty, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, both sides can be very, you know, looking back on that performance and feeling pretty decent about it in all fairness.
Yeah, I think so too. I think in the end, they're both going to be pretty happy with how things went. I mean, obviously, you know, a bit of disappointment for losing, but still, you know, they played well against a team that has been playing together for a very long time, and that's already impressive by itself.
Well, two quarterfinals down, 2 more to go. Teddie, we're going to wave goodbye to you briefly to bring on Falcone. We're going to brief word from our sponsors first. To grab a sombrero, put your fire extinguishers on standby. Things are about to get spicy.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Amber, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the sleepy tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
You know, that's a really good point, Ark. What is a show without a topless performance from El Primo?
Are you asking me to cosplay today?
Oh, is that an option?
I don't know. I mean, why not?
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Monthly Finals, the EMEA region. We have kicked things off with a bang, Ark. I would say that second match that Teddie and you just cast, that was, for me, the surprise of the day. I mean, obviously, Sabotage was quite an interesting team to begin with, but wow, that was quite the match.
Yeah, it genuinely could have gone either way at the end, and it just goes to show, you know, like, even against some of the best teams in the world, anyone has a chance. So, you know, again, like, make sure you're submitting yourselves in for those monthly qualifiers and give yourself a chance. It could be you who's in that same position next time round.
Absolutely. Well, we have got another interesting match coming up between Big and Blood Diamond EU. These two teams, we haven't actually seen much of them recently. Both have made it into monthly finals in the past, but neither of them have qualified over the last few months. So the chance of qualifying to Worlds is a little slim, but still possible.
Yeah, I mean, that third, fourth, and fifth position there is honestly up for grabs in a huge way. Blood Diamond, I've got to say, in fact, both teams are in a really great spot right now in terms of their, not just their position in this competition, but outside of the competition. You know, Big, honestly, just, you know, knocking out some huge contenders with a lot of wins over, you know, big teams like, you know, Tribe, EXO. Blood Diamond this week had a huge win over SK Gaming. So in that respect, you know, these two teams, you know, you've got to take them seriously. I don't really know who's going to come out on top in this one.
You've got to take teams seriously just for qualifying. I mean, think about all the teams that we know and love who haven't even qualified to the monthly finals this month. But let's not dwell on that too much. We've got our maps and modes. We're going to kick things off with some Hot Zone on Ring of Fire before moving on to Gem Grab and then Brawl Ball. And things are going to get hot. As if the little festival sponsorship that we just had wasn't hot enough. Things are going to heat up on Hot Zone for sure. Ring of Fire, a very aggressive map.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite maps for Hot Zone, absolutely. And again, we're going to see some interesting Leon picks, probably, I'd imagine, coming into play here, and that's going to shift things massively. So we'll check bans first and see what they are for any strategies that teams have been considering along the way. But they're coming in right now. No bans again.
Ooh,
that's the second time
Diamond,
today.
what has happened? Amber and Belt both banned by Big though, so Stu still in the mix. And of course, Leon, as you just mentioned, still in the mix. Leon has really been shining recently.
I'm waiting to see when we're going to see a Leon ban specifically. Like, I mean, it would be actually not a bad thing to have. We'll see whether teams are going to pick it for Ring of Fire, but it's definitely a staple diet now in parallel plays for sure. I'm kind of curious to see whether we might see any team banning it out because it's such a big deciding factor in that mode. We'll see. Maybe there's been a discussion in the background between these two teams about whether they will still, keep brawlers like, maybe like Stu off the cards. That could have been a potential ban that I would probably recommend that Blood Diamond would have placed. Let's see how they fare. But definitely for me, Amber, definitely looking at double switch for that one as a ban. Backyard as well would have been great for Bell, as would Ring of Fire. So those two make sense for me.
Honestly, one of my favorite things about Brawl Stars, and something that I think has really been shining over these last few monthly finals, is how the meta is changing and evolving organically because all of the new gadgets have been added into the game bit by bit. These new gadgets, these new mechanics filtered in, again, giving that little buff to Leon, Pam, Rico have seen new gadgets, etc., etc. There's been so many just filtering in, and it's been cool to see how they've affected each monthly finals going on, and even the individual regions in the monthly finals.
Yeah, and interesting to see how some of them have not quite made it onto the ban list. Bouncy Castle, for example, for Rico is so viable. This Griff actually coming straight in. I'm going to stop my sentence in his tracks because that's a huge thing to see from Nadine. And I'm not too sure how it fares in terms of competitive yet. I've heard some of the scene kind of not really taking it that seriously.
Well, is this the first time we've seen Griff in BSC? I guess it has to be, right?
Unless it was played in the ANZ and SESAE region that I didn't quite get to see because it was very late for me, but certainly in the matches I've seen so far, this is the first time. And there's going to be the scrappy sucker there from Lars just to connect, take some of those shots away. Blacksy going in for the Leon pick as well. Actually going to be taken care of pretty quickly for me.
Yeah, Lars is doing a fantastic job as Pam, just keeping control of the mid. That turret just out of range from the other team, just staying alive, and now they're body blocking the turret, just trying to keep it alive with everything they've got. It does go down eventually. Lars is going to back off and try and get some health back, but is going to fall down, leaving just Nadine as Griff. But look at that. Stu gets lasered, and Blood Diamond's other players having to back off.
Well, this is where I think Pam's not a bad choice of brawler to have here. I mean, when you got Belle out of the mix, it really does bring her healing station into great effect, and it allows everyone from Big to really hunker down and utilize the middle of the zone. There's another scrappy out sucker there from Lars. Let's see what happens here. Not quite enough time on the healing, and the turret taken care of very, very quickly. So a good response from Blood Diamond, but a long way to go in order to build back this deficit.
The pull from Jean is going to find Blacksy as a target there, but now Lars and Nadine are struggling to get back onto the point. Only 14% remaining. Lars goes down. Blood Diamond need to be aggressive here. They need to get these eliminations in, and they've been successful. Could this be the comeback that they needed? Equok and Lars are now making their big push back in. It looks like they're going to make it big. Take the first game of Hot Zone.
And honestly, I'm so pleased to see Equok on this team. It's been so great to watch his effect and how he's brought the team back into it's such a competitive state for me. Going with, again, a really kind of out there, unusual comp. We didn't kind of expect to see, well, I know that I didn't expect to see Griff, and Pam here works really, really well. I can see exactly what the thought process was behind this. And, this is, again, the same thing that I tweeted out the other day. It was like, is Leon overrated, or is he just a really, really good option? I think that there, for me, Big are kind of demonstrating that he's definitely viable, but definitely not necessary in Hot Zone.
Definitely not necessary, but obviously does do some incredible work. Looking at Lars real quick here, 38% of team damage. For a Pam, that's not bad at all. Like, Pam isn't known for her damage dealing. Pam is known for, as a support brawler. And the fact was, that healing turret was doing so much work during that game. The fact that we'd noticed that, and what we hadn't noticed was that Pam was actually dishing out the damage as well. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, it's a great brawler to have. Honestly, I feel like Pam's actually viable in a lot more places than we're seeing her being played. And for me, Griff was really interesting to see as well. The pipe is always going to struggle against the Pam. That's definitely possibly part of the strategy, really. You know, banning Bell makes the team think that, well, then our next one down's Piper, but kind of Big have already kind of seen that approach coming in terms of what that opposition might play and gone, well, Pam's going to be really difficult to deal with. Griff as well is fantastic against the Leon at close range. You can just absolutely shred through it. So I feel like Big were really thinking through. It seemed like just a normal game of Hot Zone, but I think there's a lot more depth to what we just saw there. They're going to drop the Pam, and that's going to probably make Javi more viable on the Piper side of things. Stu on the side of Big as well, though, was dropped. I think that was being played by Blood Diamond last time round, and it's kind of interesting to see them actually drop that particular brawler. It's going to be really difficult for Javi to deal with.
Huge start for Big here. That's 2 eliminations. Javi is going to stay alive at the top there, but it's not going to matter too much as Lars and Nadine do keep control of the center. Nadine just trying to stay out of range of the Pam. Lars tanks a little bit of damage. It does avoid the homemade recipe. And now Big making a big push. Lars, a great pull on Black Sea. This is a stunning start for Big.
Yeah, absolutely out the gates flying, and yeah, interesting to see 8-Bit as well. We haven't seen 8-Bit for a pretty decent time. It's got to be said in Ring of Fire, but it's working out really, really well for Nadine right now, and so much pressure. I do like the Rico pick for Blood Diamond, but then I always do. I think it's an underrated brawler here, but it's one that's not really working out right now. It requires a big team push to be able to make that happen, and right now it's Alias J all on his own, and probably going to try to bounce the cards with this. I don't think he's going to get much value from it if he does.
Yeah, there's just no way. This is over already. 100% to 0. I feel like we never see that in Hot Zone. In what Hot Zone game do you see one team not even able to touch it? I honestly, I can't even think of another example.
Very dominant, really, really dominant, it's got to be said. And no, again, I feel like Big are in a really, really solid place in terms of the game right now. They are behind a little bit in terms of the points, but they're definitely not out of the running by any means at all. They can just bring the fire today, and they're starting off on a really, really great note. I mean, admittedly, we have got Clash in this lower bracket, and they've always been in a monthly final, grand final. But that's really getting ahead of ourselves. It's still very early days, but at the moment, Big have had a really flying start in Hot Zone.
Again, just the fact the other team couldn't touch it, that is very impressive. We're going to move on to Gem Grab in just a few moments. But yeah, it really does seem like the addition of Equark on Big was the right move for them. Big currently sit nearly 100 points behind the other teams in the top 5, so they have got a lot of work to do. But based on this dominating performance so far in the quarterfinals, maybe we're going to see some really great things from them today, and maybe we're going to start to see them close that gap.
Yeah, it feels like a gap, but at the same time, it's worth considering, Tribe Gaming EU and Nexo Free Agents did not qualify. So they got about 250 points, but they're not going to be able to really exceed beyond that this month. It's going to allow a lot of these teams behind them to be able to close the gap. So definitely a lot of these teams today are going to be seeing that as a huge opportunity of to be able to grow and stand a great chance of still obtaining that ticket for Worlds. Let's see, going into our next map, how this one fares. Double Swoosh, again, having Amber out the mix is going to be a very different way of playing this particular map. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of Tara. I think that she's a great brawler to have, especially with Amber out of the mix here, and various other ambush related. I think Jean in the mid's got to be a must here for me as well. I don't know, it's a map that I've known and loved. I haven't enjoyed it as much with Amber in play, so it's going to be nice to see her back in this instance.
Yeah, definitely. Amber has become a very dominant force. I mean, Amber has, through a lot of her life, been a dominant force. Let's be real. When she was first released, very, very powerful, toned down a little bit. Now she's in a good spot. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see Double Swoosh without Amber. There's Griff again.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Big are really, really valuing Griff. And I haven't heard many other people speak so highly of Griff in terms of competitive setting. I really like the brawler. I love it. I've had a lot of fun with Griff on ladder, but competitive players do think very differently to a lot of the ladder players, and that's one of the reasons why we're here. At the moment, though, Big are making it work with a little bit of help in hand there along the way from Equark, and Lars doing well in this right side lane. I think Ham's actually a great lane brawler to have in Double Swoosh. So Big are continuing on as similar ideas we saw in Hot Zone.
Equark doing a great job of just holding onto those gems and waiting to get support from his teammates. Health got low, but that's okay. They've got plenty of time now to regain the center. Blood Diamond Jean, though, also in the same spot. Lots of gems, got that super ready. I feel like this game is going to be decided by a good pull one way or another.
Yeah, it's the advantage having G. I'm surprised G wasn't actually banned in that instance, but again, Dean taking down this left-hand side lane on Javi and doing well to position himself around it. Big look very much in control. Look how far up the map they are pushed. Equok is gem carrying. He's already going for a pull from the spawn. My goodness me, and looks very comfortable doing it. Hit the mark. Black's going to come in with a super black hole to Lars. Will slide the lane and win it, but Dean's just going to grab that one gem, and he may even go down. It would be the worst thing if he does, but look at the value on that super on the way back. Time to perfection. Big looking fantastic here on the countdown.
There's really not much the Blood Diamond can do. They've given up. Flexi on his own does nothing. Game 1 of Gem Grab goes too big. We find ourselves on match point. And I don't know what to say, Ark, but this has just been a dominating performance. Again, we're looking at these two teams. I sort of came into this monthly finals looking at them at almost equals. We haven't seen either of these teams qualify in a few months. You know, they're kind of both underdogs in this region, but it goes to show that honestly, there's a skill gap here, and it's quite clear.
Yeah, I would say that for sure. It feels like we've only just started this series and it's almost over.
Yeah.
But it was great to see grip and the effectiveness as well in that super coming back into the spawn. It really does encourage your opposition to have to reconsider how they approach going for that. And yeah, I've got to say, I wonder whether we're going to see a lot of teams and players looking at how Big are playing Griff and what maps they're playing him on, and maybe start to think, are we missing a trick on that side of things? I think that worked out really, really well. I think that we'll probably see it again, or maybe we'll see some switch-ups as well. But either way you look at it, Big are absolutely leading the pack right now, and Blood Diamond EU have got to make some changes, switch something up. Now is the time to do it, because ultimately one game away from waving goodbye for this month is not where you want to find yourselves.
No, not at all. Blood Diamond have to change things up now. We got a Spike on the right, we got Pam on the left, we got Gene in the mid. Is this going to be enough? Lars pushing very aggressively on the right, and is going to go down. That was a little bit too aggressive, but Equok was able to grab those first couple gems. He did get that out of it at least. Blood Diamond at the moment have control.
Dean will pick up a gem. He's kind of contemplating the idea of whether he wants to get any at all. And again, he's getting so many great shots. He's connecting really nicely on this left-hand side lane. And we'll now place down the gadget there as well to break open the left-hand side even more. So Javi doing a better job was going to be on the right-hand side here of deterring Lars, and push down the life plant as well to be able to buy his time here. Definitely a much better performance for Blood Diamond EU, but is it too little too late?
I mean, Blood Diamond have got great control at the moment. Blacksea going down is potentially bad news, but it seems as though Aless is safe for now. Just biding his time. Blacksea comes back in. 9th gem is there. 1 gem remaining for Blood Diamond, Ark. It looks like Blood Diamond might actually be able to take this. There's the pull!
Well, if Equok can come back in with a super, and Team again is putting so much pressure on the situation, and you can't really do much about his team. That's the thing. If Equok can get a super, they could make a pull here, an important one at that. But no, Blood Diamond EU is just going to be staying firm and hanging on just a little bit longer. I mean, it's a good result. I mean, it's definitely the best result they could hope for under the circumstances, but now they've got to get one more win to get through this set, and Big are going to be absolutely learning from some of their mistakes there. They might make some changes. I don't think this one's over by any means.
Blood Diamond were just doing a great job of just repressing Big at the end there. Look at Javi on the right, just peppering Big with damage. They couldn't go out of their way to deal with the spike because they need to get the gem carrier, but they also couldn't avoid the large chunks of damage coming in from the spike. Honestly, Blood Diamond positioned themselves really well at the end there. It was a great job. It seems that once they're able to get the 10 gems, they're able to hold on to them. But the question is, are they able to get the 10 gems again in the next game? Or will Big now be doing something to counter this new strategy?
I'm surprised that there's no Tara though. Like, I mean, it seems to me to be one of those brawlers which would help out so much, and it could be an adaptation that we see going in. I mean, we see a lot of M's back and not even that far away. Looking back on things, just a few months ago, some of the adaptations that I'm expecting are not really showing themselves, as both teams are being quite stubborn around their choices. On that side lane, really, I think you've got to have a G in the mid. I think you just got to have it. But at the end of the day, I feel like they need another win condition of sorts to be able to really pressure this circumstance. And the Tara lane for me would be the way to go. But let's see if anyone does. No one's going to go for that. Just going to stay firm with the spike and the Pam. So, okay, let's see how this one fares at the moment. It's definitely big. They need to respond, and they are still a match point, remember, but they do need to wrap it up here, or else they will go to a third and final set.
Big are really liking Griff arc. What are you making of Griff in these games?
I think the way that team is playing is fantastic. I mean, like, I think it comes down to that. If you know, any brawl is viable, it just depends on your skill and playing it in that way. So use the piggy bank to break things open there again. Is how he will place down a super on the mid. When needing has his super and team support, he can put a ton of pressure. It's when he hasn't got that team support where he really lacks with that particular brawler.
Oh, a missed pull from Equal, although still 4 gems, that's okay. Aless in the middle is able to get that 4th gem for Blood Diamond. Lars goes in, causes a lot of damage on the way down, but still, Blood Diamond now, once again, they have full control. Equal having to back off. Lars and Nadine on their way in, but are they going to be able to deal with Aless fast enough?
Yeah, Equal's definitely struggling a little bit here, and he was getting some great pulls in the first game of Double Swoosh, and in the second, it really was all Alias's J doing the work on that side of things. So until he's got his super, until we can have a little bit more of a threat there to hand, he can't really go into contest this mid or place really much aggression down. There's a great pull against Alias's J. It's going to really open up this left-hand side as Fiend comes in with a nice connecting super, but Black's going to be healing all the way around here, and Equal doesn't know that he's there.
Oh, it's disaster. Lars places down the super. Mama Squeeze really doing little bits of damage here and there. I'm liking the use of that star power. Equal goes down though, and this is a disaster for Big as Blood Diamond have 11, 12, 13 gems. Equok and Lars are going to go for it. Equok does have the pull ready, but Javi is body blocking Aless on the Gene.
This is, I honestly feel, going to be safe and sound despite anything going in. It's too little too late, and Blood Diamond a fantastic comeback, especially when we saw just how dominant Big were being in hot zone in that first game of Double Swoosh. It was almost all over so quick. I mean, genuinely looking back, I felt like we'd barely even started.
If you
but
told
now,
me 6 minutes ago, Ark, that we were going to see set 3 in this match, I'd have told you that you're insane. I'd have told you that you're speaking madness. But here we are, as Blood Diamond have really pulled it out of the bag over the last couple games. And you know what? Fair play to them.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it was time to drop the Griff pick a little bit, maybe, just simply because Tara is a much better standalone to have when you're not able to have that team support. I do feel that Griff has a place, but I was surprised to not see really any of those really strong heavy hitters coming into play, especially on that match point. But now Big will not have that. Going to be going to the third and final set, and Blood Diamond have got to be feeling like they've really upped their pace. Got to continue doing that to stay in the mix, but definitely Big will be looking back on that game and feeling like they could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. You got to be wondering what's going wrong when you're sitting in Big's position right now, because again, like you said, they were so dominant at the beginning, but losing your momentum like that, losing your flow, and having the other team really build their momentum and gain their flow, that is not a good spot for Big to be in. We're going to move on to Brawl Ball next on Backyard Bowl. And this is it. It all comes down to this, Ark. Will these teams make the semifinals? Won't they? It comes down to a couple games of Brawl Ball.
Yeah, and Bell being out of the mix here, definitely going to make a big difference. I don't know. I feel like Blood Diamond have got some serious momentum going on here now. They've got to utilize that, and again, Big are a huge team if they can get the win over. And they've beaten SK earlier this week, so they can definitely do this, even despite on the comeback. And I'm sure the chat definitely feeling like, you know, they'd love to see that reverse sweep happen. I don't know, it's still early days for me. I'm kind of on the side. I said at the beginning it's going to be a really close match. I was surprised to see actually how one-sided it was, but this is one thing about Blood Diamond that you can't underestimate. They are very good on the back foot, and now things are all level.
Yeah, things. I mean, you can't. It can't be the case that they're better when they're losing, right? Like that doesn't really make it. That makes sense as like an ability in a video game. Like, you know, you gain an advantage when behind, but in real life, Ark, like there's no way.
SK Gaming do it. They are, in my opinion, the perfect example of a team that are better when they're behind. And it just goes to show, like, certain teams will either KO under that pressure or they'll thrive with it. You know, adrenaline can be a really, really great thing if you're able to utilize it and harness it. But if you can't, then it can be a major downfall in your performance. So it just depends on how you approach things. But either way, whatever team you're cheering for in the chat, make sure you use hashtag go big for big and hashtag BD win for BD. Let's see what you guys have to say about it.
Of course, when we get to the semi-finals, we'll be seeing who everyone at home thinks is going to win the whole thing as usual. So make sure you get these tags memorized. If it's your favorite team, make sure you know it backwards and forwards and get ready to type that in the chat later because we are going to want to see. Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl coming up right now. We've got Stu, Gene, and 8-Bit up against Spike, Gene, and Leon. And man, this new Leon gadget is so cool, Ark.
I think this got a lot of potential for sure. I think that as long as you can protect it, and with Bell being out the mix there, that's a good step towards. I mean, Lars can basically pull that if he wishes, or maybe equal up with a breakthrough, and that's maybe what he's doing here, yeah. So it does have a lot of vulnerability as well, and that's showing itself now that as Blacksea comes here with the invis, looking to now keep Big guessing. Really smart play from Blacksea there. He'll show his face now, but I do like the way that Blood Diamond are approaching this one.
There we go, the gadget up again. Blacksea just intends to never be visible. If this game's anything to go by. There goes Equok though. Bad news for Big as Blacksea shoots, he scores. There was nothing in the way of that one. And now, Blood Diamond are officially ahead in this match.
I mean, yeah, I like the way they approached it, and without Stu as well, I feel like, you know, that's a great thing to display to the community, that, you know, these brawlers are not necessities sometimes. If you can play a good, strong strategy as Alice, she did miss that super there. That could be potentially harmful. Now Equok going in, super on the aggressive, the breakthrough as well to help with the support, and that's going to be a quick return. Oh my word, he actually made it! I feel like Equok maybe could have got the angle a bit better there, because I thought that was for sure a goal, but Blood Diamond EU will hang on just a little bit longer. Yeah,
and Nadine alone cannot do much about that. So the tactical TP back to go and wait for the teammates, but now Big need to do something. They have got 42 seconds to do something, or they will be finding their opponents on match point, which is not the position they wanted to be in after how things were in the previous set. Nadine and Lars just waiting on the right side. Equok moving up as well. But Blood Diamond just doing everything they can to protect that ball.
Yeah, that is the way to go, really, for me. It makes a lot of sense. Equok would be an ideal person to try to snatch out, or Lars to get a pull here, but he's been kept so low, and there is the pull. But can Equok get to this? I don't think he's going to be able to do it at all now. And that little miss earlier is definitely going to be coming back around full circle to be a dangerous thing. As Blood Diamond now against all odds, and the way that Big started this off, we thought it was for sure going to be them that were going to be able to secure this, but Blood Diamond EU are now on match point.
Oh no, how has this happened, Big? They have gone from being so ahead. They've gone from having us casters talking about how wide the skill gap is, because frankly, they were dominating Blood Diamond in the first set and the first part of the second set. But it has all turned around. Blood Diamond have pulled it out of the bag, and now they only need to win one more game, and they will have performed the reverse sweep.
Huge for them, absolutely huge, and the pressure now that is mounting within Big must be absolutely ginormous. I actually tweeted that earlier this week, Blood Diamond Hope, because of the way that they were performing in the Kesso Cup. And you know, again, I think that many people underestimate this team and their resilience and their resourcefulness in this competition. I mean, look at team damage, 46% by Javi there, and again with that amazing save to keep his team in the mix. This is now in a really perilous position for Big, and they're going to have to bring out all the stops to stop Blood Diamond in their tracks.
They are. There's no two ways about it, Ark. Oh boy, I just cannot believe we spent the first part of this match being like, oh, what can Blood Diamond do? How can they switch up the strategy to come back from this? Like, what are they gonna? They don't have a chance. To now, it's Big. They need to switch something up. They need to find a way to win. They need to find their groove back. They've lost it.
Yeah, they've got to think about how they're going to handle this, and they can't go with 8-bit again. For me, that was a big mistake. You can see how little that brawler can do really on the defensive, unless you've got cheat cartridge to hand and you place your turret in that spawn. Getting behind that cover, if it's completely intact, such a difficult thing to do. And again, a brawler that I haven't really seen played that much at all in Backyard in the recent memory. I mean, yes, Bell is banned here, but I just don't think that that's like the way to go about it. Byron and some big tanky brutes could be a way to go about this, maybe. The stew would be, for me, the way to go, but I just felt like it wasn't really getting much use. Sometimes it's a case of like, a brawler might be fantastic in the meta, but if you're not really able to utilize it in the way that you wish, and the team that you're facing are kind of a bit more savvy to how to counter it, sometimes the best teams will not necessarily scrim with the brawlers they want to play. They'll focus on countering the brawlers which they know that their oppositions want to play.
It's worth pointing out, by the way, Ark, these are two teams that have been putting in the work in Brawl Stars recently. Yes, maybe they haven't qualified for any BSC finals, but Blood Diamond made it to the finals the most recent Kesso Cup, where they did lose to AC Milan Clash, but they took down Reply Totem and SK Gaming in the process. So, they've been playing pretty well there. Meanwhile, Big won Division 2 of EU Kesso Cup, beating BK Rog in the finals. So, these teams do have a lot of experience behind them. And no wonder, in the end, they've given us quite a good match.
Well, the change to the PAM, I think it was a decent way to go here. Leon still for Blood Diamond. I feel like Blacksea played a tremendous Leon last time round. Javi staying on the spike, and why not? He got that immense amount of team damage for his team last time round. She's going to bump the ball forwards, and an early super for Javi. The life plant going down will give both healing to Alias and Javi. This is a great aggressive start from Blood Diamond. The pinch already coming in, and again, the stew pick really not necessarily doing too much. If Equok needs to go in here, I think now's the time, but Blacksea will probably place another one down further up the field if he does. Bit of a stalemate a little bit, but the aggressive plays so far for me have all been coming from Blood Diamond EU.
They do seem to have pushed that just a little bit further in this game, although we are at quite a stalemate. Blacksea obviously making it very difficult for Big to make any movement because they don't really know where the Leon is. They know approximately where the Leon is, but Javi and Aless on the right are pushing down quite hard. In fact, there goes the Pam with a great pull from the Gene, and now Blood Diamond are really starting to get aggressive.
Yeah, Equok looking perilously low here. I think Lars got to connect something here to be able to release some of this pressure. Having in the place down another super, he's absolutely dominating this right side lane. As again, Spike being a great brawler to have when you're facing up against a big tankier brawler like Pam. I'm surprised, to be fair, that actually that wasn't the adaptation from the big side of things. Equok gets to take down by Alias. Shane now in a great spot to get this ball or to pull someone through this defensive line. He's going to push forwards a little bit here and look for that. But either way you look at it, Blood Diamond can just spend their time in this position. They haven't got to really push necessarily, but Equok, yeah, I was worried about him creeping through there, and Blacksea coming in now into the mix. At the moment, Big are in trouble.
Well, they were. They're looking okay now. It's amazing how quickly things switch up in a game of Brawl Stars, Ark, as now we've got 20 seconds left. Nothing's really happened, and it looks like we are going to overtime.
That could be a good thing, honestly, for Big to be able to utilize a little bit more of their healing station and that respect and some pulls from Lars. I don't know. At the moment, I still feel like the spike pick is going to be a troublesome thing. As a nice ball from Alice, Jay comes in. Blacksea's trying to scoot towards the ball, doesn't quite go for it entirely, but let's see what happens here. He's going to try to get the ball into the mid for Needing. He's got super, remember? But I still feel like Javi's got a great advantage over him with the curveball coming in as well. It really depends on who's able to snatch this ball and make a play for this.
It does look like Big are getting that little bit closer. The health is going down though. Nadine throws the healing turret, which is going to go down to the Spike super. And now it's just a question of whether Big can stay alive for long enough. Equok dodging everything he can, but actually ends up dodging into the enemy fire. Lars goes down as well. That's a full wipe, and Blood Diamond are making potentially the final push of the match. There he goes. Leon shoots, he scores. Blood Diamond EU complete the reverse sweep and will be making it through to the semifinals. Oh, what a tragedy for Big, who were on match point about 20 minutes ago and have just watched it slowly slip away.
I feel that was thoroughly deserved from Blood Diamond, honestly. I like the way they chose their comps carefully around those final stages. What an amazing turnaround. I mean, especially against that immensely good start from Big. The way that they really did come out the gate swinging. Not even, there was that game in Hospital with not a single percentage obtained by Blood Diamond. It was just honestly all Big. So to come back under the circumstances, I think Blood Diamond and EU have done fantastically well today and can be very proud of making it to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I completely agree. Honestly, being in that position where you practically lost already, because that's where they were at. The opponent just needed to just score 10 gems and win a game, and that's it. Being in that position can be incredibly demotivating, but the fact that Blood Diamond were able to claw their way out of that and not only win one game, but actually come back and win the whole thing, truly very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what Blood Diamond can do in the semifinals.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they're going to have some tough competition for sure, either way you look at it. I mean, both of the teams up next are massively competitive in that respect, but having it again on that spike, I feel like that was a big factor for me, especially as we saw that reluctancy from Big to shift away from a lot of brawlers that were susceptible to it. 43% team damage. He was doing so much, and yeah, the kills and deaths definitely favoring the kill side of things. Great to see Spike coming back into the meta. It's been a while, and just having that life plant gadget just coming in has given him a new lease of life. But up next, we're going to have AC Milan, Clash, and Reply Totem going to be kicking it off as the final game in our quarterfinal stages. I'm excited for this one, I'm not going to lie.
Okay, now this is what I'm talking about, Ark. These are teams that we know very well indeed. Reply Totem, little bit of an underdog, but they are very tight with the other teams when it comes to just fighting for this World Finals spot. This match is big for Reply Totem. If they can take down Clash, it would shoot them all the way into third on the leaderboard, apparently. That's huge. That is a big jump.
Yeah, that's monumental. But again, you know, Reply Totem are in a really good spot. They're currently at 7th on the leaderboard, but the thing you've got to remember is how tightly bunched together the points really are between 7th and 3rd. So AC Milan Clash are on 454 points, and you know that's a huge jump when you consider the distance. But ultimately, again, that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place really is up for grabs, and Reply Totem are in a great place to do it. You know, Clash and SK have all looked upon, you know, the way that Reply Totem perform, and they definitely are reserveful in the way that they play against them. Reply Totem are a team which do give a lot of these top running teams a big run for their money, and that is a worrying thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we think of them as an underdog, but honestly, like, this region is so stacked. The word underdog doesn't quite mean what it might mean in other regions. Like, Reply Totem are a fantastic team, and I don't know. I definitely wouldn't put beating AC Milan Clash as past them. Gene, Stu, and Bell are the 3 brawlers banned here as we head into a heist on Safe Zone. Ark, anything stand out about these bans? This seems pretty ordinary to me.
Yeah, no Primo, but I don't really feel it Primo is necessary, to be fair, looking at the modes that we've got lined up. I mean, Bell massively so for Safe Zone, and Shooting Star potentially. I think Shooting Star probably going to be quite traditional in terms of the comp. We have seen a lot of adaptations coming into Shooting Star recently. Safe Zone up first, though. You know, I feel like Rico's actually been pretty viable here as well recently. Probably Colette in the minds of maybe Clash as well on that side of things. But yeah, I mean, Clash tend to ban Stu and Gene if they can, ideally. It depends on the team that they're facing. They're quite a team which like to target bans specifically. Reply Totem as well. I think they're pretty ordinary, kind of looking straightforward bans for me.
All right, guys. Well, before we jump in to the first game of this match, we have a little surprise for you. You'll be used to this if you've been watching these broadcasts over the last few months. If you type #Gene77 and your in-game player tag from your player profile in chat in the next 10 minutes, you'll be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Evil Gene skins. Do you know what, Ark? I love this skin. Genuinely, real story, this is the first skin I ever bought. True story.
Yeah.
I love this skin. Only one tag will be counted per viewer, so you don't need to spam. Just type once in YouTube or Twitch chat with #Gene77 and your player tag. The 15 lucky winners will be individually notified in game within a week. That is Gene77 and your unique player tag. Good luck! It's a really fantastic skin.
I mean, we've seen it being played a lot already today, actually, and it's kind of ironic, though. As soon as we do the raffle, it's banned out by Milan Clash. Cheers, Clash. But I agree. I think it's one of my favorites, for sure, especially when it comes to Gene. That's my go-to all the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what the reply totem will bring to the fire today. We've seen them do some great things. We've also seen them be a little bit inconsistent every now and again. And, you know, Clash have been in every single grand final from monthly finals. So that's the thing to consider here. If Reply Totem can do that, they will be breaking a huge tradition. So in that respect, again, I kind of want to root for the underdog.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is absolutely fair enough, Ark, as we're going to jump into things now, and we'll see what the teams can do. We got Rico's on both sides, we got Piper's on both sides, we got Brock for Reply Totem up against a Colt for AC Milan Clash, but all in all, very similar types of composition, although a much stronger start from AC Milan Clash, who are already attacking away at the save.
Yeah, I actually like both comps here. I think that they're both really viable. Brock can work, Rico can absolutely work. I think that the Colts are daring picking Yoshi. One of those shots didn't connect with the safe. Ultimately, I feel like Colt, if you can really nail your shots and you can be, yeah, a high-risk, high-reward choice, but there was an instance where Yoshi did hit those shots and Mario goes down very, very quickly.
Honestly, Ark, these shots from Linan and Yoshi are very impressive here. Linan just making very short work of the Brock a few moments ago. It seems that AC Milan Clash have got the center locked down, although there goes Linan. Yoshi now weak as well, getting a little bit of damage from that super in, and this could be Reply Totem's opportunity to get that same amount of damage in, if not more. Mario on the left is doing what he can, but Yoshi is in the way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just saw Linan just like hopping straight in on an aggressive position and comes back then from behind. That takedown on Soda Breza. At the moment, though, it's pretty high score. These shots, every now and again, from Clash not connecting with a safe, and a couple of percentages they would have lost as a result of that, but they're still in the lead by a fair majority. Mario because of a nice connecting super there as well, and if he gets the takedown on Yoshi, he could be in a great spot to get some damage here.
Yeah, Maori there in a great spot as well, but the super from Yoshi lasers him down, completely annihilated. Mario tried a little sneak attack there, but does get taken out, and now AC Milan Clash are free again to deal a little bit of damage to the safe. Again, Linan has missed a few shots against the safe, as you said a moment ago, just being outranged slightly. But still, it doesn't seem to matter too much, as now the Colt is dealing so much damage. Rico on the right, Chaos dealing a lot of damage to the safe too. I don't think Reply Totem can stop this.
Yeah, I felt bad there for Soy because honestly it's so little that he can do now, but now Reply Totem have got to be able to make a mark. They can't lose mid-control. If they do, then Clutch will surely seal the deal here, so they've got to stay firm and make this moment count. It's a good start. Linan low as well. Yoshi low. If they can hold this, they can actually still do this with 10 seconds remaining.
No way.
No, the takedowns are there, and I think that could be enough for Clash.
Yeah, Mario alone isn't going to be able to cut it. So, tried to charge the super there to get that little bit more damage in, but it's not going to happen. Wow, a pretty close game, Ark. I'm not going to lie, but AC Milan Clash are going to take the first gun, but that was no landslide victory at all. Yes, there was that key moment where AC Milan Clash were able to just go wild against the enemy safe, but if not for that one little moment, Reply Totem would have had a very good shot at winning that.
I was very impressed with how Reply Totem did handle those final moments, and never an easy thing when you've got so little percentage on your own save to be able to bring back the remainder to be in your favor there. But I felt the comps are good. I'm seeing good choices. I think that Clash are just really coming in with a very aggressive start here, and you can see there as well though, but if you compare Moru to iChaos, it was actually Moru getting more damage to the safe and more kills as well, so Moru doing a great job on the side of Reply Totem, and I feel like if they can just recollect themselves a little bit and make a couple of less mistakes. We saw that moment where it was really just Soy Breza all alone in that 3 versus 1. That's where Clash were able to get a ton of their damage. So if Reply Totem can stay on their feet just a little bit more, I feel like they can do this. They can bring this one back.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Ark. There's nothing to show that Reply Totem don't have what it takes so far. They just need to not lose a fight kind of as aggressively as that previous one. It's going to be the same compositions again. Maru aggressively going down the left, going to pop the gadget to recover their health, and not quite going to make it to the safe. So a bit of a disaster for Reply Totem there, as Sodi goes down as well. And Clash are already dealing significant damage to the safe. Look at Yoshi go! Nothing's in his way!
Taking down there in the end, just about the angles from Soy and Maru there, but Yeah, Yoshi did get a decent amount of damage. He's juking nicely as well. Pops there, the silver bullet connects with Solid Breastman, follows up with some shots for the continued aggression here. He gets back into that same spot. Now able to be uncontested. A lot of this safe is getting shredded here.
Absolutely ridiculous from Yoshi. Down to 15%. Okay, on the reply totem, we're going to need a miracle to win this one now. Chaos does go down on the right. Yoshi eventually goes down, but only 5% on the safe means that the reply totem are going to need to play a perfect game from this point on.
Yeah, Mari there just being patient, didn't connect with the safe and didn't connect with that one either. So again, I'm just seeing a little bit of the range not being quite closed here. And there's a nice homemade recipe, but IK's not going to come in and just, yeah, absolutely finish the safe off surely now. Some body blocking along the way. It's down to 132 HP, but I think this is already over for me.
The other team just needs to sniff on that safe, and it goes down. There it is. AC Milan Clash are going to take Heist. And wow, okay, that was impressive. Reply Totem putting up a fight, yes, but ultimately AC Milan Clash are winning those big fights. And a big shout out to Yoshi there, who seems to find so many opportunities to just clear the way and then stand still, blasting away at the enemy safe uncontested. That happened multiple times in that last game, and it was very fun to see.
Yeah, it's a risky pick, but Yoshi made it work. He was a bit slow in the previous game to get the shots on, but this one he really did make them all count. And yeah, Clash were honestly coming out the gates in a really, really good way for me. And you've got to do that. Reply Totem are actually a very, very aggressive team, but when they're overrun, it can be difficult to deal with. And Clash were very, very good at just making sure they had all the pinches in play. That second game went by so quickly as a result of a lot of those plays.
Yeah, just Yoshi loved that little corner. Just that little corner next to the barrel of the water. It was a fantastic position for him, indeed. And there you go, the 1%, 132 health left. It wasn't going to be enough to cut it. And there we go, there's Yoshi. Damage to save 28,000. That is pretty significant.
Yeah, that's a solid amount of damage down right there. Well, I mean, that's Heist gone now. That was very, very fast games. I think Reply Totem actually probably had a better chance in the first game than the second one, in all fairness, but now Shooting Star, very different pace, and it could be a chance to bring it back for them, honestly, as again, we saw how Clash really thrived off the back of that very intensive and fast-paced game. Well, Bounty is a very different game mode to that, so let's see what happens here.
Shooting Star is all about patience and outranging the other team. So yeah, it's not about the all-out chaos that we may have seen a little bit of in Heist there, but it is about range, and we have seen that both of these teams are very proficient at these range brawlers. You know, we've seen Pipers, Ricos, Colts, and Brocks, and things aren't gonna change too much moving into Shooting Star.
Yeah, no, I feel that as well. I feel like it's going to be Piper mids, or not really mids necessarily, probably a Brock or a Tick mid for me, Piper lane. Nanny as well is in place, so I feel like that's a really good thing. But ultimately, let's see. Yeah, we are going to see traditional comps. It has been a thing recently where we do see some variations around it, some people playing Leon here and there, and I do prefer the Brock mid myself.
I was going to say, we've seen a lot of Brock on this instead of Pipers, haven't we?
Yeah. Brock mid's for me a better shout, but at the same time it comes down to personal preference. Really, they're kind of balanced, but you can break open the mid so quickly with a bit of rocket fuel off the bat, and it kind of eradicates how much Tick can really pressurize you back into your own spawn.
Well, it is going to be AC Milan Clash in that better position at the moment. Yes, Reply Totem got that blue star, but look how weak they are. Piper just trying to stay alive against Yoshi in the top right. Although Piper is going to get their health back. Chaos needs to just be a little bit more aggressive and get those tick mines down for those early points. Lenan does fall to Maury's super, though. That is bad news for AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, not the best of starts for them, it's going to be said, but now Pete coming in, and Soy is going to be an easy target, being low on health and trying to recover in the process. And it's not going to be Clash the lead just yet, but that's what you'll use your peeps for. It's better to connect with a peep and not get the lead than it is to miss yours. So I think a nice start there from Yoshi. Pops the return to center to go on the super aggressive. That might have been the best play. He'll probably go down for that, and will actually give him more stars in the process, as he got the kill prior to the one that was given on the receiving side by Reply Totem.
Oh, that is not ideal at all. We got a peep coming out here from AC Milan Clash. Is it going to find a target? No, it's not. Narrowly missing the Piper. That would have made a huge difference. The Tick super goes down as well. And now AC Milan Clash need to do something as Reply Totem, although they're scrambling, they do have control of this game.
Let's see what happens here in these final moments, though.
Oh,
Great shot from Yoshi, return to center as well. Pop the last hurrah on the side of Reply Totem. Just enough time to stay in the mix, I feel. 3 seconds. Oh, stop from Lenan, but it's not be enough. Return from Lenan to Maru. And that is still going to be a win then for Reply Totem. Nicely done.
Right at the end there, there were eliminations going on all over the place. I couldn't keep up, but ultimately, yeah, Reply Totem to get that victory. Now, that was a really interesting game up because like we said before, Shooting Star Bounty is all about patience, and it does seem as though Reply Totem were able to take control of that. They ran in, grabbed the first start, backed off, and took advantage of AC Milan Clash trying to aggressively push to get that star back. It was very well played from Reply Totem, indeed.
Yeah, it was a good attempt at the end from Clash, but again, the early value which Reply Totem were able to gain was really there in the bank, and we saw a little bit of no commitment there from Clash. They've got to be careful on doing that. They are a very patient team normally, but it's got a little bit overexcited. 1 minute left on the raffle, guys, by the way, as well. Make sure that you get your tags in because you'll have 1 minute left remaining to do so. I'm sure you already have, but nonetheless, make sure that you get those tags in the next minute.
Yep, get those in. You do not want to miss out on your chance to win the Evil Gene skin. It's such a good skin. You know what? Every single skin they've given away in these things, every single one has been a skin that I have previously at some point been like, I love that skin so much, I'm going to buy every single one without fail. Now, I don't think of myself as someone that buys loads and loads of skins. So what I'm trying to say is they've got really good taste.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that one.
Really good taste.
Yeah, I mean, even for someone that's got all the skins, Falcone, I still play those ones over them. So let's see how Clash respond now. They're going to have to definitely consider the pace of this game. They have not got the blue star off the bat, and they're going to go with the same comp. And again, I still feel like Brawl would have been a nice adaptation for the mid here. But nonetheless, it's definitely a much better game than Heist for Reply Totem. And they're definitely adapting well. Wow, amazing last hurrah from Maru to stay alive there just in the nick of time. Nicely done from him. But this could be the chance for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem still ahead for the time being. They have escaped nicely. 1 star in the lead. Lenan missing that homemade recipe there as Nani just about escaping. The peep comes in. Is it going to find a target? Yeah, it's going to take down Chaos. Reply Totem even further in the lead now. Maru somehow surviving that onslaught of attacks. Reply Totem just seemed to have Bounty locked down.
They've got a really firm grasp on this game. Yeah, Yoshi as well, super low there. Somehow he has to get the pick up over the Soy, and that's, yeah, 8 stars to fall then still from Reply Totem. Peep coming in. Will it connect? It will take down Soy. That's going to close the gap.
Raffle is now over, guys. You can stop typing the code. Good luck to everyone who entered. And good luck to these players. That's Maru somehow still just about stays alive. 2 stars in it. Every single elimination counts now. As Maru's so weak, Maru falls to Chaos. And now AC Milan Clash find a second elimination, a third elimination. They just need to get out of there. I think barring a team wipe, Reply Totem cannot win this. There's another elimination and another one. AC Milan Clash are taking names and slaying their foes left, right, and center. That is how you play Brawl Stars.
You get a star, and you get a star. Everyone gets a star. My goodness me. If that's not the pop-off moment of today, I don't know what is. That was an insane moment of just sheer aggressiveness from Clash. There's the jump from Lenan just in the nick of time. Did still connect with Chaos, but after that, it was this moment here with Maru in the corner. I saw a lot of aggression from iChaos to really isolate him and push him into this mines, combine that with Lenan. And then after that, everyone just started falling on the way back to the spawn.
That was incredible. So precise. Every movement that AC Milan Clash made was so precise as they backed away, just finding elimination after elimination. And for Reply Totem, it was like, you know when you stumble once and then you like, I'm talking like real life, like, you know how you trip over and then you sort of try and recover it, but that then makes you like trip over again and again a little bit more. That's what they just did in game, right? Like they had a slight stumble and then they just pushed really, really hard to try and get that lead back. And it felt like every move Reply Totem made was wrong from that point. And not that I'm blaming them for it at all. it was a tough spot that they found themselves in. But wow, that is bounty. That's bounty at its most entertaining when things go from 0 to 11 just in a few moments, and you're like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Honestly, I mean, ClaSH as well were behind, so to really explode like they did there is going to put a ton of thoughts onto the minds of Reply Totem, because they had it in the bag, in my opinion. They were under so much of a controlling position, but again, match point now for ClaSH. You can't forget, it's almost like crept up on us there, just the way that occurred. But my goodness me, fresh now for Reply Totem to reply to this.
Yeah, they have got to do that indeed. They have managed to once again to get their first star and back off, but it's a question of whether AC Milan ClaSH can safely retrieve that star from them or not. Milan going to intentionally take the damage from that peep there, knowing that it won't be enough to get the elimination, and now back off and recover that health. Maru falls to Yoshi. I didn't even see that happen up, but now ClaSH have their lead.
Peep Grenades connect as well nicely. Yoshi now on the 4-star as well. 3-star lead for ClaSH then, and the blue star in their favor. Soy coming in, cannot quite connect and close the gap between himself and Chaos, and the ticket coming in is taken care of nicely, and credit to Soy there, so Maru can breathe a sigh of relief and chance to rebuild themselves up. Yoshi's super low on the bottom right-hand side as well, and that's going to be a definite target for Soy, who's defended well by IKL, so a lot of back and forth this time round. So much at stake.
There is a lot at stake. Indeed, eliminations happening on both sides there, but AC Milan ClaSH managing to stay in the lead. That is huge for them, as Reply Totem still need to push their way down. Chaos popping the gadget just in time to protect himself from the peep. 15 seconds on the clock. Reply Totem need one elimination arc. Are they going to manage it?
Here comes the peep though. Soy will go down. That's going to externally for ClaSH. Oh, and another one falls, leaving just Mary all alone, and that's going to be taken care of in equal measure by Lenan. Fantastic from ClaSH, and they will proceed then to our semi-finals.
Wow, amazing. A similar story at the end there over the last few seconds. AC Milan ClaSH just able to just annihilate everyone in their path. Very impressive gameplay from them. That was a fantastic match. Well played as well by Reply Totem, but ultimately it shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone that AC Milan ClaSH qualify for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, valiant attempt though from Reply Totem. Honestly, I feel like they did really, really well in the circumstances, and if they just got through that last game, then we would have seen a very exciting finale in the third set. But yeah, I mean, we have yet to see ClaSH not make a semi-finals. We're going to see them in again later on today, taking on Blood Diamond EU. Then we got our semi-finals all set up, but what an amazing display we saw from ClaSH, especially in that last second to last game of Bounty. Just absolutely look like they're on top form today, honestly.
Yeah, just very, very well played. Like, honestly, on both sides. Reply Totem obviously got their big win on Bounty, which was very cool to see. But then this moment where Reply Totem on the way down, just falling to pieces. Then there goes the Piper as well, getting a little bit too close and personal with a Nani. It's very, very cool. And then a similar story to a lesser extent in the final game. The tick head finding the other tick as a target was huge. Mori goes down as well. Obviously, that was going to be GG. Yeah, well played to both teams. Congratulations to AC Milan ClaSH. But that is going to be our quarterfinals over and done with arc. We have got 4 fantastic teams that we are going to be seeing coming up over the next few hours. I think we've got a good day of Brawl Stars ahead of us.
Absolutely, and worth to mention as well, that's ClaSH qualified for Worlds because they turned up today. That was the factor which was from in. They had to show up, they had to play the game. They played the game, so that is them as well joining SK Gaming in Worlds. What a day!
All right, well, that is going to be our quarterfinals over and done with. I think it's just about time that you take a well-deserved break. We're going to get Teddie to come back in, but first, let's take a look at one of our fantastic, most valuable player videos.
Legendary brawlers are notoriously hard to find, but legendary players are the holy grail of Brawl Esports. Welcome to MVB, Most Valuable Brawler, the series where we shine the spotlight on the most legendary players in Brawl Stars history and highlight the reasons behind their greatness.
Does get a nice heal from Poco, but with another pull from Gene.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, the reversal!
Today, we're focusing on the EMEA region to draw attention to a player who has been continually at the top of his game since the birth of Brawl Esports. We are, of course, referring to none other than Skyrix of SK Gaming, and without further ado, let's talk through some of the achievements that make him so deserving of the MVP title. Skyrix is an Austrian pro player who catapulted his way into the competitive scene at the first ever Brawl Stars LAN event by winning the 2019 Red Bull EMEA in Dortmund, Germany, alongside his then teammates YDE and Consti. Skyrix and his teammates Jeton and Semantic have been unstoppable this year with SK Gaming. They are absolutely dominating the EMEA leaderboard and flaunt a high number of points following 4 consecutive victories at the monthly finals. As a world finalist in 2019 and 2020, Skyrix is one of the elite few who've been skilled enough to compete on the world stage in back-to-back Brawl Stars championships. And this year, it would be fair to say he's exceedingly likely to be making a third appearance.
So I've been playing Brawl Stars Esports for almost more than 3 years now. I had a lot of ups and downs, especially in the 2019 World Championship, where we lost in the quarterfinals already. It was pretty frustrating. And then I qualified also for the 2020 World Finals. Did pretty good there, lost in the semifinals unfortunately, but to be honest I felt like we did really good as a team and I was really happy with my team performance. So all in all I would say in those 3 years I've been playing, I feel like I've been doing pretty good.
Skyrix is one of the kindest, most respectful and modest players in the entire competitive scene. He's one of the more elusive pros who is not necessarily quiet around those who know him best, but most importantly, he understands the importance of managing one's ego. For someone so incredibly skilled, this sets a fantastic example for the entire community, and he demonstrates better than anyone that achieving great results is the most powerful way to make a statement.
So since I've been playing Brawl Stars Esports, I switched up my teams a few times, and I tried to get along with all of them, try to have a healthy environment with them, and not to try to be toxic or anything.
Okay, but the nanny, the tick, is going to potentially go down and Chesson can evade. No! Skyrix!
Skyrix enjoys an aggressive playstyle and is very accomplished with brawlers that fit into that category, such as BB and Surge on lane, but he is also often the first to pass on that role, allowing his teammates to take the spotlight while he plays support when needed, with brawlers like Colonel Ruffs, Colette, Bell, and B. Not only is Skyrix one of the most diverse and versatile players in the world, but one who assesses each map and mode carefully to determine the best course of action for the circumstances.
To be honest, I would describe myself as a defensive player, because also most times in gem I play the gem carrier, and when you have the gems you have to play really defensive. I don't really play aggro, and I don't also play like aggro brawlers like Stu or anything.
The top players can make competitive Brawl Stars look easy, but the real testament to any player's worth comes from 2 determining factors: longevity and consistency, and Skyrix is the complete package. It's entirely normal for players to fluctuate in terms of their performance throughout a season, but Skyrix is a very rare exception. He's barely had a single off day since he came into the competitive scene all those years ago. And in the eyes of the most respected competition, he's considered to be the most consistently excellent Brawl Stars player of all time.
Once we start a game, I just try to make everything as clean as possible, as easy as possible for us as a team, as short as possible, try to win them as quickly as we can.
What did you think about Skyrix receiving the title of MVP, and which pro player do you think deserves to be crowned next? Let us know and join us again soon to see if we choose them as our next most valuable brawler.
Let's go! We are back with the Brawl Stars EMEA Monthly Finals here for the month of August. Teddie, can you believe it's August already?
The year has gone by so quickly, but it's not quite over just yet, as so many teams are still competing for those final points. The final stretch towards the World Finals is getting more and more important, and the hype is just rising day after day, Dan.
A lot of teams competing, but we have 4 teams remaining today. let's take a little sneaky look at them at the bracket. We have got SK Gaming, who are going to be facing up against CraZe Clan first. A little bit later, we've got Blood Diamond EU up against AC Milan Clash. And then, hopefully, a finals that we will not be able to forget. Now, we have a pretty solid mix of teams here. We've got teams that have already qualified and teams that are going to really struggle to qualify. So we have some important matches for some of the players here and really less important for others, although, you know, they're still competing for prize money now and they're going to want that along with the respect and all of that other good stuff.
Yeah, I think this might be one of those scenarios here in this match as well. As SK, they're already qualified, so everything they get now is basically just bonus. CraZe Clan, I'm not sure what their chances are still to qualify, but no matter what, you know, they are always happy to get some more competitive experience, especially on the biggest stage, which, you know, is what the monthly finals are until we get to Worlds. So it's a win-win for both teams. They don't really have too much to lose, but I mean, you know, they're hungry for that grind. We've seen SK performing so well throughout the entire year, and honestly, I don't know if CraZe has what it takes to stop them here in the semifinals.
Well, before we say anything else, Teddie, before we give more of our opinion, I think it's time that we hear from you watching at home. Which team do you think is going to win? #CraZe Clan, #BD win, #Forza Clash, or #Brawl SKG. Choose your team, type the hash in the chat and let us know who you think is going to take the whole thing. As usual, we'll be looking at your predictions throughout the rest of the show and seeing what you think, as well as discussing what we think. And we'll see who's right. You guys watching at home or us? Usually it's you guys. We're not right very often, are we, Teddie?
I mean, some of us are, but some of us aren't.
No.
And but yeah, and also, guys, make sure you use the correct hash. No, just BD spam in the chat. That's not gonna be helping. Although, you know, the moral support might be there, and they might need it later on. But until then, SK versus CraZe, it's gonna be a huge challenge here for CraZe. I mean, especially looking at how strong SK played against Bunker in their first match today. I don't feel like I've seen, you know, anything today that showed that CraZe Clan are, you know, in a good position here against SK, but we'll see as Hard Rock Mine, Super Stadium, Split, Nuts and Bolts, and Hot Potato will be the maps here for this match. Moving on to a best of 5 should decrease the volatility a little bit, make it a bit more, you know, the better team wins, because there's less chances for upsets, although they are still possible for sure. I mean, SK is just really strong on so many game modes. Best of 5 is just gonna make them have an extra advantage here.
Yes, absolutely. They are clearly the dominant team in the region, or at least in this side of the bracket. As here are the bans, and wow, okay, we got Primo, Sprout, Barley, and Stu. These are some very different bans compared to what we've seen so far today.
Especially from SK. I mean, for 4 months, they were banning Amber and Ems every single match. Didn't care about, you know, whatever their opponents were picking. Now it does seem to be much more targeted towards both the maps they are going to be playing and who they are facing. I think against CraZe Clan, removing Primo is already just a really good idea, especially since there's a sort of brawlers that can really clutch up and single-handedly open a lot of opportunities. Sprout is a bit more interesting. I'm not entirely sure as of the reasoning of why, but maybe we'll find out as we move into those games, and we'll have a very different philosophy on the middle side, especially as we have the Jean versus Bell matchup. A little bit more of a clutch factor with those Jean pulls, but a tag from a Bell from afar is just going to deal so much more damage than what Jean can do.
Also, Sandy versus Ruffs in the right lane as another brawler difference, with obviously both teams playing Rico on the left. CraZe Clan are going to get that early lead, though. They get those early eliminations, they take control of the center, and they've set up a bunch of their gadgets. You've got the Bell's traps, you've got the Ruffs' walls that have been put down. CraZe Clan have set up this match nicely and are in a good position now. Now, Bell, even with that buff, honestly, SK Gaming have kind of let things get on top of them here.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication as well here, as SK were not necessarily too aware of that trap being placed, costing Skyrix life. Now, they do manage to tie things up gem-wise. It is still quite early on, and a lot of stuff can change. I do really want to look at those gene pulls from Skyrix, as I think they can absolutely turn around the game.
Obviously, CraZe Clan are playing a bunch of brawlers that, again, they're all for setups, right? Like Bell with the supers to debuff the other team. Oh, I was going to say Ruffs with the super that's buffed up the Bell. And if Bell survives, they're in a good spot. But Bell goes down. SK have the 13 gems, exactly as you predicted, Teddie. It all came down to Skyrix with the gene pull. And now with 3 seconds on the clock, CraZe Clan cannot do anything about this. SK Gaming take the first game of Gem Grab.
Well, then hopefully you'll think twice next time before criticizing my prediction skills. As you know, so far one prediction, one correct one as well.
I mean, it's not exactly the most difficult prediction, is it? Oh, a game of Gem Grab's going to come down to a gene pull. Oh, you're so smart, Teddie. You've got such a big brain.
I appreciate the compliments very much. Yeah, SK looking good in this one, and I do agree that I think CraZe had a really good start, especially with, you know, the setup, as you were saying, getting that Bell buffed up, just really, really strong. I do think that Sandy pick was quite smart in a way, because it does pretty well against both the Rico and the Ruffs, being able to get some very quick eliminations, as well as dealing with those sandbags quite well. So it offers quite a bit of versatility, because then I can just look at whoever the best matchup is for Rico and adapt accordingly.
All right, Teddie, what percentage do you think our viewers at home think that SK are going to win? Give me a number.
I think 87%.
87%. Let's see what you guys at home think. Let's see if Teddie was right or close.
Oh, it's for the whole thing. I thought it was just for this match.
Teddie, that's not even half what you said.
I thought, well, if you look at the percentages comparing.
No, I thought that as well.
SK
I thought that as well. Don't worry.
Honestly, it's 80, almost 80 to, like, you know, 20. I'm not really far. Really not.
Yeah.
I'm very happy
I also
with it.
thought it was going to be just the two different teams up against head-to-head. So, you know, I'll let you off. I'll let you off with that one. No, that was a good prediction. But yeah, clearly SK are the favorite for you guys watching to win the whole thing today. There's the head-to-head. 71%. That's, what did you say?
I said 87. I was 15% off.
That's not too, 16% actually.
That's a fair point. I was kind of rounding it down, but all right, game number 2 here, as we are going to see the Gene matchup now in mid. Still going to be rocking that Ruffs on the right-hand side, you know, privileging the late game a little bit more on the side of CraZe Clan, but early on, this is going to be the opportunity for SK to try to find some nice opportunities. Semantic did take quite a bit of early damage from Overload, forcing him back, and so far, CraZe Clan have a little bit of early control, which is a really good sign, since their comp is going to get better and better with time.
Yeah, Skyrix taking good control of the center, but Overload on the left actually just being a bit annoying for SK, keeping them locked down with these bouncing projectiles. Semantic is going to try and push forwards, though. The missed pull from Madara is a real shame from them, as Semantic is going to find the elimination there. Overload, though, with a good super on the left. A lot of damage dealt.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a tough position there. Jeden managed to pull back with the gems as well. So that's 9 on SK right now. They are a bit spread across between all 3 members. Semantic gonna go for gem number 10, and he wants to make sure he stays alive with the rest of the team. Rama does have a pull, which can be really, really big, because right now, whoever he pulls, if there is a kill, it's gonna be interrupting the countdown.
Oh.
Semantic goes down. A nice double kill. Look at Jeden, low HP
No
as well.
way!
And look at that. Suddenly, it's all going towards the other side. And all right, they didn't quite manage to get too many gems, but they got enough.
They couldn't push towards the enemy spawn too aggressively, could they? But that works! Pulling an enemy in to grab another 2 gems from them. If Skyrix falls here, this is a disaster for SK Gaming. Jeton is doing his best to keep Skyrix alive. CraZe Clan on 1 gem required. Can they get it? SK are pushing so aggressively through the mid. Madara completely takes the full force of Jeton's super. And honestly, CraZe Clan they're having to run for their lives. What happened?
Oh my god, what a clutch here from SK, as well, as we thought that CraZe Clan might take the advantage. SK said no, and 3 seconds left here, no chance, and Skyrix is going to be staying alive, well hidden in that sandstorm, and securing set number 1 here for SK.
That game was unbelievable, Teddie. The attempted comeback from CraZe Clan as they were running up the map. You know, with the full force of that super from the Rico, that was quite. I need to see that. Can we see that again? Can we see those moments again? That'd be great. Skyrix with that first insane pull earlier on in the first game, getting the victory that SK Gaming needed. That was, I mean, exactly like you said, the pull. But this is where things got really interesting to me. CraZe Clan just couldn't get that 10th gem, eating the full force of Jeton's super. They ended up running away with not enough of the gems, and Skyrix able to just clean everything up.
Yeah, look at Semantic's positioning, standing in between Skyrix and Rama to make sure that if there is a gene pool, it's going to be on him and not on their gem carrier. So just really good synergy, really good communication, making sure that, you know, they're in a safe position, even though it might be a little bit overlooked. Those small details are what makes SK so great, and that's why they won that first set as well. So far, it's looking really good. I think we had some really good signs from CraZe Clan. Problem is, you need more than good signs if you want to stand a chance against SK Gaming.
All right, Teddie, we're moving on to Super Stadium, where it's time for some Brawl Ball. We'll have to see if SK Gaming can keep up the tear they are on, or whether CraZe Clan will be able to pick things up a little bit. Though, again, SK, you know, their dominant tear that I'm referring to isn't just today, it's kind of the last, 6 months. So I don't think it's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely so far. We have seen in some of our previous matches today that Brawl can be a bit all over the place and lead to some nice opportunities for underdogs as well. We'll see if it's going to be the case in this match as well. But honestly, SK, they are just such a tough team to beat, no matter the conditions. Even though right now, this month is one of their weakest months in the entire year, they still look incredible.
Worth pointing out, Teddie, that although Clash and SK have both already qualified for Worlds, they are competing to get that #1 spot in the region, #1 seed, all of that good stuff. They want to be on top. They don't just want to qualify. And hey, look at that. That's the first time we're seeing Buzz today.
Well, that might be opening up some opportunities. Nice stun coming through. Semantic does get traded out, but look at Rama. He's just so low HP. And nice play, little trick shot followed up with the
filthy kill. Oh, I love that from Jeton. All right, well, here we go again. That's 1 goal already. Very, very fast. Semantic obviously doing a lot of work on the right there as the Buzz. Just trying to get his health up a little bit before making those aggressive plays. Actually going to tank that trap there just to get rid of it. Overload falls to a very quick 3 consecutive shots from Skyrix. I think SK Gaming are about to go for it.
Yeah, a bit of a mispull there from Semantic. Is going to keep charging his super as long as he's nearby. Those players is probably a couple of seconds away from it as well. Stand on to Noe as soon as he lands. Still taking some damage, going for a bit of a wild trick shot there. I think that, statistically the odds of that going in were very low, but I do appreciate the attempt.
Yeah, I mean, why not at that point? Buzz charges his super so easily. It's sort of like, yeah, may as well use it. Well, here we go. Now SK Gaming playing defensively. A very nice super from Buzz, going to trade with Madara. If they can get rid of this surge, then SK are going to be in a great spot, but they are having to back off for now. Spike with a well-placed super. Jeton just about manages to avoid things and stay alive. But CraZe Clan are still pushing down.
Yeah, I really love the Baron pick as well. I think it's providing so much value, and damage output-wise, besides the super, it is just, very similar to what Belp can provide. And extra to that, you have so much healing as well, and that can come in clutch. Look at that, so much healing in a burst, keeping Skyrix so
should
alive.
be so dead.
Yep.
Skyrix should be so dead right now, but Jeton has done everything he can to keep him alive. Now he changes his focus to Buzz, but that's fine. 10 seconds left. CraZe Clan cannot do anything to win in that time, which means game 1 of Brawl Ball is going to be going to SK Gaming as they keep up their dominant streak for today. Obviously, we're now in semi-final territory. We're best out of 5, so we're not on match point. But still, winning gem grabs so quickly and then winning the first game of Brawl Ball just like that. Things are looking great for SK Gaming.
Yeah, they almost make it look easy, They get that initial goal, and then it's just a minute and a half of waiting, pretty much, and just making sure that there's no opportunities, no mistakes. If there are no none of them, unless there is some sort of a miracle or huge clutch, I mean, it's just decreasing the odds of winning so much for CraZe clan that have to go aggressively non-stop. And usually in Brawl Stars, you do have that advantage of playing defensively. And once you already have a goal, well, you can just play defensively until the match is over.
I'm loving all of these player portraits that we have now, Teddie. I know we've sort of been filling them in over time throughout the months, but like it feels like almost every player today has one, and it looks great. Doesn't it look great? It always feels like being in the room with them.
No, they definitely do look pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, right now, SK Gaming, just a game away from securing a second set, and that would just make things much more complicated for CraZe.
Yes, it would indeed. Obviously, it's already an uphill battle, but being on match point or the final set when it's best out of 5, that's not the place you want to be in. We need to see CraZe get at least one win here. They've shown that they've got some potential. They have made some good plays. Let's see if they can see it through for at least one game as we begin. Game number 2 of the week.
Yeah, I still love that Byron pick for SK. Look at that, Jett pushing up. There's nothing stopping him.
Oh my god.
That was so close. Oh my.
It didn't look like he should have been able to stop that.
No, I was thinking the exact same. I was so confused. I was already calling it a goal.
Sandy moves faster than you'd think, Teddie. Just a little bit. Just quickly enough.
It was such
I'll tell you what, that changed a year ago that prevented own goals. That's made a huge difference. But here we go. Semantic. Nothing gonna stop him. He's just gonna sit there, buy some time. Some would say that's BM. I actually think it's just tactical, buying as much time as possible, giving the opponent less time to catch up with you. And there you go, SK now on top.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's entirely tactical in such a situation, you know. Buying some time. We saw how good they are defensively. Nice stun coming through on Noe. That was very clutch, but Skyrix is they're solid like a rock. And there's no passing him without getting stunned or anything like that. And right now it's still a minute left, and it's still SK on the more aggressive side.
SK Gaming in a great position here. Again, we're seeing how impactful these new gadgets have been for the meta, as these Sandy stuns have even then, Jetson goes down because of one. Either way, Semantic finds the goal. That is going to be set 2 going to SK Gaming, meaning they need to win one more set, and that's going to be it. I believe we're moving on to Hot Zone next, Teddie, so CraZe clan are not going to have long to prove themselves.
Yeah, it's looking very tough for the least, as right now SK are up by 2 sets. And although CraZe clan have had a couple of good games and some closer games here and there, they haven't won any just yet. So it's always hard, you know, especially when you're getting dominated like this, to just not have any signs that you can win those games, because so far, I mean, they haven't.
It's not a nice position to be in. You start to doubt yourself, you know. Are we even able to beat this other team? Well, CraZe clan, this is your moment. We've had one reverse sweep today. Granted, it was in the quarterfinals. It doesn't take quite as much to reverse sweep in the quarterfinals as it does in the semifinals. There's one fewer sets that they need to catch up on. And granted, this is against SK Gaming, and I don't believe anyone has reverse swept SK Gaming in BSC this year, but this is their opportunity. We're going to move on to a Hot Zone on Split. To me, this is one of the classic Hot Zone maps. My mind goes back, Teddie, to a simpler time when this map was all about surges, teleporting through the middle. It was all about Ricos, bouncing projectiles around the corner. Yeah.
The good old times.
The good old days.
Yeah, a couple months ago. Yeah, good old days. But yeah, to be fair, I just want to add up to your point you said earlier as well, you know, that like the mental aspect of the game. And honestly, I think it's almost 50-50, you know. Skill goes a long way, whether it's mechanical, tactical, strategical, but just, you know, focusing on being in a positive mood and making sure that you are pushing your teammates up rather than down can go such a long way. And, you know, in Brawl Stars, momentum is so important. And it's so hard to even touch that momentum from SK, and that's the sort of aspects that you need if you want to have a reverse sweep or a comeback. You need to be able to break their momentum and tear them apart, and that's just something that never happens against SK.
No, very true. If you look at the head-to-head here now, Teddie, 69-31, people are actually over time starting to cheer on or support CraZe Clan a little bit more. And you know, I mean, I can't blame people for wanting to cheer on the underdog. They're definitely in a tough spot, but if they did make the comeback here, that would be incredible. Like we saw earlier, there's another thing with the mental aspect. Say CraZe Clan was able to win this set and then start winning the next set. It would actually be SK that would suffer even more mentally, because like going from being ahead and being able to taste victory to falling behind, that can really hurt your gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so far, I would still say it's a pretty bad situation for CraZe Clan, as right now, I mean, they've had no signs of victory. They had some closer games, but even those were not like incredibly close. You know what I mean? It's not like they were almost there to pick up a game. It still feels like they're a little bit powerless in a situation like that, and that just can be as devastating as getting your momentum stopped.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, I was talking about the good old days with the competition. Well, SK Gaming agrees with me. We got the Surge, we got the Rico, we got the Ruffs to bounce projectiles. CraZe Clan, though, have gone for something dramatically different. We've actually got, would you call it, is this Poco double tank? I guess so, with Poco, Frank, and Buzz.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, you know, if Buzz is quite a tank. He's quite tanky, but he's not like, he's definitely not a Frank. I mean, there's only one Frank anyway, so I guess that's an easy point to argue.
Yeah, Poco double Frank is not a composition.
No, luckily it's not, but look at that. Aggression from Noe, getting a nice stun there onto Semantic, and with that position, he can just keep stacking his next super up to try to contest Skyrex. So far, this game is going much better than everything we've seen so far from CraZe, but they still need to be careful, especially with that right lane and the left lane going the way of SK. They're 100% catching up now, and if they can get some supply drops from Semantic, they might be able to open things up more. Overload is going to do the job for them, and I'm not sure if that's the most in their advantage. Sure, it blocks some of the bounces that Jeden can get, but still, they have that extra range, and Overload is just taking so much damage.
Outrange CraZe Clan dramatically. I don't think opening things up really does benefit CraZe Clan at all. Frank and Poco are just left stranded if the map is completely open. A beautiful jump from Skyrex on the left. And it really is feeling like this is pretty much game over for CraZe Clan, as Skyrex stays alive for a couple more seconds, and SK Gaming now find themselves on match point, Teddie.
Yeah, match point. I mean, you know, so far it's very dominant for SK, and I feel like a lot of the games aren't, you know, that one-sided, but in the end, with SK, you always feel like they are somehow in control, and that's what most teams have been saying about them as well. You know, whether it's the comps or the execution, they always feel like somehow they're getting countered. And it's just tough, because SK, even if you do counter them with a really nice comp, take some risks, they're still gonna make it look like they're the ones countering you, while on paper, you know, you have the better team composition. So they're just such a hard team to play against, and I feel like CraZe at this point, you know, they just don't have the experience behind them. They don't quite have the level to be able to match SK and maybe overtake them. You know, right now 5-0 in games in favor of SK. I feel like we're looking at a 6-0 then.
Yeah, it's definitely looking likely. If CraZe Clan were ever going to have this moment where they can find it within themselves to make a comeback, this is it. Their biggest opportunity ever in the Brawl Stars Championship begins now. Can they take down the Titans that are SK Gaming? One game of Hot Zone stands between SK and making the finals once more. And I would say, look, Teddie, let's be real for a second. Let's be real. Finals for this month, probably going to be SK versus AC Milan clash, you know? And let's also be real a step further and say we could probably have said that from the moment we first saw the bracket. That would have been our expectation. They are the two strongest teams in the region. That is what's most likely to happen. But anything can happen in Brawl Stars. Miracles can happen, and you never know. CraZe Clan could find it in themselves to beat SK Gaming here. I'm here for it.
I mean, you know, it's when hope seems to be completely lost and that all odds are against you that you can create esports history. I don't know if this is going to be esports history in in the next 2 minutes, but the chances are there. And CraZe Clan, if there's one time to do it, well, it's now, because otherwise they're going home.
Yes, that's it. Well, I mean, probably playing from home, right? Like that.
That's
the
a
last
fair
2
point.
years has kind of been a case of, playing from home and do most things from home, actually. But yes, your point still stands. they do not want to be leaving the competition now. Apologies for the delay, guys. The match will be starting any moment now. Believe me, we are as excited to jump into it as you are. We're probably just waiting for a player to ready up or to join the lobby or something like that. But SK Gaming versus CraZe Clan will find its conclusion one way or another in just a few moments. Teddie, what did you think of the Poco Buzz Frank strategy then, having watched that?
I don't think it was bad, but honestly, I like the comp. I genuinely do like the comp.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like they were struggling a lot to find the most value out of it, and that's the problem with SK. Even if you have say a slightly better comp, they're gonna make it look like you're the one getting out comped, and it just makes things really, really hard to approach. And it's a very demoralizing way to play as well. So far, both teams securing their own zones. Map is getting opened up. That should be a little bit more in favor of SK. That decided to bring in the Griff as well.
Yeah,
this
Griff
time
is going out of
around.
his way to open up the map there. Semantic already having popped 2 gadgets in order to do that. Let's see if it does work in their advantage or not. They do slightly outrange CraZe Clan, but not by a drastic amount.
Yeah, definitely not. It's very, very close, and especially once Noe starts leveling up, which he's doing right now, it's gonna help him out quite a bit. Usually Split is a pretty good map for CraZe Clan. I've seen them do great things here, even beat SK in a couple of games in a qualifier a couple months back. Obviously, the meta is very different, but look at that Griff super from Semantic,
Very nice.
getting a nice kill, and he already has his next super lined up.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Semantic needs to get Surge out of that left hot zone. All of CraZe Clan takes loads of damage as Madara and Overload are both low on health. Those cards making short work of Overload, but Overload popping because new healing gadget to get back up and healthy again. This is a really intense game. Both zones complete for one team, 57 versus 56%. It's just a case of who wins this next team fight.
Yeah, and buffs are flowing on both teams, 2 for each. Everyone buffed up but the Ruffs, but Rama is looking to maybe make it a little bit different here as he secures his final buff.
Could that make the difference?
It definitely could. Skyrix unlocks his, but goes down before he can use it. Jet and low HP needs to be careful. One-on-one trade, but that's not good enough here. Semantic gets sniped off by Noe, and now Noe gets his 3rd stage as well, which is going to give him more range than a lot of the brawlers on the field, and that's going to be looking really good for CraZe.
Yeah, SK Gaming now need to aggressively push CraZe out of that right zone. 45 seconds on the clock. Not long to go. The super from Griff is going to take down Overload, but the other 2 brawlers stay alive. Teddie, it looks like CraZe Clan, after all of that, after everything we've said, are going to find their first victory. And now I'm going to say it. This could be the start of something for them.
Maybe a little bit too optimistic. I feel like, you may have forgotten about the 5 games we've watched before. But as you said, if there's a start to a comeback, this is it. And they started the comeback. We'll just have to see if they can win 3 sets in a row, which still looks like a very big challenge, because beating SK is already a challenge. Doing it in a reverse sweep without losing a single set anymore, I just feel like it adds an extra level of difficulty that is just really, really hard to pull off.
But the thing is, they now know it's doable. They now know that they can beat SK Gaming. They know they can beat them at Hot Zone. They've done it once. There is nothing to say that they can't do it again.
That's true. Point still stands, though, that SK beat them 5 times. And, statistically...
Oh, way to just rain on everyone's parade, Teddie. I'm just filling everyone at home with hope, with determination. CraZe Clan can do it. They can. And then you're sat there like, nah.
Yeah. Well, I would love for it to happen. I think it would definitely spice things up. I'm just, a bit rational, let's say. And you're a bit of a dreamer sometimes. So You know, as you said, predictions are predictions, and we'll see how those go down. I think CraZe have a chance at taking this set. I really do. I just feel like it's going to be really hard afterwards to, get the full-on comeback coming.
All right, we've got a straight-up mirror match this time. Again, SK grabbing the right zone, CraZe Clan grabbing the left one. Rico and Noe at the top, having a little bit of a fight. Jeton and Noe. Jeton goes down, which is a nice advantage for CraZe Clan at the start of the match. But Skyrix does some damage to Overload as well and gets level 2. So we are about even still.
Yeah, it's a really close start so far. I haven't done too many invasions just yet on enemy territory. Both zones going to be capping at 50%. A 1% lead for SK. Not something they need to worry about too much here, CraZe Clan, just yet. Still got some really nice angles on that defensive side. Now we're going for the TP in. And we're giving the lead to CraZe. Once again, just by 1%. TP in from Skyrix now is getting shut down, and he's not going to find a single kill out of it.
The middle has been opened up, and we are at a bit of a stalemate here. Skyrix going to dash into the left zone, getting a slight lead. Not that those few percentage points really make any difference. Now he does the same thing, but comes out on top. Semantic needs to do something now, but he's on his own. Oh no, CraZe Clan are just gathering those points now.
Yeah, definitely much better here for CraZe. 12% lead. It's not quite over just yet, but it's an optimistic start on the Polish side of things, as CraZe Clan have the situation mostly under control. Just gonna be careful. Rama taking quite a bit of damage. Jeden has the super available, could go for big spray at a range. And so far, a bit of a stalemate, whereas SK do need to capture a bit of that left zone if they want to take back that lead.
Jeton gets a buff. That's something. But SK need to do something quite aggressive. They need to do it now, as just nothing is happening at the moment. Jeton has supercharged. Maybe that's going to make the difference. But with only 31 seconds on the clock, SK Gaming need to do something now. Semantic needs to get into the zone. Madara is going to get rid of that wall.
Jeden has the super still. They need to do something here, SK. If they don't engage, it's going to be over sooner or later.
Is going in.
Yeah, he should be able to pick up that kill, but
no!
Look at that. Yeah, right hand side under control for CraZe. Skyrix almost finds Overload, takes him down, but Noe is still there in the zone, making sure they keep the lead, and that is going to be Hot Zone going the way of CraZe. Maybe after all, being a dreamer does pay off here, as they do secure that set. Now, it's still going to be a long journey until they win the match, but, you know, a good start.
Really, honestly, really impressive from CraZe Clan there. It was a close game for sure, but they were able to take it down. I believe we're going to be moving on to Siege in just a few moments. But first, oh yeah, there was a buzz at the start of this set. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that didn't work too well, did it?
No, it didn't work out that well. But that was the only game of Hot Zone that CraZe Clan lost, as they were able to pick things up when they went a little bit more conventional. They went with the Rico Ruffs and Surge play in the second and third games, and both times they were able to take it down. Even though in the third game it was a complete mirror match, CraZe Clan still came out on top, which is, you know, that does speak for something. It shows that when push comes to shove, they can outplay SK Gaming. The question is, can they do it again in the next set, and then again in the set after?
It sounds like there are a lot of sets that they need to win, and that's the challenge ahead of them. Now, you know, they have some momentum building up. That's the thing against SK, you know. I mentioned earlier, it's really hard to break their momentum. At least CraZe is going to be having some momentum on their side, a bit more positivity. And as I said, they noticed that they can bleed. Now the question is, can they actually take them down and finish the job? Well, nuts and bolts is where they can do that to try to tie things up in sets. It's gonna be hard though, because we all know how much SK loves Siege and how well they perform on it. Until a month or two ago, they were unbeaten in BSC and Tier 1 events for this game mode, which just says a lot about how good they are at it.
Teddie, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it time to see Lou?
maybe. I feel like Lou has been disappearing a little bit of the meta, especially because although Lou is amazing at defense, it does struggle a lot at getting those siege bots, and with a lot of the different comps we see at the moment, it's just really important to try to get as many siege bots as you can.
Lou also had a really cool new skin in the store recently.
I don't think that has anything to do with how likely we are to see it, though.
I'd quite like to see it, though.
I do like the skin, but, you know, I don't know how much it's going to impact the competitive performance of SK here.
You don't think they'd be like, oh, we don't want to play Lou, but Lou got a new skin, so actually let's play him anyway? You don't think that's... No, probably not.
I feel like that's maybe your way of thinking. I think the pros probably look at, you know, increasing their chances at winning. But I mean, you know, there's stuff for everyone here in Brawl Stars, and that's why we're all reunited around it, right? Chat,
you'd like to see the new skin as well, right? Back me up here. Anyways,
probably.
Here we go. We've got Spike, Gene, and Sandy up against Surge, Gene, and Sandy. Spike and Surge being the two unique brawlers there, but otherwise very similar on each side. A great pull from Jeton, but the pull on the other side. What the heck? Okay, that was a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, look at all the bolts Semantic can pick up now. Missed shots from Noe. Gonna be haunting them as those bolts get banked by Semantic, and they will have a nice bolt count, as well as keeping mid control, getting a little bit of early damage on that Ike. Nothing too important just yet, but, you know, nevertheless, 32% is a considerable start of that level 2 siege bomb. They have 2 bolts, get to keep control in CraZe Clan with that Sandstorm in place. They're barely even able to get in the Sandstorm. That just, you know, neglects a lot of the value that they find just by putting it in the first place. And look at that, nice pull from Jeton, finds Overload. Rama does have a pull of his own, but he's not even going to pull him under the Ike's range, and that's basically going to be a free kill for Jeton.
Yeah, honestly, SK Gaming are dominating this game at the moment. 68% health already. Spike able to just sit in that corner nicely and start dishing out little bits of damage without even getting too close. I would imagine that this push is going to do the job.
It's looking pretty decent so far, and they honestly don't have to overextend. They do know that they can, and they will, as SK Gaming gets to match points once more. We've seen CraZe being able to handle the pressure of a match point and turn around a set. However, I do feel like they showed a lot more, you know, potential in Hot Zone. And here in Siege, I mean, they were basically just under their Ike's range for the entire match.
Yeah, that was honestly very impressive for SK. It really felt like they dominated the entire thing. Those eliminations happening on both sides at the beginning were a bit hard to keep track of. Both Genes getting pulls, both Genes ending up dying regardless. But like you said, Semantic was able to just sort of wander around, sweep up the bolts, and that felt like that started the snowball effect that resulted in SK just absolutely dominating that. And we'll have to see if they can do it again. Once again, I've said it before, Teddie, and me saying these words seemed to manifest something, so I'm going to do it again. If there was ever a time for CraZe Clan to pull it out of the bag and find a way to win, this is your time!
It certainly is, because match point means it's do or die for CraZe Clan right now, and that first bolt is getting contested so much, no one dares to pick it up just yet. No, we will be the one to engage, and Jeton can't do anything against it in a mirror match, not mirror matchup, sorry, in a straight up matchup up close. It's not gonna work. Time for the first spot. I would say that could be a bit of an advantage for CraZe overall, as it's gonna make things a little bit more volatile and open up some more chaos. However, they don't really have a whole lot of control, and that means that SK Gaming are able to bank a couple of bolts. Nice pull from Rama. Yeah, that's an extra bolt for CraZe. But still, SK Gaming, I mean, they're much more in both control and in their bolt economy so far.
Yeah, I mean, SK are in control now, but that's 4 bolts, that's 5 if Madara can bank this one, which they are going to do. 5 bolts, as long as they can defend this next one, they're in a pretty good position to win the final siege. So it's going to come down to how much damage both teams can do with these. That being said, that is a level 11 siege bot coming in from SK Gaming's side now. This could be enough to just end the game immediately. SK are going to have to make these decisions now as to what they want to achieve with this.
Well, to be fair, it's only a 4 volt difference. Like, it's
true,
nice for CraZe, but they're probably just going to hold on to center control right now. They have a pull available. There is a sandstorm from Noe. But once again, look at SK. They don't let them enter the sandstorm. And exactly, Noe gets too close to it, they pull him, and it's basically useless sandstorm for the most part. That's how much value they're able to neglect for CraZe Clan. Right now, they've already caught on bolt-wise. They're going to be taking the lead any second, and most likely the final bot.
It's do or die for CraZe Clan now. They need to take control. The time is running out. In fact, honestly, let's be real, time has run out. We now sit and watch as this final level 12 siege bot will come in from the bottom of the map, head to the top, and end CraZe Clan's hopes and chances of qualifying for the finals, as SK Gaming will be your first finalist here for the EMEA August Monthly Finals.
Well, you know, so far every single month they've made it at least to the grand finals, and they won all of them but the first one, so it's looking good. SK is looking good, and no matter, you know, the struggles they've had in the last couple of weeks, they definitely made sure that that will be patched up coming into the monthly finals, as they are performing as expected. And now the question is, who will be joining them in the grand finals?
That is the question. We have Blood Diamond EU, we have AC Milan Clash, two great teams. But first, let's take a look at the best moments of what was this mammoth match, as CraZe Clan were able to push it to set 4. But looking way back at Gem Grab, which was so consistent for SK Gaming, they dominated in these early games and sets.
Yeah, SK just looked very good. A beautiful save there from Naui, but ultimately did not really change too much around. And overall, except for Hot Zone, it was a lot of domination on the side of SK, just not giving them too many chances. Beautiful plays from them all around. But Hot Zone is where CraZe Clan had a little bit of a glimpse of hope. We're able to pick up that set, reverse sweep it as well. It just wasn't enough, as Siege was just too hard, and facing SK on Siege is just an absolute nightmare.
It really was. CraZe Clan just were not able to get that control in the middle enough to win. I don't think they won a single siege bot, did they?
No, they did not.
Well, there you have it. That is going to be SK through to the grand finals. And as I said a moment ago, we now have Blood Diamond up against AC Milan Clash. Now, AC Milan Clash, as we've pointed out, have already qualified. In fact, funnily enough, they qualified just by showing up today. That was all they had to do. They didn't actually have to win anything. They just had to show up for enough points to qualify, thanks to the points they got for qualifying to the monthly finals through the qualifiers this month. So very impressive for them. Congratulations, big celebration. But Blood Diamond EU, on the other hand, look, I'm going to be real, Teddie. It's not likely that they can get enough points to qualify for the World Finals, but it is, in theory, possible. So they're going to want to be winning this game.
Yeah, you know, in theory, possible is enough for teams to give them hope. And God knows what they can achieve with that. They looked really, really good against Big Clan earlier. I think that my main takeaway from that match was Spike. So much Spike. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it getting banned coming into this matchup, as honestly, they were just picking it non-stop, and it was providing them so much value. But we'll see what Clash decides to do against them, how to deal with it, as we will be kicking things off on Canal Grande. Bushy map around the center area, and you know, I do enjoy explaining why the maps are called a certain way, so I'll just say it. There's a canal in the middle, it's quite big, Grande big, and that's why it's Canal Grande.
I feel so educated right now, Ted.
That's what I'm paid for.
Let's take a look at the bans for this coming match. What have the teams decided to do? Sprout and Stu banned by Blood Diamond. Gene and Stu banned by AC Milan Clash. So again, the bans are quite a mixed up hodgepodge today. But Sprout and Gene we have seen banned at least once each today, and Stu obviously we see banned quite often. So how do you think these bans will affect the games, Teddie?
I like the bans from Blood Diamond, although Sprout, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, iChaos is arguably the best Sprout in the world, so I do understand why you would want to get that out of the picture. I'm not 100% sure I agree with Clash banning Stu. I feel like they should expect Blood Diamond to ban Stu against them, because they most likely would. And they could have banned the Spike, which I feel like did provide so much for Blood Diamond against Big in the quarters. So I'm not entirely convinced with that. Also, Stu was not banned in the quarterfinals, and Blood Diamond, I don't think they played it once, which, you know, is kind of auto. Maybe I think they played it in Hot Zone, but only for like a game. So it didn't seem like they were the biggest fans of Stu in the first place. So I'm not entirely sure why you would take it away from them, when I'm sure that mechanically Clash can absolutely dominate with a brawler like that as well. But they probably know better. I mean, you know, it's they are the ones playing it.
Absolutely, very true. I was thinking the same thing about the Sprout ban. It's not like we've seen that much Sprout played over the course of today, but there you go. That is where they decided to go, and maybe it was a respect ban. There's nothing wrong with that after all. 58% of you guys watching at home believe that AC Milan Clash are going to win this one. I've got to admit, I actually thought that percentage would be higher. Blood Diamond, again, we talked about this a lot earlier. They actually barely qualified for the semifinals. Remember, they were at match point early on, and they did a full reverse sweep. It was very impressive, but they were stumbling early on. Whereas AC Milan Clash are quite a known entity. I'm surprised so many of you thought that Blood Diamond would win, but there you go. That's where we're at. We're going to have an El Primo face-off on the left side. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. But the Byron is there to assist him. That could go a long way in winning that matchup. They both have super right now. The question is who's going to use it better. As usually, it's better to use it second, as your opponent is going to be landing while you're in the air, and you will be the one dealing damage to him. Jumping onto high kills, well, I mean, that's a free kill.
Nicely done.
Yeah, very smart from BlackSea, and honestly a very well spotted opportunity there, as he's going to go for the jump in onto Gia. I don't know if he can win it, but look at the meteor.
No way! The gadget!
Oh.
The gadget coming in for the elimination. Very impressive indeed. Blood Diamond, yeah, BlackSea goes down, but who cares? He gets the elimination in at the same time. BlackSea is going to go down to Lenan again, though, but Lenan falls as well, meaning that Blood Diamond are just gaining more and more lead, as now they have 9 stars versus 4. Both brothers on the left have 3 stars above their heads, but honestly, Blood Diamond are in a fantastic position.
They definitely are. You have to be careful though on Canal Grande. It's easy to get pinched off or cornered up. And we could see the pressure ramping up here as AC Milan is going to try to start herding them towards the spawn, or rather the left lane this time around. But Blacks is able to get yet another elimination, and things are looking pretty solid here for Blood Diamond with that 6-star lead.
Teddie, there are so many eliminations happening in this game of Bounty. Like, I'm getting whiplash here. This is crazy. 13 stars to 7. BlackSea having to back off there. Lenan's gadget not actually going to deal with anyone. And BlackSea and Guille both falling at the same time. Blood Diamond still ahead. But Lenan's ready with the super. Is this enough? I don't think he was quick enough. Blood Diamond EU, surprisingly, at least to me, they're going to take the first game of Bounty.
Blood Diamond has been on the rise lately. They have been getting win after win, beating teams like SK the other day as well was a sweep, which is just really impressive. We'll see if they can keep it up like that, but they've been looking incredible, and honestly, it wouldn't be the most surprising if they were able to take down Clash. I mean, sure, on the bigger picture, Clash has just so much more history at the BSC, but if you look at the last month or two, Blood Diamond has been getting better and better, and they were able to match some of the best teams in the region.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't be as surprised as I am, but again, based on their sort of early performances at the start of the quarterfinals today, where they almost lost out to Big, I did not expect them to come out and then win the first game of Bounty against AC Milan Clash. I'm now feeling like I'm having to sort of reassess my thoughts on Blood Diamond. Maybe they are just a lot better than I've been giving them credit for.
Yeah, they definitely are. I do see where you're coming from as well, you know, looking at the BSC for the most part, they have not really performed all that much in the monthly finals. They barely attended any, to be fair, this year, but they've been doing some damage in the competitive scene. And so far in game 1, they definitely did that against AC Milan Clash. Let's see if it's enough to secure the set. We'll be seeing the bell coming in here for Clash now, as well, and that might be about good enough to, you know, put some trouble onto that Primo.
I mean, an early elimination from AC Milan Clash is going to put them in the lead already, which means Blood Diamond have got some catching up to do. Blacksea, obviously with that debuff from the enemy Bell, that is bad news. That's actually a real way of slowing down an El Primo, is causing them to take more damage, because he just cannot be as tanky as he'd want to be, and he's not going to win in a one-on-one against the enemy El Primo now.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard here for Blood Diamond, and that's the fact with the comps they're playing as well. It's not the easiest to get those pinches. You can't really get too many tanks from afar. We'll see what they can do as they are moving on a bit more aggressively on the right-hand side, but that Mark is just putting Blacksea in such trouble. It's just really hard for him to go for any fights right now.
It almost feels like Blacksea needs to just go sacrifice themselves to then respawn without the mark. But the problem is, what if Chaos just marks him again? Yeah, that super is ready to go. I don't really know what Blood Diamond can do about this.
Not a lot. I mean, jumping on Guille might help, but it's not enough for the kill. And look at that, Lena gonna secure an extra 2 stars for Clash.
Chaos wasted the super.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not looking too good here for Blood Diamond. Although Chaos did waste the super, as you said, but the lead is still in their favor. So I feel like they're in a pretty comfortable position. Lena going pretty aggressive. Doesn't really get punished for it either, and this is pretty much gonna be a win.
That worked out. I'm amazed that worked out from Lenan. That elimination that AC Milan Clash got that came out of nowhere. But there you go. AC Milan Clash tying things up. It's now 1 apiece in bounty, whereas Blood Diamond looked like they were going to get very close to at least taking the first set. AC Milan Clash have turned around and said, nah, that's not how it works. It's going to be set point now. We'll see which team can make it. Here are some of the best moments from that last game. And I feel like most of these best moments are going to be dominated by these El Primo jumps. Is that what we're about to see here? I think it might be. There's the jump. Alice just about gets eliminated by the enemy Byron. That was the real disaster for Blood Diamond there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that entire game was just not looking too good. They didn't get a single kill, didn't get a single star. And yeah, that's not an ideal situation. Now, it is 1-1 in that first set, so hopes are still up for them to try to turn things around and secure it. Would go a really long way facing Clash, taking that early lead. And Clash, the very big difference between them and SK is that they do ride on momentum. They're so good at abusing momentum once they have things rolling. They are so hard to stop. But if things are going downhill, they are struggling a bit more to catch up compared to the likes of SK. And that's what Blood Diamond needs to do right now. They need to steal away this first set. Otherwise, it's going to be looking pretty good for Clash, winning back-to-back games of Bounty.
Well, let's see. The final game of Bounty starts now. And Bell took a lot of damage there before retreating up on the top side. Lenan and Javi having this fight at the bottom is not going to work out well in favor of the Bell, but Bell was able to back away. Blood Diamond needs a final elimination, but no, Chaos is going to take out Blacksea, which means Blood Diamond needs to either eliminate Chaos or eliminate both other players in order to catch up.
Well, it's very low HP, almost went down to Javi's bounce. And right now, that 3-star lead is going to be putting Clash in a fairly comfortable position. They need to keep Chaos alive or both the other teammates. Kia does go down. That's a good sign of life here for Blood Diamond, especially with Lenan still being marked up. Javi having his next mark ready. They should try to capitalize on that.
I'll tell you what, Teddie. Primo's gadget is so interesting, how it targets the nearest enemy, but like the range is so long on it. It can really come out of nowhere.
It certainly can, and it can open the map up quite a bit, remove some of that so valuable cover. Blacksea is just chilling behind the wall. Javi tagged up quite a bit. Super is still available.
Ready on the left.
Yeah, they are for everyone, literally. The question is who will engage. Well, it seems like it's Blacksea, but doesn't really have too much support of that push. Ali was tanked up quite a bit in the process as well. Chaos might go down. He will, and look at that lead for Blood Diamond now.
I see Milan Clash needs to do something. They need to do it now. They need to take down Aless really quickly. In fact, Aless falls to the Byron. Blood Diamond get Chaos out anyway, though. They find themselves 4 stars ahead, and they are going to take Bounty.
Huge first set, man. Really, really huge first set. Yeah, lovely stuff from Blood Diamond, playing really, really well, and also remaining extremely calm, which, you know, is the kind of aspects that we tend to forget about, because Blood Diamond, what is it, their second monthly final or third monthly final ever for many of those players? That just, you know, shows how little experience they have on the big stage. And sure, they have been playing in the highest divisions in the community leagues, Kezo Cup and so on. But still, I mean, this is impressive how calm they managed to remain against a team like CLASH that had the lead, but they managed to turn it around and secure that set. Beautiful stuff from Blood Diamond.
A truly impressive start for them, indeed. Will they be able to keep that going? That is the question. But yeah, honestly, I'm impressed, Teddie. We're going to have to see. Of course, this is just the beginning of what could be quite a long match. AC Milan Clash certainly aren't just going to let Blood Diamond walk all over them. I anticipate some sort of comeback happening over the next couple sets, but only time will tell. Alas, there with 32% of the team damage as Byron. That's not bad at all, because we know that Byron also did a heck of a lot of healing in those games.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether healing is counted in there or not. But Ring of Fire is where we're going to be heading up next. Some lovely hot zone action, a 1-zone map as well. And that usually goes pretty well for CLASH. They do like those fights because they're just one zone. The action is very concentrated, and it does go down a lot to your long-range aim with a lot of the sharpshooters available. You know, the likes of Piper and Bell are definitely to be expected. Lou has fallen off a little bit as it's just really hard to find value when you don't have your super. And that's the thing, at a pro level, sure, supers can turn around games for sure. But, you know, most of the time you don't have it, and you still need to be able to hold on to your lane.
You do indeed. There's a lot of work to be done here for both teams. CLASH, like you said, are a big fan of this map and one-zone maps in general. Let's see if that is going to pay off for them here. Will they be able to start their comeback, or will Blood Diamond continue winning these sets and really proving a lot of us, especially me, wrong about them? Here we go. We got Leon, Bell and Ruffs versus Ruffs, Bell and Crow for AC Milan Clash. Interesting that Alice is going to find that first elimination and therefore get straight into the zone.
All right, Ali looking for some tags in the bushes. It's going to get a really nice tag. Follow Barnes onto Lena as well. Lena buffed up. Can really go a long way in that mid matchup, as Ale has yet to receive a buff of his own. Look at that damage output. Buff does come true, but he doesn't have control anymore. Ale is pushing up, will be getting that buff now, and look at that, Blood Diamond still with a lot of early control. Hot Zone is a pretty good game mode for them as well. They've had some really impressive results over here in the past, and
I'm really enjoying how Ale is taking advantage of Leon's gadget there on the left. It looks like Gear is going to go and attempt to deal with that there. There it goes. But Ale just continuously backing into it, just as the enemy team don't know just how far away he is and don't know whether he's outranging them. Very cool to see. The pin goes up in the same spot again. And I like to see Ale manipulating it in the same way once more.
Yeah, he's going to get a nice counter kills. AC Milan Clash have been catching up, having that middle control, but lovely snipes from Ali. And this is going to be putting Blood Diamond in a very good situation as Ikeos falls. The 9 gets marked up, and with the extra damage that Ali deals from his buff as well, that's just massive amounts of kiting he can do from afar. Almost two-shotting Lena at this point. And look at that, 20% lead for Blood Diamond. It's Milan catching up. Lena still in the zone, surviving as he can, but does get tapped down by Javi. Black Sea goes down to Gear. 2-on-2 situation. HP-wise, it's not ideal for CLASH. They are in the process of healing up, but Blood Diamond are so close to the finish line.
They are. This is really interesting because AC Milan Clash seems to have got better control now. Both of these brawlers have got the buffs. They're dealing more damage, but Blood Diamond are ahead. If they can just get back in for a few more seconds, they could potentially sneak the win here. Milan is getting weak. Guille is going to fall down. Blood Diamond, this is your chance. 2 brawlers down, only Chaos alive, but Chaos is dishing out so much damage.
Yeah.
Chaos single-handedly almost wiping the whole other team. Blood Diamond, this is your last chance to move in on this zone.
Yeah,
Oh my
only
gosh!
2%. It's gonna be really, really tough. Chaos does try to push up here, but the cavalry is coming in. The Crow jumps in, and that's about enough.
No way!
What a close game.
Teddie, I cannot believe how that game ended up going. AC Milan Clash making the comeback and then leaping in, the Crow leaping in just in the nick of time. Talk about taking advantage of your super.
Yeah, clutch player from Clash. I mean, you know, I think for me, one of the big turnarounds was Blacksea. It was a bit earlier than that, but he got his super and he got killed literally as he popped it. And he respawns without a super, which I think had such a large impact on retaking the mid, as it just, you know, removed the value of a Leon. It's for a big part being invisible and being able to sneak up on your opponents.
Wow. Wow, oh wow, that was such an exciting game of a hot zone. I cannot wait to jump into the next one. These teams are honestly surprisingly well evenly matched.
Yeah, it's been really, really close so far. Every single game has been, and Blood Diamond has come on top. Actually, the same amount, right? It's 2-2 in games when you think about it. They do have the set lead, but from the, you know, what they've shown here in a hot zone, I'm not ruling them out for this set just yet. Definitely not.
No, absolutely not. I mean, there were, what, 3% in it at the end of the last one? Here we go again. It's going to be Leon Bell and Ruffs up against Crow Bell and Ruffs once more. Same compositions on both sides. Blacksea going to pop that pin down immediately. And we have a very similar start to last time with Ali just taking advantage of the invisibility and getting into the center.
Yeah, Lollipop drop removed by Lenang. He winning his lane, but Ale is quick on the trigger to take him out and find that trade. Does get tagged up so heavily by Lenang. But right now, AC Milan and Clash going to be settling the early lead. Blacksea taking so much damage, gets melted down by Guy on the left-hand side. And although Ali did manage to get a couple more percentages for his team, he needs to wait for Blacksea to respawn and come back into the mix.
Milan instantly taking care of that lollipop that time was bad news for Blood Diamond, as AC Milan Clash seem to be creeping further and further ahead. Guille does fall down now though, so it's 3 brawlers versus 2, and Lenan is low on health. Blacksea goes for it and does take out Lenan. Chaos once again on his own, but he seems to be pretty good at holding the fort on his own. Blacksea falls as Leon in the grass on the left, but Blood Diamond have managed to just about find themselves ahead.
Yeah, it's not a really big lead though, and with Lenan in the zone, he does need to be careful. One of those traps would be the end of his life. They're all placed already here. He does get slowed now, but the follow-up shot from Ali is a miss. That can really go a long way. Chaos trying to go for a flank. Clash with a 2% lead. Blood Diamond do catch up now. A lovely kill on the right-hand side. Jump in from Guille. Finds some value of it, but not as much as he was hoping for. And Blood Diamond, they are going to be building up a bit more of a solid lead.
They are. They've just, I don't know exactly what it is they're doing. I think they're just taking advantage of the fight. They're just juking the shots well, doing a great job. However, Lenan is really gathering these points now as AC Milan Clash catch up with Blood Diamond. 50 seconds on the clock, 26% to go. Ali finds the elimination and now finds themselves on the point. Chaos sneaking around behind, but Javi's going to be able to deal with Chaos. Where did that first shot go? That first shot went the wrong way.
I don't think he was aware he was on the left-hand side. I'm pretty sure it wasn't an auto aim or anything, you know. I think he just shot on the right side thinking he was still there. But look at that, Clash taking back the lead, and as we get closer and closer to the finish line, that could be quite a big deal. Ali tanked up quite a bit as well, and this is looking more and more like Clash should be able to take this set.
I think it is, Teddie, as Clash takes set number 2, evening out this semi-finals. Blood Diamond have lost their lead. We begin again in what is now a best out of 3 moving forwards. Can Blood Diamond beat AC Milan Clash in a best out of 3? That's really all it comes down to now. Or will AC Milan Clash be able to make it through to the finals once more, as usual, and face off against their main regional rivals, SK Gaming?
Yeah, both are definitely possible here. I still think, and as we saw the predictions earlier as well, that Clash is more likely to take the win. I think that if any team can beat them except SK, it's going to be Blood Diamond in this situation, right? They've been looking really good today, looked really good in the last couple of weeks and months. They have a good chance here, and it's all about seizing the opportunities, trying to spot some mistakes in Clash's play and trying to abuse that. It's hard, Clash are not a team that do a lot of mistakes, but like everyone else, they do, and I think that Blood Diamond just need to make sure they punish them as much as possible for every single one of those little chokes or just problems,
Just look at how close these games were. Though. Honestly, these games of Hot Zone, they were both exceptionally close. Yeah, okay, AC Milan Clash was able to take the wins both times. But look how high the percentage points got for Blood Diamond at EU. Bearing in mind, we had a game of Hot Zone on this map earlier today that ended 100% to 0. Like, looking at how many percentage points Blood Diamond got, these were close matches.
And look at how close that middle matchup was as well. A little bit more damage on the side of Lena, but he did go down one more time than Ale. Kind of, evening things out here. And it was a set that definitely felt like it, was going to game 3. But Clash were able to seize that clutch factor a little bit more, secure the 2 wins, and now we are moving on to set 3, all tied up, as we will get some triple dribble action. Some Brawl, Clash, you think of Clash, you think of Brawl. It's going to be really hard for Blood Diamond, but it's also their opportunity if they do take this set to, really put a statement out there and be there like, we beat you at your best game mode. What you going to do about it?
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's always a good position to be in, to be able to have those bragging rights for sure. But yeah, moving forwards, it's gonna be an interesting game of Brawl. Blood Diamond have shown they've got what it takes to beat AC Milan Clash, at least in Bounty. And Bounty, winning a game of Bounty is no small feat, I think at least, because Bounty just comes down to pure elimination skill, which at the end of the day, while a lot of these other game types, eliminations aren't the most important thing, that is the fundamentals of Brawl Stars, right? You win any objective by getting more eliminations than the other team. That's just sort of how it works.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Lena is going to go down here. It's one-on-one in the end. And Black Sea is going to struggle a little bit to get into Akelios' range. We'll get the ball further away, buying a little bit of extra space. But so far, Clash are looking very, very good. They have the super on Lena as well. And I mean, they don't need to do anything. They're basically just walking it in. There's just too much tanking.
Yeah, it really did feel like AC Milan, Blood Diamond just weren't able to deal enough damage. I mean, that Primo is just so tanky these days. That being said, Blood Diamond are going to take control now. Chaos, with a very nice super, is going to get a lot of damage on Ali, but Ali pops the healing gadget and basically heals it right back up again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough situation to unlock for Blood Diamond. The jump in from Black Sea might help a bit. It's going to be a one-on-one trade. Akelios low HP as well, but look at that. That's going to be the team wipe in favor of Clash. Don't think they have time to score just yet, but Akelios is going to be cornering up the ball. Interesting decision, to be fair, but it is going to make sure that even if they do get team wiped, it's not going to be an instant goal towards Clash.
Milan with a very nice super on Ali, was really low on health, wasn't quite able to finish the job. Blood Diamond, though, have still got a lot of work to do. Ali seems to find himself constantly on minimal health. Uh-oh, this is bad news for Blood Diamond. All of the brawlers are dead, and Chaos, they would just walk it in.
Yeah, Clash making it look easy here, and it's what we expected, right? Brawl is Clash's mode, and they are going to make sure that they show it to whoever they are facing. Right now, Blood Diamond definitely on the wrong side of things, and Clash is, just so good at Brawl. Just really good. They made it look really easy, to be honest.
They really did. Both goals, there was just nothing that Blood Diamond could do to prevent the goals from happening. The first one, they just weren't able to dish enough damage to slow down that Primo. And the second one, they were all dead. They were all eliminated. They obviously couldn't stop anything. They're going to need to pick something up for this next game, because if they lose this next game, they'll be 2 sets down. They see Milan Clash will find themselves on set point, and now you're in... Then they're in the danger zone, you know? They want to try and stay out of that danger zone for as long as possible.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they need to start being careful because, you know, picking up a second set for Clash, I mean, first of all, a whole lot of momentum being built up, and secondly, it would be a set away from winning the match. So, not a comfortable situation for Blood Diamond right now. Pressure is going to be ramping up, but we did see in the past that, you know, even with the highest pressure, they are still able to play their game and perform just about fine. Let's see if it's one of those times here, as they get a lot of damage early on. The first kill already jumping from Blacksea. Surely Gia goes down, and that's already going to be a quick goal.
What? I feel like I blinked and missed that, Teddie.
One tip, if you're watching BSC, don't blink. That's what I do. It's been working out fine. I mean, you know, hurts a little bit to the eyes at some point. I just pour some water in my eyes when I need to.
Okay, this is not health advice. Please do not. This is not professional health advice. Do not listen. Okay. Anyway, I see Milan Clash seem to have control of the ball now as Lenan picks it up. Super is ready, and he's doing a great job of dodging everything that the B has to throw at him. Actually, Lenan's doing a great job of avoiding these shots. Very impressive. Super is still ready. A kick and a jump could be in order here. There it goes. Jobby is able to somehow dish the damage to deal with Primo, though. That was very impressive.
Yeah, that was a close call, but it is going the way of Blood Diamond, and they already have the goal in advance. Nice play from Blacksea. Lena is aware of it. It goes in the way of the ball, but is that going to be enough to stop them from scoring? He doing a pretty good job, but he was so close from taking down Ali in this situation. Beautiful team play from Blood Diamond here as well, and able to pump off mechanically too. That's the combination you need if you want to take those games away from Clash. And now suddenly, one game is going to decide who gets the advantage once more, and just securing a second set is big. It gives you so much extra space and so much extra pressure onto your opponents. Well,
like I said, it's the danger zone, right? The teams want to stay out of the danger zone. Blood Diamond have managed to stay out of the danger zone for one more game. If they can put AC Milan Clash in the danger zone, that is a bonus. As there you go, beautiful goal from Ali. There's a little B face off here where Javi clearly able to get just a few more kills and no deaths whatsoever, which is quite impressive for a B. B's are very squishy, you know, especially as B no longer has the star power that allows it to sort of survive any amount of damage once, you know. Like B goes down fast, and not dying as B, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, although B is squishy, I wouldn't advise you guys to try to squish a B in real life. That could be quite a painful experience. As so far, it's a painful experience for Lenan, going down really early on. A nice opportunity for Blood Diamond, but they do have to remove that honey molasses, otherwise they can't really get up close, and that single-handedly secures the defense for Clash and puts them in a more aggressive position.
Well, it's gone, and Lenan is just going to walk all the way down, a kick and a jump and a grab. Unfortunately, he cannot withstand attacks from all three enemy brawlers. Although, look how weak they are. Blacksea is so weak, 116 health. AC Milan Clash was so close to scoring them, but just weren't quite able to find it. A nice super from Chaos, and Blacksea just stood there and took it.
Well, sometimes you just got to take it like a man, and look at that. Blacksea, only one remaining, and Clash getting a really good goal. What a start here for Clash, and now pressure is back onto Blood Diamond. They don't want to be a set behind again.
Really nice super from Lenan's Primo as well.
Beautiful.
Blacksea, though, out of nowhere with the dive and the kick. The next goal determined this set, Teddie.
This is absolutely huge for both sides, but it's a double-edged sword, as losing that game could just cause so much trouble for the result of the match. Right now, we are seeing Clash a little bit more aggressive for the time being, but still have yet to really build up a nice setup. What a one-tap there from Blacksea. Low HP as well. can't quite get the ball away, and look at that, Clash, just like that, able to get the team wipe and follow-up goal.
Just like that, we move on to set 4, and it is going to be Blood Diamond in that danger zone, as it's going to be match point for AC Milan Clash moving forwards as we move forward into, I believe, Gem Grab. But first, of course, let's watch some of the very best moments from Brawl from the set that we just watched. It was a fast set, and I'm expecting in these best moments, in these highlights, we're going to see a lot of quick goals, because there were a lot of quick goals.
Yeah, there were, and some very, very nice pushes, very structured as well on both sides, able to get tons of team wipes. And in the first game especially, a lot of walking in for Clash. It was really, really interesting how easy they make it look sometimes. But we had some strong pushes as well from Blood Diamond. Look at that, that was so close. He had the charge shot, would have one-shot Ali, that would have stopped that push. But he couldn't quite make it happen here. Blacks, it was a beautiful play there to still give a bit of a chance for Blood Diamond, but towards the end, I mean, look at that. Ali completely overwhelmed, and nothing he can do at that point.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. That is going to be Brawl Ball. El Primo is everywhere. It's been fun to see, you know? See, we have like, I feel like we have periods, Teddie, where there's no Primo whatsoever, and then we have periods where there's Primos everywhere. And you know what? It's really interesting to see. There was not much Primo at all in the last year of BSC. So the recent updates that obviously really buffed Primo and the other tanks have been really interesting to observe. Anyways, we're going to move on to Gem Grab on Double Swoosh. We've seen a little bit of Double Swoosh today. We're going to see some more now. This could be it for Blood Diamond. This could be the set that qualifies AC Milan Clash into the grand finals. Or if Blood Diamond win this, it's just a stepping stone to set 5. What do you think, Teddie? Blood Diamond got it in them?
I mean, we saw them pull it off on the same exact map against Big Clan earlier. They could do it again against Clash, not gonna lie. They could do it again. I'm expecting some spike on Javi on the right lane. Might switch over to the left lane if need be. Was able to find so much value against Big. Not sure what Clash's perspective is here and what they are looking to bring on the table. Usually they do like to go for some more aggressive stuff as well, especially on maps like those, but they're happy to take the long range duels too. They just have incredible aim and dodges. They just have so much versatility to that extent that they can bring pretty much anything and make it look easy.
I'm trying to remember, did Blood Diamond bring Griff earlier?
No, it was Big.
No, it was Big that brought Griff. Yeah, you're right. Either way, it's going to be Amber, Bo, and Belle up against Tara, Max, and Sandy. 6 unique brawlers.
Yeah, right now it's a good start for Clash, picking up the 2 first gems, and then not even looking for the third. And the bow on Ali is, I think, what we all got our eyes on right now. Why is a really good question. But, I mean, so far it's working out as he's going to be picking off Luna. Can't quite go for the gems. The mines there will be buying some time for release, plus removing some cover.
Yeah,
I like
opening
the
up
idea
the
of
map
it,
for
but
the Belle. Okay.
it's kind of hard with Bo because, you know, it's really hard to be able to match players in a duel. Thing is, if you're playing it a bit as some sort of a mid support like he is and assisting your teammates on their lanes, it's working out wonders, as you can see right now.
Yeah, it's opened the map up really nicely for Blood Diamond because they can still retreat into their grass, but they've obviously opened up the enemy spawn area so the Belle can tear through them. However, Javi goes down. Yes, there's 7 gems for Ali on the bow, but Clash have control of the center now. They've got close range brawlers, so Chaos can really take advantage of the grass here. Deal lots of damage with the Sandy.
Chaos down to 700 HP. It's going to make it out alive, and Clash are slowly but surely catching up gem-wise. Just 1 away now at this point, and they don't really have anything. Look at that double pull from Gear coming in. That's going to be the double kill as well. Gets all the gems. Luna is able to pick them up, and he's just going to be leaving the area with a huge advantage now for Clash. Oh,
Tara is certainly a favorite on Double Swoosh for a reason. We're definitely getting a good idea of why Lunan's staying alive on the right there. It doesn't look like Blood Diamond can do anything. Teddie, it's match point.
It certainly is, and now, you know, it was a comfortable situation for Clash has become a dominant situation. 1 more game, and that's it. They're going to the finals. We'll have El Clasico again, as they will be facing SK Gaming. Blood Diamond in a world of trouble, and I don't really see what the way out is for them at this point.
No, it's definitely not the best spot to be in. But again, we've seen them reverse sweep once today. We can definitely see them, you know, escape AC Milan's clutches. It's definitely possible. It's just going to be tricky. AC Milan Clash just need to win this next game of Gem Grab, and they will be qualifying for the finals once again, facing off against SK, who are honestly, they are their biggest rivals in this region. These have been the two dominating teams so far this year. That's not going to change anytime soon, and we know they've both already qualified for World Finals. So we'll be seeing them both there. Will we be seeing them in the finals today? That's the question.
Well, it's looking likely right now as Match Point is leg in to the grand finals. Let's see if they can bring in the second leg, and then we'll get El Clasico once more. We've had it, what, 5 times this year already out of the 6. That's just really, really impressive how consistent Clash have been at making it to the grand finals. Let's find out here as Guy is going to be bringing some extra shadows to the picture using that gadget. Blacksy does clear out the lane, but I'm pretty sure Milan can just get that kill quite easily. Is going to be in quite a bit of trouble, does manage to pull out of the situation. Going very aggressive there for no apparent reason as Ali just gets a free kill.
Yeah, I took a lot of advantage there. Guy comes in, again, just as equally aggressively at 112 HP and still not healing. I'm amazed Guy still survived that. Actually very impressed that Guy survived that. Taking advantage now, though, is going to find the elimination on Ale.
This is a good position for Clash, though, as they still have a nice gem lead. They have the max super as well. Gonna pop it now onto Chaos, trying to get some extra shots on, wants to get closer to that next countdown, that next Sandstorm rather. But honestly, they want to get close to that countdown too, as they're only 2 gems away. And they need to be really careful here. Marcus missed. Boom does connect onto Chaos. I'm not sure if he will survive it off or not. Does go down, but in this position, there's just no shot for Blood Diamond to capitalize and pick up those gems. They will take a lot of control and try to close the gap gem-wise.
3 gems still to go for AC Milan Clash, and Blood Diamond have complete control of the center. Guy goes down again. Chaos and Lenana both weak. What is going on? Blood Diamond are dominating right now.
So good on Blood Diamond's end. Can they keep on to that control? Nice tanks from Lena. Picks up a kill. Is able to dash out on that super. Ali looking for that gem. He's going to be low HP, but does manage to deal enough damage to keep Lena away. Guy is coming in, though, with a pull. And that can be also game-changing. Ali quite up close. Going to get pulled as well. Can he get taken out? The shadow is chasing for him. It's going to find him as well. And now suddenly, look at the gems on Clash. They're going to get a countdown of their own that will get interrupted as soon.
Tied up.
Yeah, but the thing is, Clash have control, and they might just about be able to pick up the 12 gems.
Honestly, that was huge from Chaos, being able to rush in and get that elimination, just to reset the timeout and give teammates long enough to get the gem advantage. It's now 17-1, though, as Chaos gets the 7. Guy is going to pick up from his fallen teammate, but Chaos goes down as well. What is happening?
This is all over the place, but Avi is low. He goes down. Look at the damage that IKL's dealt as well. He's going to go down with a beautiful trade, and this is very much going to be in favor of Clash. Blacksy falls next, and this could turn things around. Avi is trying to pull out. Can they get out of the way? Oh my god, everyone just dying!
This is a mess, Teddie! This is a mess! Lenan just needs to get out and survive. I think they can tie up the gems once more. There's 2 in the top left corner. 1 is spawning there. They need to grab that one in the middle. They did. They reset it.
But the timer is going to end no matter what. And there is a gem place. It's going to be picked up by Blood Diamond, and that's going to be the win as well.
I have never seen a game of gem grab end in that way, Teddie. That was unreal. It looked for a moment as though the timer was going to end and Blood Diamond were going to be ahead by 1, but in the end they were able to get some more eliminations and tie up this set. It's still match point, but if Blood Diamond win this next game, we move on to set 5. I cannot believe what I'm watching.
An absolute wild game that was.
Look how messy this was. A brawler would run in, die. The next brawler runs in and dies. I think the Tara Shade got an elimination at one point. Yeah, right here. Look at that.
It interrupted the countdown earlier as well, by the way. When they were all on the bottom of the map, it was only a couple seconds left too. Just an absolutely insane game all over the place, but it does go the way of Blood Diamond, and now they're just a game away from pushing things to set 5.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I just need to catch my breath after that last game, Teddie. Like that. That was so back and forth. I'm amazed Blood Diamond were able to continue functioning after that, because they were a moment away from being eliminated from the monthly finals multiple times in that game, and somehow were able to stick it out and take it down. Very impressive from them. I want to see what game 3 has in store for us here, Teddie, because that was crazy.
Well, either it's going to be sending CLASH straight to the grand finals, or Blood Diamond are going to push things to set number 5. Very drastic difference here. I would say CLASH still a little bit more comfortable in this situation. Just a game away from making it all the way. And to be honest, even if they were to lose it, set 5 could still absolutely go their way. So I'm still confident in CLASH, but Blood Diamond are showing the signs that they need to show, to prove to us that they can actually win this match.
It all comes down to this almost mirror match again, with Blood Diamond being very consistent on the Amber over the Tara, which is an interesting way to go. It seems to be paying off for them at the moment. Linan goes down. Blood Diamond have slightly better control just because they have more brawlers alive. Black Sea needs to recover that health.
All right, now we get a nice kill from Avi on the left-hand side. Linan is able to trade it out, but on the right lane, Chaos doesn't quite get spotted by those shots from Javi. Does get tagged now, and it's also going to reveal that he has the gadget equipped, so need to be careful. If anyone gets too close to him, he is definitely going to be trying to put them to sleep. And now Blood Diamond are catching up gem-wise. Going to be tying things up soon enough. Ali does get tagged up, and once again, that should relieve a little bit of stress here for CLASH as they are regaining middle control. Chaos is marked, and that can really go a long way for that mid duel.
Yeah, the mark is already doing a lot. Obviously, Chaos has got his health back up again now, but it's really scary having your gem carrier marked like that, because you never know when that extra little bit of damage is going to come in and finish you off. 7-6. This is intense. Black Sea is taking on Linan there and dealing a lot of damage. In fact, Linan is going to go down to the damage over time. Blood Diamond seem to have quite a big advantage here.
Yeah, important trade from Ali, gonna be opening up the left lane now. And Ikeos takes a lot of damage. Doesn't quite go down though. And instead Ikeos finds Black Sea. Ali really low HP. One more snipe would do it. And the bounce from Javi is gonna take him down. Now the gems are still in their control, but the countdown is gonna be starting for CLASH now. Look at the HP though. They're all so low HP on the right hand side, in the middle as well.
They need to keep
he
the
does
sensor.
come in with a pull. Can't quite get the double pull. It's gonna be a kill nevertheless his way. One-on-one trade actually. Look at how much damage the Shadow is dealing.
That's
the
it.
Shadow is almost doing a teamwork.
Maybe the Shadow is the MVP today, as AC Milan CLASH are your second finalists for the whoever knows how many months in a row. Has it been all of them? SK
5,
versus AC Milan CLASH is going to be your grand finals once again. A well-deserved win from them. But you know what, Teddie? Blood Diamond really impressed me today.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly did. What a run for them this month. Honestly, first off taking down Big Clan, but now even, making it look definitely possible against CLASH. That's a lot, and a lot of progress as well. They're definitely going in the right path. Still some work to do here and there, but they're a team with a lot of potential, and one of the teams we will definitely look into next year as well, to see how they can keep evolving and maybe become one of the staple teams of the region.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from what was an amazing match. And Teddie, trust me, there's going to be a lot of highlights here, so let's go ahead and take a look at them.
All right, well, I will definitely take it by your word. If I don't consider it as a lot, I will be disappointed.
It's a lot. There's a lot of highlights.
It's a lot.
Even in that one
let's
game of
find
Gem
out.
Grab, there are a lot of highlights.
That's a very fair point. Bounty feels like ages ago. I don't know about you, but that was such a long time ago. It was a pretty long match with so much action all over the place. Started off well for Blood Diamond. They managed to surprise CLASH. CLASH did bounce back in Hot Zone, where they were able to win both games in pretty clutch ways. A couple percentages between both teams, but in the end, a win is a win for CLASH, and they happily took that set. Brawl was a whole other affair, though, as CLASH was performing very well. Blood Diamond did show them quite a bit of trouble, but they failed to secure that set, and CLASH pretty much set things up very nicely afterwards to close things out in Gem Grab as well.
Yeah, and Gem Grab was definitely a set to remember. Here was the final game, although I suspect that there's a certain game of Gem Grab that we might be seeing again a little bit later during play of the day. I hope so, at least. But what a crazy match. Congratulations once more to AC Milan CLASH, who, you know, they get to have a break for about 2 minutes and 31 seconds, and then they are going to be back and facing off against SK Gaming. Again, these two Titan teams are competing not to qualify for World Finals anymore, but they're competing for that top spot in the region. They want their top seeding. They want to show that they are the best of the best when it comes to the EMEA region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it is shaping up nicely for SK, and I doubt, honestly, that CLASH will be able to catch up. But nevertheless, you know, any points that CLASH get will ensure that they take second seed at least as well, right? Making sure that no one is able to catch up on them. And sure, they're not going to be failing to qualify for Worlds, but every single point is still very valuable. Obviously, every single monthly final, there's still straight up cash on the line as well. And, you know, those guys, they like that. They definitely like that. As you can see, SK Gaming versus AC Milan and CLASH coming up next. Going through not the easiest bracket on both sides. Really solid teams in their way, but at some points they did make it look quite easy, and they reminded us why we get El Clasico so often in the grand finals.
Well, Teddie, the stage has been set. We have our two Titans of the EMEA region facing off in the grand finals. But before we start, there's only one thing left to do, and that is get the latest update on who stole the trophy.
The trophy, it's gone!
Maybe you should ask someone who wasn't at the party that night.
Our evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
You're probably wondering how we all got here. They think one of us stole the trophy. Want to know a secret? I know who stole it! Because I always know where everyone is. I know it wasn't those brawlers. They're so awesome! But it wasn't them. Or them either. So who does that leave? I'm sure you can figure it out. I got some more autographs to get.
Sure, many people will be going back to just check the frames on that one and who was in the lineup. But one thing I've got to ask is, can we honestly trust Colette, Teddie? Can we trust Colette here?
I don't trust her. I genuinely don't trust her. Yeah, you know, whether it's random in my team playing Colette or straight up just the brawler Colette, I don't trust him. I just, no, too many problems in the past, sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I'm sure equally as confused as everyone in the chat right now, but I'm still eagerly awaiting to see who did steal our trophy. But nonetheless, I mean, what an exciting day it's been so far today. I mean, I think we've been in this place before a couple of times already, Teddie.
We definitely have been, you know, it's a bit of a repeat here. And when I say repeat, I mean 5-peat, I believe. 5 times that they face each other in the grand finals. That's a lot of times. And SK Gaming, I mean, this is their 6th final out of 6 monthly finals. That's as good as it gets, Ark. I mean, they lost the first one to Clash, but afterwards they won every single time, won once against XO as well, and that just shows how strong they are. I don't know if Clash can stop them today. You know, I heard from Clash that they were pretty enthusiastic about this match coming up, and they were looking forward to beating SK, so we'll see if they can actually put that in practice and make it happen.
Yeah, well, this will be the 5th time they faced off. But the only time they didn't face off was back in June when it was SK Gaming versus EXO free agents. And of course, EXO didn't qualify this month. So we're back to the El Clasicos yet again. But, you know, SK have had 4 consecutive win streaks when it comes to monthly final grand finals. So the question is, can they make it 5 today? Can they make it 5, or can Clash bring this one back? And again, you know, both teams are already qualified for Worlds, so there's not really going to be anything to worry about there. But seeding very massively important in that respect, and keeping pace as well. You know, I'm sure at some point in time we might see a match later down the lines which involves these 2 teams, and in which case they're going to want to be very much prepared for that. I'm hoping for good things from Clash now. It's been a while since we've seen them go all the way in the grand finals. SK, though, got to be said, are looking at the top of the game as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match for sure. Excited to get into it, to be honest. And I really feel like both teams have a lot of stuff to prove, especially as we get closer to Worlds. I mean, we know SK was more dominant throughout the year, but, you know, the form of the year doesn't matter quite as much as the form, you know, that you will be in moving to Worlds, which is what all those teams are aiming for. Those guys, they're not aiming to qualify for Worlds anymore. They already did that a while back for SK, today for Clash. Now they are looking at who is going to be the best, who is going to be the most dominant, and try to build up, you know, a huge reputation right before Worlds, showing off who is the best and who is the team to beat.
Well, these are the maps of most dry season up first. Interesting to see that in the first round for sure. Bounty out the way could be a good thing. Factory Rush following that as well for Siege, Safe Zone, and Heist. If we get to it, Minecart Madness for Gem Grab and Backyard Bowl for Brawl. Nice varied amount of maps and modes there for me. I do think that that's a pretty good way to end the day in the EMEA region. But yeah, the bans will obviously make a big impact in how dry season plays out. I kind of wonder whether we're going to see any targeted bans specific around the game modes, or more often than not, these 2 teams do tend to ban quite consistent things when it comes to facing off against each other.
Yeah, most certainly. And Bounty is definitely going to be an interesting way to start. We saw Clash struggle in it, and although it was Canal Grande, which is a very specific map as well, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they can play this time around against SK onto dry season. I believe we have our bans ready here, Ark, and I think they can really shape things up for this match. Spread and Bell for SK Gaming, Gene and Stu for AC Milan Clash. I think good bans all around, covering a lot of space. We'll be leaving Primo and Buzz in the mix. I think that in EU, Primo is the bigger threat of the 2, especially when both are open. We just do tend to see Primo quite a bit more.
Yeah, Primo is going to be definitely a factor here. We've seen both of these 2 teams definitely utilizing that particular Brawl on dry season. I think a smart ban from SK as well on Sprout, because that is a pretty much a go-to for Clash, and we know what both Yoshi and IKS can do with that particular brawler. So they've also got a good amount of players on the team which can effectively play it. So Stu and Gene as well, obviously, you know, little to say about those 2 brawlers, one being a massive win condition and the other just being a right menace. 60% of the viewers watching at home feel SK Gaming going to make it a 5th time running. 40% on the Clash side. It's still very, very close, it's going to be said, and I wonder whether that might shift as things go on, but let's see how things fare in that respect.
I mean, I very often disagree with, you know, chat analysis, but here in this case, I think the prediction is actually pretty accurate. I feel like that's mostly where I would put it as well, right? SK Gaming, you know, I wouldn't say they're vastly superior right now, but overall they have been so far this year, and I think this prediction is, yeah, very, very accurate towards what we can expect on paper between SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash moving to the grand finals of the August monthly finals. I'm excited for it, Ark. I can't wait to get into those games and see how it goes down.
It's going to be fireworks, as always, between these two teams. I think that as time has gone on, it would feel like it's the right time for Clash to get a win. In all honesty, it's been a long time coming, and they have been increasing their game more and more. So recently, I remember seeing both of these two teams having a very, very close match-off together in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So I don't know. Either way you look at it, every time they do face off, it's a fantastic display of skill, and I'm just looking to see how this one goes.
Yeah, exactly the same. It's going to be a great match. El Clasico has never failed to, I was going to say never failed to disappoint us, but that is not at all what I meant to say. It's never disappointed us so far. And I don't expect today to be a disappointment whatsoever in this grand final. It's looking great. Both teams played out of their minds so far today. And it's really like almost a 50-50 towards who is going to be bringing this one home. On the bigger picture, it's not the most important match. It's really, for a big part about those bragging rights and about gaining more confidence as we get closer to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely that. And, making sure that everyone's still fresh to the mark and experimenting along the way, as I'm sure metas will be shifting. I think for me, in this first matchup, I think, Ruffs would be a good shout. Ruffs and Tick, maybe Primo coming into the mix potentially as well. Let's see what they're coming in. We're going to bring the Byron full as well for SK. So Byron being a key factor here. Look at this pitch coming in straight from SK. Oh my goodness me, Semantic absolutely laying it down. Jetson with the heals, and Semantic can jump away from this, remember. He might even have to, but surprised he didn't. He actually went down and fed over 4 stars. But what a quick start from SK.
Yeah, that was intense for the least. AC Milan Clash completely overwhelmed early on. There's going to be the buff onto Guille. Definitely can help out, especially getting a tick hand with an extra damage up close can go a really long way. Jumping from Semantic, a bit of a risky jump to be fair, but Skyrix is there to pick up the scrap, and he is gonna be dashing his way out. And like Semantic earlier, that did prefer keeping that super, even if that man losing a couple of stars.
I really like this ball pick. It's one that we don't tend to often see, and combining with the Primo, again, Semantic just overcommitting there. So let's be a bit more careful with that. I think that's like about 6 stars that he may have fed over time towards Clash, and that's over half their scoreline. Jetson going in with the heals, and they can just tank these tick heads. Honestly, it's not going to make much difference, especially with the Byron there. But down goes Semantic again, and that's actually going to give Clash the lead by a star and the blue star. So definitely overcommitting still on that Primo side of things.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I agree. I love how Skyrix just straight up tanked that tick head, not even trying to take it down, just knowing it would get him closer to his super no matter what. Yoshi does pick up the elimination, the double kill from Yoshi, and that is going to go a long way for Clash as they are leading by 5 stars now. Skyrix still standing strong until he does go down, and that is going to be another team wipe. GG's well played. AC Milan Clash wrap it up, and what a comeback here. I don't know. I love the comp from SK. I love the approach, but I feel like in the execution, there were a couple of big misses and moments where they just kind of sacrificed themselves for no apparent reason.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. I mean, it's the first game, so there's definitely going to be a bit of time to warm up. But ultimately, yeah, definitely some plays that I was not expecting to see this early moment in time when Semantic had quite a few stars, didn't jump back. I thought may have been a better thing to be just a bit more cautious. It was a great start, don't get me wrong. This moment here, really going forwards there was the right decision. He was healing up appropriately, but could have got out a little bit sooner. And then again, just I think SK had, for me, an interesting comp, which could have definitely worked. And it kept AC Milan Clash a lot of time under pressure. But you've got to be so careful when it comes to those stars. And I think more often than not, a lot of stars were given almost to Clash as opposed to earned in that respect.
Yeah, we'll see how the response is here from SK. I just feel like the mistakes they were doing in this game are just very unfamiliar to what we've seen from SK this entire year. Some pretty big, I don't want to call them throws, but not far from it. And it's just not something really expect from them. So I don't want it to be a bad habit they pick up right now. As I still believe that, they probably are very confident coming into the next game. In the end, for them, it's really just about making the most out of this year. They've already done a lot, created a lot of history as well in the Brawl Stars Championship. I mean, no one in Europe has won 5 monthly finals out of 6. That's never happened in the 2 years that we've had, you know, this sort of a format, and especially now compared to last year as well. I mean, there's more teams in the monthly finals, which makes it even harder to take those first places. And SK Gaming, they just don't fail to make it happen. Maybe today can be a bit more problematic as Semantic is going to fall once more. And that Primo pick, I mean, I do really like it, but it's just not working out too well so far for them.
Yeah, Semantic missed the heal from Jetson, and Jetson then chose to sort of focus more towards Skyrex and keeping him in the mix. And it is going to be very dependent on the Byron here, but I do like the bounce change up here. It can work out well, but again, with dry season where everyone is very clustered, especially hence the reason why Ruff's being so viable here with the air promotion, I just don't know whether it's going to fare well for Skyrex, because everyone's been very much aware of his presence and looking to support each other. It's going to take a lot of work from Jetson on the Byron side to keep everyone just afloat. And I think that's the downside here. I was expecting adaptation from SK. I wasn't quite sure what it would be, but I'm not sure how convinced I'm of this one either. And Skyrex doing his best, but again, focused by all three members of Clash and taken down very quickly.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for Clash, to be honest. Semantic might be able to find out kills, but never mind, gets melted down. And look how much utility they have to deal with him when he pushes forward. Nice sandbags from Yashi, single-handedly takes down Skyrex. And would you believe it? Look at Yashi. He's playing one of the most supportive brawlers in the game that struggles so much with individual matchups, and he's holding on to the max star count possible, while his teammates have 2 and 3 stars respectively. It's not like they died and lost their stars. It's just he's been doing so much work with a support brawler. That just shows how insane this dude is.
Yeah, I'm surprised that SK didn't consider Ruffs, honestly, because it's not really an unknown thing that he thrives on this map. Even with the bans that are in play, as you can see, just over time, how much more HP everyone's going to have. A damage buff as well. The supply drop with all 3 members thriving off the back of it. One final push, but I don't know even if they get every single member of Clash, it's even going to be enough there. And then turning down Semantic now on his own, and that's going to be him as well as the final blow. 24 stars to 1. That's a very, very dominant scoreline for what are the 2 titans of this region.
I just can't believe in that performance from Yashi, to be completely honest with you, Ark. That was really unbelievable. I mean, especially considering that his teammates are getting more and more HP over time. That tick at 6,000 HP, and yet Yashi, that was, you know, the normal HP as usual. I mean, just a couple of 100 extra from his own supply drop. He somehow still managed to get, what, 10 kills without dying? What was that?
Yeah, I mean, it's I did say it feels like a good time for Clash to have a good finale, and they seem to be on that sort of note to start things off today. Let's see though whether that is going to continue on. They have obviously won the first set now, a bounty, but that is just yet the first step of the mountain. I just felt like, to be honest, you know, SK didn't make the best decision making when it came to their brawler comp, and you know what we saw sort of changed and tweaked in the second game again wasn't really enough. And having got now dry season behind them, that's the kind of thing that I think might fall into their favor. But here we see Yoshi's team damage 36%, so it was actually well spread in that respect between him and his team. Probably just finding more opportunities then to capitalize on the securing of those kills. He got 6 kills to 1 death, so really nice plays from him all round.
That's out of 2 sets as well, by the way. Just that's out of the whole set, out of 2 games. That's really impressive, to be honest. Dying once and, you know, dying once on average and getting 6 kills on average per game, I believe. I mean, that's just really, really impressive, especially as a support brawler. That's what I find so ridiculous still. Like, it's not like he's playing, you know, as 2. He's playing Ruffs. It's one of the, you know, more passive brawlers in the game.
But the sheer damage, though, meant that his teammates were doing equal as much. I mean, it's you know, really kind of definitely not taking anything away from everyone else that contributes towards it, because
oh, for sure,
almost straight down the line as a 3-way in terms of damage. But again, bounty is so important to make sure that you carry out that objective. Siege, though, very different, and I do feel like SK will have a bit of a better chance on Factory Rush than we saw in dry season. They are a very aggressive team, but I feel in bounty today they just kind of overcommitted a little bit too much, and they're going to have to kind of rein that in and go back to more control, which is where they do well. I think this is definitely the way to go for them to be able to bring back this set. If they don't, then Clash are going to have a great advantage going into safe zone after this. So
yeah, I mean, you know, we say it every single time we see SK playing Siege. It's one of their best game modes, and it's one of the game modes that any team is the most dominant on. It's Siege for SK. They always look incredible on it. They have had a couple of flukes in the last month or 2 on this mode, but still, they are a real problem in every single team. When they're facing them here, they're like, all right, if we lose it, that's all right. It's to be expected. And they are going to do everything they can to take the win, but it is just that hard to take them out on this game mode. And right now it is looking like SK will be getting that first bot, and Clash will get a bolt here and there, but a little bit too late for this first push.
Well, SK, they've got the advantage on the 75% win rate when it comes to Siege Monthly Finals. Clash got 50%, so kind of equal in that respect. Byron, for me, definitely still could be a big deciding factor, as especially SK coming with the big tanky comps. It's going to be a troublesome thing then for Gear. He does actually evade that jump in really nicely there. Semantic goes down as a result. Let's see what happens here. I think Jetton's going to have his work cut out yet again on the healing side of things, but it's a high-risk strategy from SK, and that's not normally what we're expecting to see from them. Clash have shown today that they are able to take care of the tanks and Bounty. Can they do it again in Siege?
Well, we'll find out soon enough, as we do have that super on Semantic, but it's just really hard to commit at this point. Gets taken out, and this is going to be a tie, which right now with the man advantage, make it a double kill now team-wide for Clash. They're going to be stacking bolt after bolt, and it's going to be looking excellent for this final bot. Beautiful movement from Guille as well, and oh, I love that. He's playing auto aim as well. Yeah, so good against the Primos and the tanks. So good.
And it just goes to show, right, how it feels to me AC Milan Clash have thought through what SK Gaming would be bringing in. Gear going to take the risk and break it before, and I think it's a really smart thing to do. Comes back into the mid, and 2 bolts gained on 60 HP. Yeah, bringing in auto aimer honestly just makes me feel like this is exactly what AC Milan Clash were expecting, what they prepared for, and that's a bad sign for SK. It makes it feel like, to me, they're being a bit too predictable. Chaos is going to get damaged before the bot even comes in. 21 bolts, Teddie, for Clash are coming in thick and fast.
I love how they're not messing around either, you know? They still destroyed as much of the cover that they could. Like, they did everything to ensure they would get that damage, and they certainly will do just that. I mean, that's a fake boy, and it's going to get a whole lot of damage down. Clash, I mean, you know, a game away from taking a second set, and one of the best modes for SK as well. So this is really impressive. And honestly, I mean, you can see that Clash did their homework. The Piper, as you said, playing auto aimer instead of homemade recipe is 100% because they expected some tanks or a Mortis. 100%.
Yeah, and it could well be the Mortis again, but I still feel like, for me, SK, they're just not mixing it up enough. Like, I think that they're sort of set on this tank comp idea, as we saw in Dry Season, continuing into Siege. I feel like they've got to shift away from it. They've got to go back to their range roots and maybe go with you know, some more. You know, if they're going to play a tank, I think maybe BB, putting Scarix on BB, which he knows and loves, might be the way forward. Again, not really my go-to on this particular map, but one that Scarix seems to make work anywhere he goes with it. So I just feel like at the moment we're not seeing that classic SK kind of approach to the comps. They're going very much and depending on this tank heal idea, and Clash have clearly prepared for that. If they've prepared for it, you've got to shift away from it and try something else.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what can make the difference between those teams as well, is the amount of homework they did and research, and you know, the staff behind the scenes, whether it's coach or analyst, pulling that data out and making it into tangible solutions to beating a team like SK that hasn't been really beaten so far this year can go a really long way, and Clash definitely showing that so far. Let's see how the end product is for them, as this first bot is going to be going their way, and that's a good start.
Scarix there, bang on, honestly, focusing on the Byron, and it's kind of interesting now that we've seen a bit of a reversal of roles here, as Clash bringing out the tanks and the Byron, and SK going back to more traditional routes. The Asher are going to come down here to redirect the bot in, and Gear's got his super, but Jetton's going to make I thought he got a bit more value actually out of that than he actually did. As a result, the bot will connect more, but I did feel like he could have maybe got a really phenomenal cycle there. Didn't quite happen as both Yi and Yoshi were able to evade it. Let's see what happens here. 2 bolts, while Jetton's going to get a third down the left-hand side. Yoshi able to bank just before the shot came in from Skyrex. So it's going to be a close one, I feel. I think that Clash are actually playing the tank comps a little bit better than SK were today.
Yeah, so far things are looking not too bad for SK. They will be getting the second bot. Now Clash have a couple of bolts for the next one, but in the end it's going to be all tied up. So this is actually a pretty decent position for SK Gaming. I will need both an impeccable defense and a solid retake from CLASH, and that's going to be hard to achieve.
Skyrex missing some shots he needs to break, and he hasn't had a chance to either, and that's going to definitely go against him. But look how open the map is now, as CLASH are going to struggle to really come back into the mix there. Yeah, he's just trying to juke, and Yoshi goes in on the aggressive, but actually knocks back Jess into a more favorable position. As Skyrex is tapping hard on the right-hand side, picks up nicely there. Chaos coming in with the heals, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough, as Skyrex connects there. Semantic comes away with the goods, and that should be SK surely on the way to a push here.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for them, and pretty much already secured by banking those last couple of bolts. SK Gaming should be taking this game. You never know if the push is really insane here, but it's not going to be enough to take back the lead, and therefore SK Gaming pretty much get the automatic win here.
It seems like tanks are not the flavor of today, and the team that plays them don't seem to come out well. I think that we might see a little bit of a switch up, but either way you look at it, SK with a very, very important win there, but still not out the woods in this second set. If CLASH can just get this one more win in the bag, then it will give them a tremendous advantage going forwards. But yeah, tanks are just not working out right now. The attempts are being made with the Byron, but just don't seem to be carrying the mustard.
No, it hasn't really been working out here in this game, and I mean, it's still a good position for CLASH, I would say. I mean, having still that set lead and the chance to maybe secure this second set. They do need to be careful, because if SK ties things up, then suddenly things are a lot more even, and that really dominant start that CLASH had is going to be pretty much gone.
My goodness me, I just kind of feel like with the Prima ban, we see so often, it just kind of goes to show that it's not necessarily that much of a deciding factor. I still feel like, you know, if you got the right map and terrain opened up, then brawlers like Piper can really thrive, and that's what Skyrex was doing in that game, just focusing on taking out that Byron. Really takes away the supportiveness that you need to have coming in with those heals, the 5 kills, the 1 death, and a nice amount of team damage for his team as well. I kind of feel like that's the way that both teams are going to go going into this third and final matchup. They're going to have to go with the range. I think that Piper's going to be rife, especially with the Bell ban in play. And just, you know, the Rico here, I feel, can work out really well as well. Barley over the top is always a good thing if you're not going to be able to break. But the Piper is a great way to fall back.
Yeah, no, I really couldn't agree more. I mean, the options are there for sure. I feel like CLASH, they need some more range in that comp, especially. They were just getting tagged up from so far away, and once the map is opened up, it's just so hard with those tankier brawlers to really create any sort of space. And on Factory Rush, it doesn't take a whole lot to destroy the map, because there's not that much of a map in the first place. It's a very open map, so I'm not sure I love their comp all that much. I mean, it's great for getting that first bot, but it's really hard to both keep control and retake it. And in defense, it does all right, but it's not ideal either. So I feel like the comp was a bit to be blamed for that loss. And if they come up with something much better now, which, oh, I love this idea. I really love this idea. Mortis to ensure they get as many bolts as possible, and Yoshi on that Lu to make sure that their defenses are on point. Now, there is destruction potential here from Semantic, but as long as they play it safe, their defenses should be super strong.
Yeah, see what happens with this first push, and it looks like it's going to be from CLASH, and that's a great thing for them with that in mind, because again, I feel like Semantic could break that wall and kind of render a little bit of the Lu down in terms of his effectiveness. A nice ice block, but look how patient Skyrex was in that respect. He was so eager to wait to ensure that he was going to get maximum value and not waste a shot there. Just very attentive plays from SK, and the Surge is a pick as well, which Skyrex plays exceptionally well. I just wonder whether he'll be able to get his stacks fast enough to make the value that he needs count. Pretty tied up, and a pretty decent defense, all things considered, for SK.
Well, look at the nice plays from Guy. They're able to win that lane now. And he's going to be collecting bolt after bolt. And this is where it gets really scary. Because, alright, well, you can think, okay, SK Gaming, they still got a siege bot to deal with. First off, AC Milan CLASH is going to have a massive amount of bolts even for the next bot. Secondly, even if they were to miraculously lose the third bot, they have a Lu, and with one Lu super, they can just ensure that defense.
Yoshi stayed alive so well. Jessam's putting him under immense pressure there, but somehow he even got to take down the Skyrex, and that's going to be one less stack for SK. But will connect, but not for that long. There is still a pretty decent chance if SK can regain some control here quickly to get a final push, and that could be enough. Mortis on defense can be a troublesome thing if it's taken care of early on. At the moment, the bolts are pretty tied. It's got to be said, and down goes Skyrex, and down goes Jess on the right, leaving just Semantic, who's then taken care of during the ice block. CLASH Clash looking so dominant here, and surely are going to take this set.
Right now, this is looking so good for Clash, beating SK at one of their favorite modes, and even, I would say, making it look a little bit easy here and there, which is something you'd never expect against SK Gaming. And Clash is impressing us. I think that, you know, for the entire year, they were probably the most blessed team mechanically in the entire game. But right now, they are also raising the bar up for strategy and synergy, as they are just a very full team, you know, just a whole package.
And again, you know, both of these two teams have qualified for Worlds. We know that for sure. But the seeding counts massively. And this is why we're seeing Clash just really fighting as hard as they are right now. You know, despite the fact that SK Gaming have had consecutive monthly final victories, it's something which Clash can catch up. And if they continue like this, then that #1 seed could well be shifting over, which could make a huge difference when it comes to the World Final stage. At the moment, I think that Clash are in a fantastic position to go all the way today. SK have got to make some changes. They do perform, it must be said, almost better under pressure than they do when they're just kind of breezing through things. So they have had reverse sweeps in the past. It's definitely the matchup where we can possibly expect it more so than others. Let's see though how they fare at the moment. Definitely not looking at their best, and Clash looking very good for me.
Yeah, Clash looking excellent. And you know, I do agree, you know, seeding is super important. I don't know how realistic it is for them to catch up, as it's not, you know, similar to some of the other teams that have to kind of hope that another team doesn't do well. Here you're talking about SK Gaming, you know, and I think before the stream started, wasn't it like 100 or 200 points difference between the two teams?
Yeah, it's 100 points, yeah.
100 points, that's still a lot of points, to be fair, Ark, and the only way to make it is for SK Gaming to choke quite early on in the next monthly finals or not qualify. But it is possible, absolutely. And, you know, getting a win like this in the grand finals is definitely going to be a bit of a hit towards SK's confidence. And as Worlds are coming closer and closer, it's definitely something that Clash want to do.
Well, going into safe zone then, up next, could be the final set for today if AC Milan Clash carry on like this, in all honesty. SK have got to pull something out of the bag. I feel like this is a decent map for them, though. They can, you know, utilize a lot of the Piper shots, which I'm sure will be coming out at some point from both sides. I would say Rico on the lane would be a pretty decent shout as well. Proc as well can do wonders here now in the current meta too. Let's see what they do bring out. But again, make sure you're cheering in the chat, guys, for your team of choice. #Brawl. Well, here we go. It's 53%. In favor of SK, so it has diminished quite a lot. I mean, it's not surprising necessarily considering the scoreline, but definitely some of those SK fans being converted over to Clash fans.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say honestly that I would have been I'm almost surprised that it's not more, considering they're up by 2 sets. And sure, SK, until the match is over, you can't count them out. Never. Like, absolutely never. That's how they will reverse sweep you. But at the same time, you can't help but feel like Clash is in a really sweet spot. They got Rollable as set 5, so even if things go downhill, they still have one of their best modes available. And Heist is a very good mode as well, especially those more open maps. Clash has been shining there lately, and it's going to be hard for SK to stop them, and that's just a sentence that I haven't said in literally 6 months.
Well, I feel like this could be their time this month. The way that they were playing in Heist early on today definitely had my attention, and Yoshi going to continue on with that same cold pick that he had earlier on. Definitely going to be I would say, a difficult thing. He went back and broke the back wall there, interestingly enough. And because ultimately, if you can get there, it can be a bit of a strong point, but look at the way that they are just going straight for the jugular here, as Chaos is just going to be uncontested on the left-hand side. Skyrex will clear up the mid for Yoshi, but already it's over 50% damage, and that is a dangerous thing with only about 30 seconds to play. Clash can surely go on to match point right here. Oh my word.
How did it end that fast? Why was there a base rush? At what moment did SK think, well, let's base rush a match points? That's wild. That's really wild, and it did not pay off for SK Gaming. Clash now a game away from getting a trio sweep against SK. Yeah, this is very concerning, and I mean, we're you know, credit to SK, they had a really good day until now, but CLASH might be putting a little bit of a stain towards this journey of the August Monthly Finals.
My mouth's just been open that entire time you were talking and realizing that was insane. That was such a quick game of Heist. I feel like it blew us by as quickly as it did SK. I mean, again, these are like, you know, on the leaderboards, the top two teams in this region, and arguably so across all the teams in the competition. My goodness me, it's not very often that you see a convincing win in Heist as strongly as that. And yeah, CLASH won it. And I feel like if they keep this up, they're absolutely going to get it.
It's looking good for them. Things are lining up, and I think that, you know, we said it a couple of times already, but as we get closer to Worlds at the end of the season, I think they're going to be very happy if they can pick up another monthly final win or two. You know, especially since confidence-wise, they don't want it to be like 7 out of 8 being won by CLASH, by SK by the end of the year. That's just not the best look, and you are never going to be comfortable in a match against SK if that's how it is. If they can win a couple here before the end, they might really switch the momentum. And we've heard about the rumors about CLASH in LAN. We've seen them in LANs in the past. They are a problem for every single team that exists, and they're looking really, really good for the end of the year.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, can SK do the impossible now? They've done it before. We have seen it happen against all odds, but that was a different stage of the competition. And right now as well, looking at the performance over the past week, it might not be enough. Samantha going to break open this left-hand side lane very early on. Chaos going to use the bounce castle gadget to heal up, but then taken care of swiftly by Skyrex, and this is looking better for SK as they gain momentum, pushing through to the mid and starting to put a bit more pressure on the CLASH.
Yeah, right now we have 4% lead for SK, but lead is gone now as CLASH managed to get a Piper shot on that save. Semantic pushing up, gonna be breaking open that wall, but Akil still managed to heal up and deal some decent amount of damage on that save. Not all that much, but enough to give them a little bit of a lead and still create a bit of pressure, holding a couple of SK's member to just take care of him.
Well, I like the strategy breaking up in the back walls. It's obviously a great deterrent of the Rico, which can get into those back corners, and that's why we saw Yoshi breaking it early in the last game, and so again this time round. But definitely looking better on the side of SK, and Semantic now in a great spot to get some great shots onto the safe and just bringing things back into their favor. But on the other side of things, Yoshi doing the same and is going to bring back the lead. It's very much a closer affair, but you know, given the scoreline, you've got to think the CLASH are feeling better about this, all things considered. Skyrex going to try to find an opening here, puts pressure onto Yoshi, nicely done as well. But is this going to be enough? It's definitely looking better for SK, but a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, still a lot of work indeed, and I do wonder why. Oh, actually, never mind. I was going to say, I wonder why we don't have Luna playing as Piper here, but I remember that Luna was not available for the Grand Finals, actually, so a little bit less of a toolkit available for CLASH, but they're still making it work so far, as they have a 4% lead. Might turn around soon enough, but still, things are looking really nice, and CLASH has been so deadly today. Gia getting tagged up from afar, only 30 seconds left, and eventually we are going to need that push to come true here for SK.
Yeah, Samantha just trying to buy some time for Skyrex to heal up down the mid and get some shots off as well. It's not much of a lead, but it is a lead with 20 seconds remaining. But that snipe from Gia could be very, very crucial here. Push through the mid, Jetting goes down as well. IKS the left-hand side, connecting so well. And that is such an enormous amount of damage. AC Milan CLASH know it. And they are going to be our monthly final victors for August.
My goodness, Ark, what a way to close things out here for AC Milan CLASH. They are so good, and they definitely did not fail to entertain us here and show us, you know, what they're capable of. What a performance, what a win, and that means that, you know, they get some extra points. As you said earlier, that can go a long way for the seeding for Worlds, as well as more money and bragging rights, building up that confidence, showing off that, yeah, for Worlds, we want to be the favorites.
Yeah, and I think that's a really smart way to go about it. You know, I'm going to be curious to look back this year and see what the possibles could have been, whatever way we look at it. But a really important victory for AC Milan Clash. Again, both teams are going to qualify for Worlds, but you never know what is going to come around to be later on down the lines. And I like the way they approached today, just still absolutely thriving. And, you know, you got to think that that's going to go a long way as well to keeping their mindset in a great place as that they approaches here. But just great decisions and very, very explosive gameplay from Clash today.
Well, a bit of a summary of this grand final as it started off really nicely already for AC Milan Clash in that first set, able to deal with whatever SK was throwing at them. Miyoshi playing out of his mind on the roughs, to be honest, and he is, you know, it is a support brawler, and I just want to say it again, he's been putting in so much work on it, and sure, in the end, you know, he's not like getting 50% damage or anything like that, but it's still a support brawler, so just being able to match the purely, you know, damage-wise impact that your teammates do is already impressive enough, and they've been able to do so much with those comps. Clash, honestly, this is the best we've seen them in a very long time, and it's not even like they were bad whatsoever. It's just that they just raised the bar, and we talked about it earlier, Ark. I feel like the mechanics have always been there for them. Mechanically, they are gods at this game, and this month, I feel like they did raise the standards regarding strategies and, you know, doing their homework, being aware of the comps, getting some strong counters, and constantly innovating as well with some of those comps.
The SK streak is broken. It is absolutely abolished, and you know, AC Milan Clash for the first time since March take the grand final in the monthly final, so congratulations to them. I mean, they looked very convincing doing it, I've got to say, and I think a fantastic way to just continue to display that they are massively still a worthy contender here. I mean, they've qualified for Worlds, and there's only 2 teams that can say that in this region, so they must be very, very proud of their performance today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're going to be thrilled about a victory like this, especially, you know, beating SK out of all teams. It's been a while that it was, you know, coming, and they finally managed to do it in the monthly final again after it only happened in March. Since then, SK was unbeaten in monthly finals. Every single match they won. This is going to be one of those losses. And I think SK are going to be just fine, you know. I think that, you know, losing one match out of I don't know how many they've played this year is just, it's incredible on their side as well. But some nice momentum building up for AC Milan as we get closer towards the end of the season. Still quite a bit to go through, but they're looking really, really solid. And if they can keep improving like that and keeping that shape up right before Worlds, honestly, they might be the favorites coming into World Finals.
I'd like to see what Falcone thinks. Who does he think is going to be the favorite in that respect? You know, does he think the Clash are going to be able to draw this one back in terms of the points, or SK going to stay on top? What did you think of that one, man? I mean, that was insane, right?
I think Clash needs to just calm down a little bit there, guys. Like, what the heck just happened? If they keep playing like that, I think they can bridge the gap between themselves and SK for sure.
They've got no chill whatsoever. But the competition is getting so fierce. I mean, it's, you know, one of those things that I think now looking back, we're still going to see a lot more competition going forward into next month, Teddie, with, you know, Tribe and EXO. If they can qualify, I think that they're still in a pretty decent spot. I think the way that the outcomes were today, I think that battle is still very much on for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Well, interestingly enough, a lot of the teams that really need points at the moment and that still have a shot at qualifying just didn't do all that well today, to be honest, you know. Well, Tribe, EXO, MCS just not there and didn't qualify. But even, you know, teams like Big that were hunting for those points, Totem as well, they didn't go past the first round. It's really interesting how things turned out. This was on paper supposed to be the monthly final where, you know, teams like Big and Totem would be able to pop off and close the gap, be in that top 5 again. Right now, they're not. And, you know, those points they missed out today are going to go a long way.
Speaking of those games, let's take a look back at the bracket as well. And Falcone, for anyone that's maybe just joined the stream a little bit late, you can fill them in as to how today went down.
Well, there you go. You can see it here clear as day. AC Milan Clash are your August EMEA Monthly Finalist champions, rather, having taken down Reply Totem, Blood Diamond, and eventually SK with a 3-0 sweep. which is incredible, actually. That was one of the only few sweeps of the day. And honestly, SK is not a team that I expect to see getting swept.
Yeah, it was very eventful to see that shift in the dynamics between those two teams. Let's take a look at the regional point leaderboard now as well, Teddie, and we can see just how things are shaping up in the regions. Yeah, this is how we're looking for EMEA.
Yeah, well, you know, SK Gaming, I don't think we need to say that they are on top. 90 points difference still between them and AC Milan Clash in second place. Those guys, I mean, they almost got double the points. They actually got double the points of top three, with Bunker at 263. 1 point behind them is Reply, Totem, and Tribe all tied up. EXO about 15 points behind. And then the gap starts to open up a bit more with MCS in 7th place. Big, a little bit behind, still not that far off. And Blood Diamond and CraZe Clan, it's just not really realistic to say that they will qualify. Actually, it's frankly impossible, no matter what their performance is, for them to make it all the way through. Almost impossible, at least. Yeah, I'm looking especially at top 3 until top 7, where the possibilities are countless, and the qualifiers this month are going to be so important. Whoever doesn't qualify, they can pretty much say goodbye to Worlds.
It's getting to that point now, yeah, where qualification is so crucial to get right, and we had many players getting it right today. Player of the day coming up. Falcone, any thoughts as to what you might think it could be?
Oh, I know exactly what I'm hoping that it is, and that is that mad scrap for the gems in that second semi-final match. Yep, and that's exactly what it is. I have never seen a game of gem grab end quite like this. Honestly, it was absolutely incredible. 3 seconds to go. The clock gets reset. As it looks like AC Milan Clash are going to get their clock going. Okay, great. 10 gems. They're going to win. Okay, no, it gets reset on the other side. They get the 11th gem. It looks like they're going to win again. But no, 14 seconds, 13, 12. It looks like actually Blood Diamond are going to get a gem. It's been reset. It's in their favor. No, Ali gets eliminated. It's now in AC Milan Clash's favor. 17 gems for them, but both brawlers weak. Both brawlers go down. Guille's got 6 gems. Yavi goes in for some gems as well. 9 versus 6. No, Guille goes down as well. Ale is taking on Chaos. Lenan has got 10 gems on the right, but Chaos goes down. Lenan just about managing to survive. And it's looking like that's going to be enough, but no! Harvey gets the kill on Lenan as well. And then Harvey goes down. The Shade finishes off Ali once more. No one has any gems. They're all over the map. What's going on? Lenan is going to get 9 gems. There you go. We didn't even get to see the end there. It was so intense, we didn't have time.
Yeah, less like Brawl Stars and more like Brawl Scraps, I think there is what the flavor of things are. Guys, make sure that you tune in later on today for the NA and LATAM North Monthly Final as well, starting from 9 p.m. CET. Many more fantastic moments to come today. I'm sure a lot more Brock, as I'm sure many in the chat will be thrilled to know. Yeah, definitely some thank yous are in order for sure to Supercell and Brawl Stars and the team that are gradually coming back from their well-earned holidays as time goes on. Again, we could see some balance changes there to come as well soon in the future. And again, this is some WKBRL radio activities. So I think Star Park might be heating up a little bit. But a massive shout out as well to Vindex and PGL as well for all the wonderous work that they do in the background. They are truly the cogs of the Brawl Stars esports machine. And do make sure that you're following Brawl_esports over on Twitter. That'll be the best way to ensure that you don't miss out on any of the action or streams that go live and you're not expecting it. So do that. And if you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, all that good stuff. Teddie, any final thoughts to see out the day?
For the most part, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much, Dan and Ark, for doing this together once more. Always a ton of fun. And you guys watching at home, if you think this was good, there's still so many more regions to go, whether it's today or next weekend. So make sure you check all of that out. As Ark said, on the Twitter of Brawl Esports. Everything is there, easy to find. Make sure you guys tune in because there's so much action all around the world. As we get closer to the World Finals, you want to make sure you have, a good idea of who is potentially going to be competing there.
Yeah, and definitely do give it a go. If you're at home thinking it looks easy, well then sign up. Go to a monthly qualifier, see if you can stand the heat. About yourself, Falcone, any thoughts?
what Teddie said, and also this was a crazy show. Very few sweeps, very intense games, especially back in the quarterfinals. And again, a game of gem grab that I'm never going to forget. This is a fantastic show. I cannot wait to tune in to North America and LATAM North later.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that one myself as well. Again, that time being 9 p.m. CET. Make sure that you tune in for the North America and LATAM North region for some intensive games to come, both on Twitch and on YouTube. And again, follow Brawl_esports over on Twitter to ensure that if you get distracted, that you come back to the streams. But that is going to be us seeing out the EMEA region for August. We'll be back, of course, next month to continue on this region. But again, thank you to everyone at home for watching, and we'll see you all again very soon.